Network in your gate area for all the latest news and information. It's time now for Morning News with Donna Kelly and Joe Oliver today.
The government is offering a reward of up to $2 million.
Both of these men should be considered armed and extremely dangerous.
Arrest warrants are out, and a worldwide manhunt is on for 2 unnamed bombing suspects.
Rescue workers continue the search for survivors in a bombed-out federal building in Oklahoma City.
I saw a lot of blood, a lot of crying, a lot of yucky stuff.
The hardest part for some youngsters is seeing others their age bloodied and broken by a terrorist bomb.
Relatives and friends of the victims share their prayers and their grief, drawing strength from each other to get through the day.
Good morning. I'm Joe Oliver, sitting in for Leon Harris.
And good morning to you. I'm Donna Kelly. First, we want to bring you up to date on the Oklahoma City bombing and the search for victims. The death toll is now at least 52, although Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating says an estimated 50 additional bodies have been found. He says some of those are among the 150 persons unaccounted for. The FBI has issued arrest warrants for 2 John Doe suspects, both white men believed to be in their 20s. One man has a crew cut and is of medium build. There you can see the composite drawing of him. The other, also of medium build, has brown hair, and there's the composite drawing they have of him. The FBI believes that the pair rented the truck that transported the half-ton bomb from Junction City, Kansas, to the federal building in Oklahoma City. Anyone with information about the 2 men is asked to call the FBI at 1-800-905-1514. FBI says that it already has received hundreds of calls and some possible good leads. In Rome, Italian police seized the bags of a Jordanian American described by U.S. officials as a possible witness in the bombing. The Jordanian government identified the man as a U.S. citizen, Ibrahim Abdullah Hassan Ahmad. He was intercepted in London and promptly returned to the United States for questioning. He reportedly was in Oklahoma City about an hour before the bombing. Italian police said that they found materials that could be used in bomb construction in the luggage.
CNN's Gary Tuckman has been following the story all morning from Oklahoma City and joins us with the latest. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Joe. The search for survivors continues in the federal building behind me here in Oklahoma City, but today the only thing the search has uncovered are more dead bodies. The governor of the state of Oklahoma has told us that he has been told that about 50 more of the dead were found in a pocket of the building today. That means that scores of dead are lying in there right now. We've known for the past couple of days that between 30 and 50 other people were lying there. They just haven't been taken out at this point because the main thing has been to find survivors and get them out. The official death count is 52. It's official only because those are the bodies that have been taken out and brought to the morgue, but the death count will certainly go into the triple figures, possibly later today. With us, 2 guests intimately involved in this, James Lee Witt, the head of FEMA, and also John Hanson, the assistant fire chief of Oklahoma City. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Witt, first question for you. How are things going for FEMA at this point?
It's going well. The search and rescue teams are working very, very hard in the city, and it's a very difficult time because they're having to go very slow, but it's going well.
How many people do you have here right now?
We have over 350 people here now working with the city, supporting them in the efforts, and we are now starting to set up a disaster field office here today.
Now, what will the main purpose of the disaster field office be for the people of Oklahoma City?
This field office will be for the city and law enforcement and looking at the cost and what we have to do with that.
Mr. Hanson, the governor told us there were 50 additional bodies found today. Is that part, we just want to make this clear, is that part of the 140 to 150 people unaccounted for that we've been told all along for the past several hours?
Yes, sir. That number would figure into that. There are a number of fatalities down in the basement areas we're uncovering. As you mentioned, that count could go up significantly today.
When do you think you're going to be updating your totals of the people who have perished in this disaster?
We'll try to around noon. We're not bringing a lot of the bodies out right now. Our focus is still on finding survivors. We believe that there are still some pockets in that building, still some areas where we may have some people that are salvageable.
I would imagine that's what's keeping the faith of the people who are inside there conducting the rescue, the faith that perhaps there is someone still alive in there.
Yes, sir. Morale at this point is something we're real concerned about, of all the rescue workers, and keeping our men and women focused on the fact that there's a possibility of having survivors is the #1 priority.
James Lee Witt, I know you you deal with this all the time, morale of the people who you deal with whenever there's a disaster. How important is it that they are able to maintain their morale when they deal with such bad news all the time?
It's really very important. The crisis counseling is extremely important, and Chief and the team that's over there now, and I just came from there, and they are rotating them every 2 hours, and they're also talking to them and making sure that morale is up. But it's very difficult because they want to keep working. They want to get in there and do what they can do to help get the people out. But it's very difficult.
I'd like to ask either of you this question. How long will people be in there looking for survivors?
What they told me, for 4 or 5 more days, maybe.
Yes, or at least that. With the support of FEMA and really the support of the entire country, we're going to be in there until the job's done, and that may be a very lengthy operation.
John Hanson and James Lee Witt, thanks for joining us.
The President is coming out Sunday, and the First Lady and the Governor asked them to come out for prayer service, and so they'll be here too.
Tell us a little bit more about the President when he comes out here for that prayer service. Will he be talking about the situation and dealing with you and trying to find out about it?
It's a little early. We'll be talking with him today just to see what the schedule's going to be. And I'm sure he will be talking with some of the people here.
Have either of you gentlemen heard any news about the investigation? Anything new about it?
My part is to support the search and rescue.
Absolutely, but I'm just wondering if you've heard anything anywhere.
I haven't heard anything this morning.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate the time. One thing we realize in disaster situations like this, it really brings out the good in people. We saw it 2 years and 2 months ago when the World Trade Center exploded. New Yorkers went out of their way to help each other. And you see the same thing here in Oklahoma City. Hundreds of Oklahomans have gathered to donate blood for the victims, and they're donating money to charity, and they're attending churches and synagogues and mosques to pray. And one other thing they're doing, they've been told to stay away from downtown Oklahoma City so they could work this cleanup and the rescue and the search as effectively as possible. And people have listened. Once again, downtown Oklahoma City is a ghost town. Back to you.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. At this point, we certainly would like to acknowledge the extensive contribution that our Oklahoma City affiliates have given us in covering the bombing. Specifically, we would like to thank KFOR, KWTV, and KOCO. We have certainly asked them for a lot over these last couple of days. They have responded with fine journalism and pictures, and our deep appreciation from CNN.
And still to come on CNN Morning News, he escaped a devastated building in which dozens died.
We will talk to a survivor of that bombing in Oklahoma City. Don't go away.
Morning News is brought to you by Norfolk Southern, the thoroughbred of transportation, and by Canon, a world leader in office equipment.
To grow stronger, America depends on its bounty, both natural and man-made. Finding new ways to get these goods to market more efficiently and reliably is the noble pursuit of Norfolk Southern, the thoroughbred of transportation.
Before you open new doors, Canon gave you the key to color copy. Before the competition closed in, Canon raised the standard. And just when you thought you reached the top, Canon takes you far beyond. With colors so vivid, so versatile, so fast, it will raise you to a new level of productivity. When the rest say you can't, Canon says you can. The most advanced color laser copiers from Canon. Now you can. Call 1-800-OK-CANON.
Let's see what Templeton is up to. What's this? I knew it. Champagne? Lobster? So, you thought you could just slip a first-class ticket by me, did you? We'll just have a little chat, won't we? Ah, Templeton, pleasant trip. Here we are. First, business class? But that's impossible!
Introducing Transworld One, first-class service, business-class fare.
Buick Park Avenue.
soul as well.
Friday night NBA scouting report. How will the Pacers deal with Shaquille O'Neal dominating the inside? Go outside to Reggie Miller. Pacers versus Magic tonight at 8 on TNT.
I just happened to be in that room. It's not the room I normally am in. I was working on a project. It happened, and I was lucky I had a table to dive under.
What went through your mind? There's the people to get under.
Yeah. What's happening? You know, it's like it happened in slow motion.
What are some of the images that you, while you waited to be rescued, went through your mind?
The same ones that are going, you know, my entire staff of about 7 people is gone.
One moment, you're routinely beginning your workday, and then in an instant, your world comes crashing down around you. That's what happened to Brian Espy. He's a survivor of Wednesday's bombing at the federal building in Oklahoma City. A veterinarian with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Mr. Espy, worked in the building, and he joins us this morning from Oklahoma City. Dr. Espy, good morning. It's nice to have you join us.
Good morning. It's nice to be able to join you.
I'm sure. We have some pictures of your escape. I don't know if you'll be able to see them, but we'd like for you to perhaps describe to us what was going through your mind and what was happening here. Are you able to see the pictures? Okay. What we're seeing
down the ladder?
Yes, it's going down the ladder.
Right. I look at that now and marvel. You know, everything was a blur. I do have a fear of heights, and I was terrified of coming down the ladder, but I wanted to get out of that building very badly.
And you were up about 5 floors, weren't you?
Right. Yes, I was.
Did you realize what was happening at first?
No, I think my first thought was it's an earthquake. Then my second thought was it's an explosion. I guess bomb didn't really enter my head until after I got out from under the rubble I was under. We don't think of bombs in Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Were you trapped under the rubble?
No, it was all light suspended ceiling and ceiling tiles and wires and things like that. So I was not trapped.
How did you feel as you were going down the stairs, and as you thought about it, did you have any time to even think, or were you just so concerned about getting down?
I was so concerned, and had a wonderful fireman who helped talk me down, who understood my fear and helped me tremendously to get down.
When's the first time you had a chance really to think about what you'd been through?
I'm sure I haven't thought of all of it yet. My concern now is for the 7 members of my staff who are still unaccounted for.
Still unaccounted for. You worked in the building then, right?
Yes, my office was in the building.
And your staff members, were they very close to you in the building? I mean, not close personally, but close physically in where you were trapped?
Within 15 feet. Some of them were within 15 feet, but nobody probably over 30 feet away.
Obviously, you're standing there at the scene, though. As you look at that scene, have you been able to help somebody or had other thoughts that have come to you?
Well, we've tried to help any way we can. We have counselors that have come in from our department to help those survivors and to help the families of those who are still missing. And that's, at this point in time, we think that's all we can do.
Have you had a chance to talk to other family members who are also waiting and so anxious over those who are missing?
I've talked to some. That's probably the most difficult thing emotionally for me to do.
Yeah. How are they doing?
Most of them are holding up extremely well under the circumstances. We're looking now, it's been almost 48 hours since the blast, and there's still no word.
Do you think the shock has worn off of you? Are you traumatized?
No, the shock hasn't worn off, and it'll take quite a while for it to completely wear off.
You have any plans to get back to work soon, or what will you do?
I have orders from my family and from my supervisor in Texas that I'm not to go back to work until I feel up to it.
What do you think should happen to whoever may have done this?
I hope they get the full measure of whatever justice will allow.
What's security measures would you like to see taken at other facilities now? Do you think that security needs to be upped around the United States?
Well, I think that we have to be careful that we don't make everyone fearful of ever going into a federal building. I think this is a freak happening. I'm not sure that I plan not to. Hopefully it will not affect my ability to go back to work and not live in fear. I don't think that's what the United States is all about.
Dr. Brian Espy, a survivor of the bombing, we appreciate you joining us this morning and visiting with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe?
It's 15 minutes after the top of the hour, and the child whose picture has come to symbolize the Oklahoma City bomb attack for millions of people has been identified. The baby was pronounced dead shortly after the picture was taken, showing a police officer handing the child to a firefighter. Newspapers around the world carried that picture. The little girl's name was Bailey Allman, and she celebrated her first birthday Tuesday, the day before a terrorist bomb killed her. Bailey's mother said of the bombers, "They destroyed our lives and our homes." Disaster has a way of bringing people together, and so it is in Oklahoma City, where friends and relatives of bombing victims joined in prayer last night. CNN's Tony Clark reports.
They have been brought together by the bond of shared suffering. They're the friends and relatives of those killed or missing in Wednesday's bomb blast. At a church service Thursday night, they drew strength from one another.
We come together because we cannot bear these burdens alone. We need one another.
Nearly 300 people prayed, cried, and comforted one another. Most have been together throughout the day, waiting for word, not knowing the fate of their loved ones.
We pray for those who do not yet know and who are caught in the awful turmoil between hope and despair.
As they shared their pain and their sorrow, as they thought of their loved ones, they also thought of the people who brought about this tragedy.
We pray that they might come to know the awfulness of what they have done.
Yet through the tears, there is still the faith and strength of purpose that sustains people here in America's heartland. Being together helps them get through the day, but it does not make their tragedy any easier. Tony Clark, CNN, Oklahoma City.
Stay with CNN Morning News. We'll be right back with more on the Oklahoma City bombing and some of the day's other news.
And that includes some strong storms in the south. Alabama already knows all about it. That's in the day's forecast just ahead.
Last year, Northwest and KLM launched a better international service, World Business Class. There was Perrier-Jouet Belle Epoque, Western and Asian entrees, and all that extra room. We'd like to thank some of those responsible for a great first year. Go on, take a bow. Available worldwide from Northwest Airlines and KLM.
In Hong Kong, they say spirits inhabit the earth, air, and sea. It is considered bad joss, bad luck, to anger the spirits. So building a treatment center to keep hazardous waste from entering the waters of Victoria Harbor isn't just sound environmental thinking. It could also be very good joss. What business do we have saying we help the environment? That is our business.
You could never shave again. You could go into work tomorrow and tell them you're taking a year off. When people ask for your honest opinion, you can give it to them. When While you're considering these options, driving a Saab is a very good start. Find your own road. Saab.
Critics call it the world's best classic film library, a film buff's dream. And Leonard Maltin calls it mouth-watering. Call it what you want, as long as you call your cable company and tell them to add the new Turner Classic Movies to your system.
Feminine clothes with an edge of masculinity. That's the aim from Paris designer Marcel Naranjou. From beachwear to evening wear, his spring collection makes a statement. On Style with Elsa Clench, 10:30 Eastern on CNN.
Very stormy morning in parts of the southeast as a front tracks across the country.
Plenty for Valerie Buss to keep track of, Val.
Yeah, Donna, Joe, we're watching a composite of radar images over the last several hours, and I guess the good news about this series of pictures is that the line of thunderstorms actually weakens with time. You see the reds and oranges get a little less intense, and the area they cover shrink just a little bit, but these thunderstorms have been producing baseball-size hail, wind gusts to 70 miles an hour, flooding rains, and also some potential tornadoes. So this has to be watched very carefully. There are no severe thunderstorm or tornado watches in effect through this region right now, but that does not mean that they won't be issued with time. If we look at our weather watch map, you can see that there are several areas where, we'll look at the radar summary first. Several areas where the rain stretches northward, and there are some thunderstorms over parts of the Ohio Valley, Great Lakes region as well. In Minneapolis, they've been seeing a mix of rain and snow. The snow has been coming down rather heavily with another storm out through the west. As much as a foot has fallen in the mountains of southern Utah. There are several inches more on the way, and any number of winter storm warnings and snow advisories in effect. You see the areas with the winter storm warnings. A heavy snow warning is in effect. The western Mogollon Rim region of Arizona, as much as 8 inches of snow has fallen in that area at the higher elevations around Flagstaff and Williams, and so another several inches on the way. Very cold air associated with this system. It's a very wintry type of weather system, although we do see things clearing out right on the west coast, and we're going to see highs today in the 60s and 70s. Plenty of 70s and even 80s down through the southeast today on the warm side of this frontal system as it drops southward and eastward. By later today, you still see showers and thunderstorms along this front. The rain into Ontario, Quebec, and then changing or mixed with snow up over the northwestern Great Lakes region. And then our snow through the Four Corners region will continue changing to rain as it gets out into the Plain States for later today. Here's your forecast now for some cities we hope are close to you. Morning News will return in a moment. Stay with us.
Weather Update is brought to you by Advil, advanced medicine for pain. No non-prescription pain reliever is proven to last longer than Advil.
Hi. Thought you might like a little help. Thanks, my hands. Should I get your Advil? I'm trying that new naproxen sodium. But this has special dosing restrictions for people your age. Your Advil doesn't. I'm only 66. And what if you take this and your pain comes back? Oh. You may be in pain for hours before you can take more. Doesn't your doctor recommend Advil for you? You're right. I'll stick with Advil.
Nothing is proven more effective or longer lasting than Advil. Nothing.
Early Saturday mornings, I like to play my jazz. But you see, I've got this condo with real quiet neighbors. So I started looking into buying a house. I just hope I know what I'm doing. Yeah, pretty soon I'll have my own place. Me and John Coltrane.
At Fannie Mae, we're the nation's largest source of funds for mortgage lenders. Call us for a free guide to help you find the mortgage that's right for you.
Before you buy an Accord or Camry, compare
Add their surface beauty to the Subaru Legacy. For on a slippery surface, only the all-wheel drive Legacy automatically transfers power from the wheels that slip to the wheels that grip to help keep you out of a slide. And only the Legacy offers the active safety of Subaru all-wheel drive, all for a purchase price under Accord and Camry. So drive the car whose greatest beauty is its surface beauty. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing or lease for just $199 a month.
This man just woke up in a Residence Inn hotel room. What are his options? He can A, make a cup of fresh coffee in the kitchen. B, walk all the way over to the living room area and start a fire in the fireplace. Or C, shoot some hoops. Okay, let's see what he does. D, none of the above. Residence Inn by Marriott, the next best thing to home.
Look inside today's PCs. You'll find something pretty amazing. The Intel Pentium processor. It gives PC software more life, more action, more energy. So if you want your PC software to really move, make sure your PC has the Intel Pentium processor.
Pollen production is still low due to cool weather centered in Wyoming, with moderate levels from the Rocky Mountains across the Great Lakes to northern New England. The rest of the country can expect high pollen counts today, with the most common allergens, maple, birch, and oak. On Saturday, low readings continue in Wyoming, while levels drop to the moderate range after thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast. High levels are forecast elsewhere. In today's allergy notes, the term allergy was coined by an Austrian doctor after the turn of the century. Before that, what we call hay fever was known as summer catarrh. This is meteorologist Valerie Voss.
The CNN allergy forecast is brought to you by Tylenol Allergy Sinus. Powerful relief without a prescription.
CNN Morning News continues at 27 minutes after the hour. The possibility of future terrorist attacks is on the minds of a clear majority of Americans. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll was conducted yesterday, the day after the Oklahoma City attack. 47% of those questioned think future terrorist attacks are very likely, 42% somewhat likely, just 8% say they're unlikely. But could the federal government take actions to prevent such attacks? 45% say yes, 46% say no.
When CNN Morning News continues, we'll bring you the latest from Oklahoma City, where a desperate search is, of course, still underway. And we'll have a financial news update from New York.
Plus, we'll take a look at other stories we're following this morning, including the latest on the O.J. Simpson trial. An LAPD criminalist is expected back on the stand today. Don't go away.
From the first pitch to the final out, nobody covers the game like Baseball 95. Saturday, 11:30 Eastern on CNN.
Once a year, Cadillac, America's best-selling luxury car, offers a limited edition sedan DeVille. The new Spring Edition DeVille features special gold ornamentation, ultra-chrome wheels, canyonwood trim, and a leather-appointed interior. That's over $2,400 worth of options at no extra charge. This special offer is only available this spring and won't be repeated. The Spring Edition DeVille, now at your Coastal Cadillac dealers.
You can always find what you need in the Times-Picayune Classifieds. Now you can find hard cash, too. Real money. So hop to it. Every weekday, you could win $1,000 cash in a Times-Picayune Classified game. And there's a chance at that $10,000 grand prize. Play Classified every Monday through Friday in the Times-Picayune. You could fall into some really big bucks. They were robbed.
No. Robbed.
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the cooling authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the Weather Maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs. Other one, busted. Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
In the river parishes, see St. Pierre's AC. And on the East Bank, see Air Control Service.
said sell them now. Every vehicle at Levis Chevy Geo goes for $199 down. $199 down buys any Cavalier, Lumina, Monte Carlo, Capri, even a huge choice of Camaro. All colors, all option levels. $199 down buys trucks, full-size and full-size extra cab, S-Series and S-Series extra cab. $199 down buys Geo, used cars, and program cars. Call the 24-hour credit hotline, 643-2638.
But it all ends May 1st. Levis Chevy Geo I-10 Slidell.
This is CNN.
The death toll continues to climb in the Oklahoma City bombing, and rescue workers are now in sections of the bombed-out federal building where there are large numbers of bodies. Arrest warrants have been issued for 2 unnamed suspects, men believed to have rented the truck that blew up in front of the building. The U.S. government is offering a $2 million reward for information on the bombers. 57 people are now confirmed dead in Wednesday's bomb explosion. 150 are still unaccounted for.
And the death toll is expected to rise as the day wears on and the search of the ruins continues. CNN's Gary Techman is in Oklahoma City, and he joins us now from the scene of the bombing. Gary?
Well, Donna, the world first became aware of this tragedy shortly after 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, when Wire Services issued a one-sentence report saying there has been an explosion at a federal building in Oklahoma City. Now, many people hoped and optimistically hoped that perhaps at worst there would just be a few injuries, but that was sadly naive. It looks like now the death toll will climb into triple figures. Right now, the official death toll is at 57, but that's only people who've been brought to the morgue. There are scores of bodies lying inside this federal building, including a discovery that was made today. We talked about that discovery with the governor of Oklahoma.
About at 20 minutes of 6 our time, I went over to the site to find out exactly what was the latest. And one of the firefighters in Oklahoma City said that they had just uncovered a big piece of concrete in an area in the basement, discovered what they estimate to be upwards of 50 additional victims. Now, that is a shocking number. Hopefully that's not accurate. Hopefully there's some survivors within that group, and we're certainly hoping and praying that that's the case. But as you noted, this will be a larger death toll because there were just a lot of people in that building when it was bombed.
Roughly 140 or 150 people are still unaccounted for. That would include that 50 who they believe they found today in the bottom of the building. Now, rescuers are still going through this building. There are about 35 in there right now looking for possible survivors, but the last survivor who was found 2 nights ago. So what they are hoping for and praying for here is for some good news. Donna, back to you.
All right, Gary Techman in Oklahoma City, thanks for the information. It's about 32 minutes after the hour on this Friday morning.
We're going to shift gears and take a look at what's happening in the business world. Stuart Varney joins us from New York. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Joe. Donna, thank you. The dollar is slightly higher this morning. Trading slow, though, before next week's meeting of the group of 7 industrial nations. Currency traders are hoping that the U.S. will pay attention to recent comments from German officials. They're urging the U.S. to stop the dollar's slide. Right now, the dollar is up just a quarter yen. It's a fraction higher against the German mark, and it's up about 1/3 of 1 cent on the British pound. Word of a $1 billion takeover late Thursday. Buyout firm Kohlberg Kravis Roberts agreed to buy Bruno's. That's a big supermarket chain in the southeast. It's buying it for almost $1 billion. Bruno's chains include Food Fair. Watch the stock of Bruno's today. It closed at 9.25 yesterday. KKR is offering $12.50 a share. And watch these stocks too. Apple Computer. Late Thursday, it reported sharply higher second quarter earnings of $73 million. That's still well below what Wall Street was expecting, however. Keep an eye on Unisys. Earnings at that computer company down 25% to $45 million. At Southwest Airlines, per-share earnings of 8 cents a share, just slightly below what was expected. And lastly, Kellogg, first quarter profits up 7% to $196 million. Now, the stock market, it opened just a few minutes ago. Let's see how the Dow Industrials are starting off today after that 23-point rally yesterday to set a record close. The Dow in the early going up another 12 at 42.43. That's business. I'm Stuart Varney in New York. Now back to Joe and Donna in Atlanta.
Stuart, thank you. And in other news we're following for you this morning, Japan's uneasiness after recent gas attacks triggered what may have been a false alarm today. Police say, though, that 17 people suffered burning eyes and sore throats in a department store in Yokohama, south of Tokyo. Those affected were treated at hospitals. The store is near the subway station where an undetermined gas made hundreds sick on Wednesday. But in the store today, no uncommon or suspect substances were found. Japan has been on edge since last month's fatal subway gassing in Tokyo.
In New Jersey, 2 people are dead after an all-night police standoff. In Haddon Heights, an armed transsexual held dozens of police at bay for 14 hours. The standoff began yesterday when 2 officers and a prosecutor's investigator entered the suspect's home to issue a search warrant for illegal weapons. Police say Leslie Nelson shot and killed 1 police officer and the investigator. A 2nd officer was wounded. Nelson surrendered early this morning.
Maybe more problems with the jury in the O.J. Simpson double murder trial. 1 juror, at least, wants to go home, and some law officers guarding the jury have been reassigned. CNN's Sean Calebs is following the Simpson trial, and he joins us with the latest from Los Angeles. Sean?
Well, Donna, a former juror created quite a stir when she complained that sheriff's deputies were promoting racial tensions while watching over members of the panel. Now, after a plea from another African-American woman on the jury, some of those deputies have been relieved of jury guard duty. Jim Hill has the story.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The juror told Judge Lance Ito she wants off the O.J. Simpson panel. In transcripts from an in-chambers meeting, the woman is quoted as saying, "I can't take it anymore." The 25-year-old African-American flight attendant told the judge, "It's just a combination of things throughout the last 3 months." That's how long the jury has been sequestered. The judge took no immediate action, and the juror resumed her place on the panel Thursday afternoon. But if she is dismissed, she'll be the 7th person to leave the jury, and only 5 alternates will remain. Meanwhile, Judge Lance Ito also asked that 3 Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies be replaced from their jobs guarding the sequestered jury. This comes after complaints from dismissed jury member Jeanette Harris. She said some deputies promoted racial tension on the jury. It's a charge the judge is investigating. Sheriff Sherman Block said he is replacing the deputies, but under protest.
I find that, first of all, his action is premature in that he has not completed his inquiry. He has yet to interview the deputies, any of the deputies who are involved.
Thursday night, Harris gave CNN her reaction to the deputy's replacement.
I think it was a wise decision. Shows what I've always thought, that he's concerned about the jury, and he saw a problem, and he tried to move on it.
Judge Ito has concluded questioning jury members over the charges of racial tension. Court officials say no misconduct was uncovered. Sometime Friday, the judge will reportedly question all the deputies who have guarded the sequestered jury over the past 3 months. Jim Hill for CNN, Los Angeles.
And the rookie police scientist who collected much of the physical evidence faces more cross-examination today. Andrea Mazzola carries the rank of Criminalist 1 at the L.A. Crime Lab. She had been on the job about 6 months when she was assigned to the killings of Nicole Simpson and Ron Goldman. Despite her short tenure, Mazzola insists she followed the correct evidence collection procedures. And so did her supervisor, criminalist Dennis Fung. Under cross-examination, she acknowledged she had heard some of his testimony in the case.
That's all there is.
I don't watch it at home.
Do you listen to any of it at home?
No.
So it's on the television at work, though?
Yes.
And it's on people's radios at work?
Yes.
And that's at the SID laboratories here?
That's correct.
And other than Dennis Fung's testimony, did you watch or listen to portions of any of the other witnesses' testimony during this trial?
Maybe just bits and pieces. I don't make it a practice to listen.
Defense attorney F. Lee Bailey attended the Mazzola cross-examination. He had all but disappeared after his high-profile questioning of Detective Mark Furman last month. Bailey is also speaking out. In an interview for PBS, he said O.J. Simpson should testify in his own defense. Bailey admits that keeping Simpson off the stand is a sound legal tactic, but he says Simpson needs to reassure, quoting here, the big jury out there that he's innocent. We'll have more news on the Simpson trial coming up in the next hour, and then tonight, CNN presents a half-hour special in the day's proceedings at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then again at 11:30 p.m. I'm Sean Calebs in Los Angeles. CNN Morning News continues with Don and Joe in Atlanta.
Thanks, Sean. And when CNN Morning News does continue, we'll talk with a therapist about how to cope with the Oklahoma City tragedy.
And we'll see how it's affecting the children.
Mom, it blew up and people was in the building.
Terrorism in a child's words. Stay with us.
Hop to the islands, Abaco or Bimini. Paradise is calling. Do the Bahamas with me. So many islands, so many smiles. It's getting too hot to the Bahamas. 700 islands, so many friends. It's getting too hot to the Bahamas.
3 days in the Bahamas as low as $336. Call Bahamas Resort Vacations at 1-800-448-0011.
My folks are here. These Super 8 motel rooms are roomy.
At these prices, we'll never leave.
Super 8 Motels, 1-800-800-8000. So affordable, so comfortable.
Let's see what Templeton is up to. What's this? I knew it. Champagne? Lobster? So, you thought you could just slip a first-class ticket by me, did you? We'll just have a little chat, won't we? Ah, Templeton, pleasant trip. Here we are. First, business class? But that's impossible!
Introducing Transworld One, first-class service, business class fare.
Nothing ever happens to me. I'm never lost. I'm never late. My tires are never flat. My battery's never dead. Drunks never drive on this street.
In this world, you can either count on your luck,
Weirdos never stop at this light.
or you can count on a Motorola cellular phone. The more you need a cellular phone, the more you need Motorola.
Saturdays on CNN. There's a new lineup of business and financial programs waiting for you. Guidance, analysis, and opinions to help gain a better understanding of the world of business. All from the people who cover your world. CNN.
Back to our CNN Morning News about 19 minutes before the hour. It is hard enough for adults to understand the Oklahoma City attack. It is all the more difficult for children, especially those close to the tragedy. Reporter Quinn Tran of CNN affiliate KFOR talked with some of them.
Love you. It's time for Christy Flores to drop off her 4-year-old at daycare. Saying goodbye isn't easy. She's holding him a little closer, a lot tighter. Little Nicholas explains why.
Bomb it blew up and people was in the building and the firemen tried to get out in the building, but it couldn't get in the building because the police, because I saw a policeman under the building.
These are the pictures Nicholas and his mother saw on television. Damage, destruction, blood and bodies. And these are the pictures of human pain 5-year-old Shayla Danner really cannot put down on paper. She says these are images she cannot forget because some of the victims are children her age.
Well, I feel sorry for the kids' parents because they died yesterday. I saw a lot of blood, a lot of crying, a lot of yucky stuff.
Stuff you don't really see a lot every day here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, wasn't really pleasant.
And 7-year-old David Swanson feels lucky his family is safe and sound. His dad works across the street from the blast site. Little David says for a long time he wasn't sure whether his dad was dead or alive. Today he knows.
My mom and I have learned what a second is.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when the bomb went off, my dad could have been killed just like that.
Reporter Quinn Tran of CNN affiliate KFOR with a glimpse from a child's view.
Charlotte Lankard, a marriage and family therapist, joins us now from Oklahoma City, where she is counseling relatives of bombing victims. Lankard is founder and director of Calm Waters, a grief support group for children. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Lankard. We just saw that story about how children are dealing with this, and a lot of these children are seeing it on television. Should parents allow their children to see these things?
Well, we encourage them to not let them watch it for hours up on end. They certainly know what's going on, but I think too much of it can be overstimulating for the children and make them quite fearful.
Now, you've been visiting with people who have relatives who are missing. How do you deal with them in this time?
Right now what we do is simply be there, offer them something to eat and food, a place to lie down if they need a rest. We're just being there. They are pretty numb. They're not into a lot of feelings yet. It's too soon for that. And of course they live with hope that their loved one will be found.
Now, how does this differ from the victims that you have counseled, people who were either in the explosion or who have relatives that were in the explosion?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
How does this differ in counseling the people who have relatives who are missing from the people who have relatives who were in the explosion?
Well, the people who know that their relatives are missing still have some hope they're going to be alive, and so we sit there with them and simply support their waiting time, which is a very difficult thing to do. The people who know that someone has died, these people right now have a lot of folks around them. They've got support groups, they've got churches. In the next few weeks, though, when everybody goes back to work and the routine becomes very ordinary for a lot of them, it's not going to be the same for them, and this is where we're going to see problems.
Now, are you seeing any typical reactions, or does everyone deal with it differently?
No, everyone deals with it differently. Some people are expressing their feelings, they're crying. Other people are very shut down. We have even seen some anger.
Now, when you see the anger, how do you cope with that? I mean, people do need a release, but are they focusing it on objects or other people close to them?
Well, what we encourage people to do is to find safe places to be angry, and we can suggest people do exercises. They can go participate in sports. If they want to get on their pillows and beat up the bed, there are a lot of things they can do. Anger needs to be expressed, and we're not wanting anybody to hold that in. But we always have to have the guidelines that you don't hurt yourself and you don't hurt somebody else.
Is there a normal length of healing process, and how deep will the scars be from this?
I think a normal healing process, sometimes people take that to mean they're not going to hurt anymore. I think one of the things we want to say to people is you're never going to forget this pain. You always are going to miss this person, and it's never going to be okay. But as they talk about what happens, as they begin to get back in their own routines, healing does take place, but it may be years, several years, and this is where we could get concerned about children. They sometimes fall through the cracks.
Well, let's talk about some of the rescue workers that are involved in the search for survivors. They are concentrating on the task at hand. At what point will it hit them what they've gone through?
Oh, I think it's going to be after all of this is over, when the last body is brought out, and as people begin to move away from that, first they're going to be very exhausted, and we may see a lot of depression. But it's going to be normal for people to feel this way, and that's what we want to assure everybody. Whatever you're feeling right now, whether it's anger, sadness, fear, or nothing, that is normal.
Charlotte Lankard, the founder and director of Calm Waters, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Joe.
Donna?
Still ahead, the destruction, the horror, the senseless loss of life. What kind of impact will the Oklahoma City bombing have on America? We'll talk with noted historian Michael Beschloss.
In the effort to help people work better together, there's no limit to how far some companies will venture.
This isn't about being big and strong, it's about being together.
Lotus introduces NoteSuite. 5 leading desktop applications for team computing integrated with Lotus Notes. It will change the way companies work, because it will change the way people work together.
What if we did a border?
I like what you've done with this.
I do too.
Let's see what Templeton is up to. What's this? I knew it. Champagne? Lobster? So, you thought you could just slip a first-class ticket by me, did you? We'll just have a little chat, won't we? Ah, Templeton, pleasant trip? Here we are. First, business class? But that's impossible!
Introducing Transworld One, first-class service, business class fare. Ooh, the Clean Machine from Coleman PowerMate does such a great job cleaning cars and decks and grills, you may find yourself testing its power on all sorts of things. Ooh. The Clean Machine from Coleman PowerMate.
You can see that we mean business the moment you walk in. Got so much more to offer than anywhere you've been. Office Max, taking it to the max.
Aisle after aisle, and on every page of our catalog, you'll find the best name brands at Office Max. Over 6,000 business products, drastically discounted every day, guaranteed to your satisfaction.
Office Max, taking it. Office Max, to the max.
Good morning, I'm Joey Chad.
And I'm Ralph Wendy.
Start your weekend with the latest news and information, live interviews, and your phone calls.
Callers, you're on.
Everything you need to make the most of your Saturday morning, 7 to 10 Eastern on CNN.
Was it a split second that changed the nation when a terrorist bomb went off at the federal building in Oklahoma City Wednesday? Was America instantly altered? Our guest this morning is Michael Beschloss, a historian of the 20th century and the presidency. He is author of several books, including Kennedy and Roosevelt, The Uneasy Alliance, and The Crisis Years, Kennedy and Khrushchev. Mr. Beschloss joins us in our bureau in Washington this morning. Michael, hello. Thanks for coming in.
Not a bit.
Do you think this will be a point in time that will be a history-making point in the United States?
I think it will be, oddly enough, if this turns out to be a pattern, and sadly enough, if this kind of thing happens again in the fairly near future. One of the oldest American ideas is the idea that Americans are exceptional. And one of the ways that Americans have been exceptional is that we are protected from this kind of trauma in a way that other countries and continents and peoples have not been. We're protected by two oceans. We tend not to have the kind of catastrophe in politics and also in daily life that we have seen so much more often, for instance, in the history of Europe. So when you have a disaster like this, I think it hits Americans harder, and they yearn much more for an explanation.
Mm-hmm. Historically, when events like this have happened in the past, what has it done to change society and the outlook?
Well, in general, it makes Americans feel more vulnerable because they are so much more accustomed to feeling the opposite. The other thing it does, it oftentimes drives them to look for political explanations. One example is 1947. During a very small period of time, there was a plane crash, another plane disappeared, and there was, of all things, a forest fire in Maine. These three separate incidents came just at the time that the Soviet Union was beginning to threaten the West in a serious way in the Cold War, and there was a semi-panic in the United States, a feeling that these three separate events had been inspired by Soviet sabotage, and so I think you see in a little bit the same kind of thing today. In the absence of solid evidence yet, we've heard during the last 24, 48 hours all sorts of efforts to provide a political explanation for which, as yet, the evidence does not exist.
Could it have, then, Michael, other political ramifications as people look for reasons or even blame?
I think it can. One of the things that has happened throughout history in a case like this is that people either blame their political leaders or they rally around them. In the late 1940s, for instance, in the Soviet example, Americans were willing to give Harry Truman and his government a rather wide degree of responsibility they might not have given him if they were not so scared. At the same time, as Americans were looking for reasons to understand why, after the sacrifice of the Second World War, suddenly they were in such danger again, they began to look for communists within the American system, threats to internal security, and in that case, that led to the Red Scare and more conventional investigations of the early 1950s. It is not impossible, if history acts in the same way today, that people could either blame the current administration or rally around it.
And one would hope that there wouldn't be blame or that people wouldn't use it politically, but sometimes that does happen. As you look at this, Michael, how long will it be before you can put a historical print on it to see what its importance is in history, this incident?
I think it'll take a very long time because, as you know, Donna, there have been so many occasions in history where something that seems very important at the time, 30 years later, looks much more like a blip, and the opposite can also be the case. I think in this case, however, we're seeing very much the interaction of this catastrophe in Oklahoma City and larger political events. Not only the effort by the United States to pursue Islamic fundamentalism in the Middle East, but a number of other political movements that have been, at least in a thin way, raised as possible culprits in this effort. And I think maybe the ultimate test is whether the catastrophe in Oklahoma City had a long-term effect on our politics that otherwise would not have happened.
And as we've seen, many people have had theories and speculations, and it remains just that. Historian Michael Beschloss, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you, Donna.
And there is much more ahead on CNN Morning News. We will continue our coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing aftermath.
We will talk with a security expert who was involved in the investigation of the World Trade Center bombing. We'll have that story for you, and a weather update, and all the news after this local cable break. Hope you can stay with us.
Sunday, industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
When you grow up in the American Southwest, once a day you feel a soul-shaking sense of awe. And there's another feeling you get when the sun disappears. You're scared out of your ever-loving mind. Or maybe that's what inspired La Quinta to make their inn so friendly. Outside, they're lit up against the night sky, and inside, a soft splash is about the only sound you'll hear. Shh. La Quinta Inns. Why aren't you here?
We can't give you Paris in the springtime. But we can give you a little of its flavor. Winn-Dixie Marketplace. More choices, lower prices. We can't take you to see the Great Wall of China. But we can show you a Great Wall of Values. Winn-Dixie Marketplace. More choices, lower prices.
At your Toyota dealer, money talks. Toyota. Save $3,000 on full-size pickups. Save on T100 extra cabs and Tacoma 4x4s right now. Toyota. Save $3,000 on T100 at Lakeside, All-Star, Benson, and Bone Brothers. Toyota. Unless you've got money to burn. Save $3,000 on T100, whose V6 outperforms Ford and Chevy's V8. It's money and money. I love what you do for me. Toyota.
Once a year, Cadillac, America's best-selling luxury car, offers a limited edition sedan DeVille. The new Spring Edition DeVille features special gold ornamentation, ultra-chrome wheels, canyonwood trim, and a leather-appointed interior. That's over $2,400 worth of options at no extra charge. This special offer is only available this spring and won't be repeated. The Spring Edition DeVille, now at your coastal Cadillac dealers.
This is CNN.
Well, there are two storms affecting the U.S. today. One in the east producing some pretty severe thunderstorms, although things have quieted down for the moment a bit. But severe weather still possible southern Louisiana into the Carolinas, and out across the west it's a wintry storm bringing some pretty heavy snows to parts of Utah, Colorado, northern Arizona, and New Mexico. I'm meteorologist Valerie Voss. As you can see, snow advisories, winter storm warnings, heavy snow warnings in effect the west slopes of the Mogollon Rim, and wind advisories associated with this system as well. Temperatures today will run the gamut from winter to summer-like weather. We're going to see highs just in the 30s and 40s across the region from the Rocky Mountains into the Great Lakes region and up into Ontario and Quebec. Things will warm up along the west coast as
This is CNN Breaking News.
I wanted to make a couple of points.
Making comments about the Oklahoma City bombing.
Briefed late last evening by the Attorney General on the status of the investigation. And I am well satisfied with the efforts that are being made, the progress that is being made. I would just ask that you and the American people not rush to any conclusions unsupported by known evidence, and that we give the investigators the space they need to do their job. They are working hard. They are moving ahead. The second thing I'd like to say is that Hillary and I have decided to go to Oklahoma City on Sunday to be a part of the memorial service and to be with the families of the victims and the people of Oklahoma City. I think all America will be there in spirit and is there today. And I have determined that I should also declare Sunday a national day of mourning for the victims there, and to ask people in their places of worship and in their homes all across America to pray for the people there and for the community. The final thing I'd like to say is just a brief message to the children of this country. I have been very concerned with how the children in Oklahoma City, and indeed the children throughout America, must be reacting to a horror of this magnitude. And my message to the children is that this was an evil thing, and the people who did it were terribly, horribly wrong. We will catch them and we will punish them. But the children of America need to know that almost all the adults in this country are good people who love their children and love other children. And we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. I don't want our children to believe something terrible about life and the future and grown-ups in general because of this awful thing. Most adults are good people who want to protect our children and their childhood, and we are going to get through this. Thank you.
Do you know of any progress in the investigation?
You know I'm not going to comment. I'm letting the Justice Department announce progress. I don't think that it's appropriate for me to say anything, except I can tell you that I know what they've done, and the American people would be very pleased and very impressed by the work they are doing. But this is a big issue, and we don't want to undermine their ability to work by anything that is said or by jumping to unwarranted conclusions.
Do they already have a theory of what happened?
President Clinton commenting at the White House on the developments in the Oklahoma City bombing, saying he is satisfied with the efforts and the progress made by investigators and rescue workers. And he asked the media and everyone in the public not to rush to any conclusions about any causes or who did this. He will go to Oklahoma City Sunday and will declare Sunday a national day of mourning, asking for the people of the nation to say their prayers for the victims of the Oklahoma City bombing. And in a brief message to the children, he is concerned about what they are thinking about this and wants to reassure them that most adults in America are good people, that the people who did this bombing are evil, and they will be caught and punished. Donna?
Authorities in the Oklahoma City bombing are looking on two fronts for survivors and suspects. Rescue teams worked through another night at the federal building as the grim search goes on. The death toll continues to climb, and there are still more than 100 people unaccounted for. No one has been pulled out of the rubble alive for the last 30 hours. Meanwhile, arrest warrants have been issued for two unnamed men, and you just heard President Clinton say that he was well satisfied with the efforts and the progress being made. The first John Doe police are searching for is 5'10" or 5'11", with a medium build, weighs 180 to 185 pounds. He has a light brown crew cut and is right-handed. You can see the composite sketch there. The second John Doe, as they're calling him, is 5'9" or 5'10", with a medium build, weighs 170 to 180 pounds. Once again, there's the sketch. He has brown hair and a tattoo on his left arm. A reward of up to $2 million has been posted. The FBI's information hotline number is 1-800-905-1514. Meanwhile, authorities have released a man who was returned to the United States from London last evening for questioning. The man, identified as a Jordanian-American, had been described as a possible witness. Italian officials said that his bags, which were seized in Rome, contained tools that could have been used in making bombs. But law enforcement sources in Washington say that he cooperated with them and that there was no reason to hold him.
The growing death toll makes the Oklahoma City bombing the deadliest in U.S. history. CNN's Gary Tuckman has been at the scene for several hours and joins us now with the latest. Gary? Well, Joe, it was exactly 48 hours ago to this very minute that the bomb went off in this federal building behind me in Oklahoma City. The official death toll right now is being put at 52, but that is only the number of people who have been brought to the morgues. There are scores more dead lying inside the building right now. At least 75 we're being told, including 50 who were found in a pocket of the building earlier today. They are still looking for survivors inside the building. They are hoping to find some survivors. However, the last survivor found was a 15-year-old girl who was found Wednesday night. No one has been spotted since. No one has been heard since. However, the people here are certainly by no means giving up. With us right now is Susan Hunt. She is with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. But we're not here to talk about government business. We're here to talk about a personal event that you lived through. Susan Hunt was with 125 other HUD employees inside the federal building when the bomb went off.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Physically, I got out with very few scratches. Emotionally, my friends are missing.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. 125 HUD employees in that building. How many are unaccounted for right now?
We have 35 that are missing at this time. I haven't heard any word. We still are hopeful.
So these are 35 of your friends, people you worked with for a long time, and you don't know where they are or what has happened?
No, sir, I don't.
How are you all coping, the remaining 90 of them?
I think right now we're still numb. We've cried and laughed, and when we see each other's faces, we hug each other, and just very emotional. And we just pray that those that aren't with us right now will be found alive.
Susan, what floor of this building were you on when the explosion happened?
I was on the 8th floor.
And how did you survive this?
My office is relatively in the corner, the southwest corner of the 8th floor. I was standing and visiting with my administrative assistant and one of my other employees, and God protected us. Obviously, we have a bigger job to do here to help those that didn't get out.
When you heard the noise and the explosion, what did you think had happened?
I personally thought an airplane had hit the building. My first reaction, the noise was so intense, and the explosion and the walls and ceiling tumbling down on us. And then our second thought about ATF being upstairs from us. And
alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yes, sir. And the fear that maybe something had been set off up there. But it was just so surrealistic that we had no way of, or no time to think. Just try to get out and help our friends get out.
What kind of help were you able to offer the seriously injured, and what kind of serious injuries did you see?
When I reached the 7th floor through the stairwell, one of my friends and co-workers, Larry Cook, was cut up real bad and hardly able to walk. One of our federal family was holding on to him, but since I'm a larger person, I felt I could help him more, and I helped him all the way down the stairs. He was obviously in shock and bleeding, and I helped him to the sidewalk, and by that time the police had arrived. And then we went back to the door, and as the people brought people down, we would help them to the area then where the ambulances were.
Susan, Sunday is going to be a national day of mourning. President Clinton just announced that. He's coming here for a prayer service. What will you be praying for on Sunday?
I will be praying for the family, and I pray that no one will ever experience what all of us have had to experience, because our lives have been changed forever.
Susan Hunt, thank you for joining us. Best wishes to you and yours.
Thank you.
As we were saying, they still have faith that perhaps there could be survivors in the rubble. They just don't want to lose faith, these rescuers, because if they lose faith, they won't be able to do the good job that they're doing right now. They are searching continuously 24 hours around the clock, and they're not going to stop until they're completely sure there is nobody alive in there, and they say that could take 5 or 6 days. This is Gary Tuchman, CNN Live in Oklahoma City. Back to you, Joe. Thank you, Gary. All of us at CNN want to send a thank you to our Oklahoma City stations for helping us bring you the complete story in the federal building bombing. So to affiliates KFOR, KWTV, and KOCO, we appreciate your help. Thank you very much for contributing to our coverage.
And just ahead on CNN Morning News, we'll look at the search underway for victims in the Oklahoma City car bombing.
And as officials move the search for the bombers into high gear, we'll speak with a security expert on the job of finding those responsible. Stay with us.
Morning News is brought to you by Charles Schwab & Company, helping investors help themselves, offering investors no-fee accounts and other innovative services.
When you do your own investing, deciding which mutual funds to buy can be difficult. And with thousands of funds to choose from, you could end up feeling a bit overwhelmed. But Charles Schwab makes selecting mutual funds easy with our new free Fund Map for Windows. Fund Map helps you choose from well-known funds for your no annual fee IRA or any Schwab account. So, to make selecting mutual funds easy, maybe it's time to come to Schwab.
Look inside today's PCs. You'll find something pretty amazing. The Intel Pentium processor. It gives PC software more life, more action, more energy. So if you want your PC software to really move, make sure your PC has the Intel Pentium processor.
Code 5. This happens hundreds of times a day in the United States. A burglar wants to break into your home. Now you can do your part to help police protect your family from harm with the Door Club. The Door Club is powerful home security. When properly installed, the Door Club holds up to the toughest of burglars, easily withstanding up to 2 tons of force. After dozens of attempts to break into this home, it was the Door Club that kept the door in place. The deadbolt, chain lock, and door jambs were totally destroyed.
I'm Deputy John Boggs. I've broken down many doors in the line of duty, but I never met my match like I did with the Door Club.
Don't rely on the home security products of the past. Where deadbolts and chain locks fail, you need the Door Club home security system from the makers of the Club anti-theft device.
There's one thing that can make watching the NBA playoffs better. Flipping back and forth between games. That's why TNT and TBS bring you playoff double coverage. Twice as many games, twice the intensity. The playoffs begin Thursday, April 27th on TNT and TBS.
Despite the violent reality of the Oklahoma City bombing, a survey says that few Americans feel personally threatened by terrorist activity in the United States. It's a new CNN USA Today Gallup poll of 600 Americans, and it found only 16% of those questioned say that they feel any sense of danger from terrorist acts where they live or work. However, those surveyed are split over whether it's possible that the United States can prevent future attacks. As for those future attacks, 47% say that there is a strong likelihood. 42% say it's somewhat likely, and 8% say it is not likely. And of those polled, 83% said that they have made no changes in their personal lives to avoid terrorism.
President Clinton has promised swift, certain, and severe justice for those responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing.
And with the latest on federal law enforcement efforts to track down the suspects, are CNN's Anthony Collins with an update from the Justice Department. Tony?
Good morning. Justice Department officials say that a Jordanian American who was questioned by the FBI in Virginia last night has been released. They say that he was cooperative and that he is free to go home, but they do not know if that is in fact where he will be going. They say he had indicated earlier a desire to go back to his home in Oklahoma City. He had been detained after the British refused him admittance into London and put him on a plane that came here to Dulles Airport outside Washington last night. Meanwhile, Justice Department officials indicate they are upbeat about the progress of the investigation into the Oklahoma City bombing. Justice Department spokesman Carl Stern said there are some extremely promising leads that are being pursued. He said that so far some 1,600 phone calls have been made to an FBI hotline. That number was set up in order to receive information from the public about 2 suspects that the FBI is trying to find. Spokesman Stern said that a lot of names have been provided by callers, and the FBI is checking them out to try to get an identity on the 2 suspects. They are believed to have rented a truck that was used in the bombing. Attorney General Janet Reno has offered a reward of up to $2 million for information leading to the arrests of the suspects, and she has also issued a caution to the public.
I think it's important for all Americans to take reasonable precautions to continue to lead their lives. We will work with everyone concerned to try to take reasonable steps as we have in these last days. But when we face something like this, we must face it as a nation, supporting the victims and their families, and learn from this experience what we can do consistent with our Constitution to ensure the protection of our people.
The Justice Department says that although the FBI may not necessarily be closer to catching the two suspects, it is closer to getting information about their identities and about their activities. Meanwhile, CNN State Department correspondent Steve Hurst reports that overnight cables from U.S. embassies and consulates indicate that there is nothing to indicate an overseas link to the bombing. Anthony Collins, CNN Live at the Justice Department.
Thank you, Tony. And joining us to discuss some of the latest developments in the search for those behind Wednesday's bombing is Michael Cherkasky. As a member of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, Cherkasky supervised part of the investigation into the World Trade Center bombing. He is now with Kroll and Associates and consults with governments on security matters. Mr. Cherkasky joins us today from our New York bureau. Mr. Cherkasky, the fact that the FBI is looking for two white males so soon after the bombing, are you surprised that they have a description of their suspects already?
No, I'm not, Joe. I think you have to understand the process of what's going on in one of these mega investigations. We're going to have a lot of ups and downs in this. They have just put together a really massive team. This team is sorting through literally thousands of pieces of information. And it's good news that they very quickly identified the vehicle with the VIN number in the World Trade Center bombing. That took us a lot longer. It's good news that they, in fact, understand who rented that vehicle. So we have a number of very hard facts. But the sifting and sorting that's going on is going to go on, I would suspect, for days, if not weeks.
Now, the FBI has been designated the lead agency in this investigation, but how difficult is it to coordinate all of the federal, state, and local agencies involved?
Well, the good news is good news, bad news is we've had some experience in this country with doing that. The lead agency, the FBI, has practiced being involved in joint terrorist task force type of operations. They know how to coordinate those operations. They've done it with ATF and state and local authorities before. I don't expect there's going to be any kind of problem doing that. We know we have some real leaders at the FBI in these terrorist task force groups. They're going to put this team together very, very quickly. And again, we've seen excellent results so far.
Now, from what you've seen so far, what parallels can you draw to your experience as a World Trade Center investigator?
Again, first thing, it's happening more quickly than the investigation of the World Trade Center occurred. We have harder facts earlier. I think we've learned something from 2 years ago. We understand better about the nature of the bomb, the kind of low-tech bomb that was used in World Trade Center and apparently was used in Oklahoma City. We had an advantage of that. We understood that, in fact, it was very likely that it would be a rental vehicle, and quickly got a break and got the VIN number, the vehicle identification number, off that axle, so that we have some parallels that have helped us move forward quickly. Having said that, again, this is going to be a sifting process, sifting wheat from the chaff, and it is not close to being over. And I certainly understand why the President and the Attorney General are saying we're in a process here, and let us do our job.
Mm-hmm. Now, there were a host of suspects arrested in connection with the World Trade Center bombing. Is it conceivable that only 2 people could have been responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing?
I think it's very unlikely that even though this is again, it's been described as a low-tech type of bomb, that only means that the ingredients were readily available and that you don't have to have a PhD in chemistry to put this together. Having said that, there seems to have been there is some sophistication in chemical reduction that in fact has to be done here. There is some kind of sophistication in how they moved this bomb and got away, the detonation device. I would suspect that it's not just the work of 2 individuals, that there's going to be a greater group. Almost certainly we're going to have some kind of conspiracy, whether it is a Middle Eastern or otherwise. I don't think any of us can say, but certainly that there is the likelihood of a broader-based conspiracy here.
Of course, at this early stage, it is all speculation as to who may be involved and the reasons behind it. Take us a little bit down the trail that they'll follow and getting to the bottom of this, from identifying the bomb to the source of the materials and the source of the conspiracy.
Well, they will really do two areas of investigation. One is the physical site. They will do everything they can, as they have in the Lockerbie, as they did in the World Trade Center bombing, to reconstruct that bomb blast, to sift out every piece of evidence that they might gain from that site, going down to hand-looking all to try to find that detonator, to try to be able to maybe track that detonator, to track any piece of fiber or material that might have come out of that car that, in fact, could help them identify. Secondly, there are obviously people resources. They're going to be looking to the community and to other people to give them information. Thirdly, they're going to be looking for informant type of information. One of the things that was very significant in the World Trade Center and a number of major investigations has been someone who, in fact, was some kind of participant. Not necessarily the mastermind, probably not. Maybe a peripheral player who, in fact, helped load the truck, gave a room to these people. So some other person who is maybe a tangential factor here will come forward and help us out with this.
And how much will that $2 million reward help in bringing these people forward?
We're offering that. The government is offering that because it has had historically an enormous impact. The mastermind of the World Trade Center, who is still subject to trial, escaped the first net and was only ultimately captured because of the substantial reward that was offered, and that's how he was in fact captured. So we think that besides the obvious good patriotic American who's going to come forward, that in fact there will be other people who might otherwise have been too afraid to come forward, who because of the money will step up to the plate.
World Trade Center investigator Michael Cherkasky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Donna?
And just ahead, we will bring you some other news.
Along with the latest from Oklahoma City. Stay with us.
For 15 years, we've taken good care of each other.
We sure have.
And to take better care of our health, we've started drinking Ensure.
More than a vitamin supplement, Ensure is a delicious drink with all the nutrients adults need to help stay healthy, active, be energetic.
Drink Ensure as a meal.
Or in between meals.
Ensure is even recommended #1 by doctors as a source of complete balanced nutrition.
Ensure. To your health, honey.
To our health.
And now there's new Ensure High Protein, low in saturated fat.
Do you know what Hitachi makes? Ready? Go. Does Hitachi make camcorders,
yes,
barcode readers,
yes,
hydroelectric power equipment,
yes,
clown noses,
no,
power tools,
yes,
TVs,
yes,
MRI systems,
yes,
beanies,
no,
oscilloscopes,
yes,
micromotors,
yes,
mass transit trains,
yes,
tongue depressors,
no,
PBX phone systems,
yes,
catnip,
no,
semiconductors,
yes,
lots of products,
lots,
over 20,000. Yeah, but who's counting?
Windmere. Safe your hair, safe style. So curl it or swirl it with Jumbo Curl by Windmere. Go on, style it with Multi-Temp. You control the heat, so turn it up. From a cool blast to a hot 1,600 watts for every type, every style, every texture. With Multi-Temp by Windmere.
Hi, I'm Jim Palmer. Did you think the refinancing opportunity was over? Well, for a limited time, you can still refinance your home at today's rate of 7.95%. This 7.95 adjustable rate is available here at the Money Store, even if your credit is less than perfect. This special rate will be available as long as possible, but call now as this initial rate may change if rates go up. So to refinance at 7.95%, call the Money Store at 1-800-LOAN-YES.
You know what I hate? Pain. That's why I love Aspercreme. And now I love Aspercreme even more. You know why? It's got aloe to soothe my skin. When I get minor muscle aches, I just rub an Aspercreme right where it hurts. I get fast relief and it lasts for hours. Lucky for me, Aspercream is odor-free. You think I want to smell like a medicine chest? Hey, next time you have pain, try Aspercream with aloe. Why live with pain? You're going to love it. Aspercream does not contain aspirin.
Welcome back to our CNN Morning News, about 25 minutes after the hour. Another Democratic senator is planning to retire. An associate says that Senator David Pryor of Arkansas will not seek a fourth term. Pryor suffered a heart attack, you might remember, 4 years ago and underwent heart bypass surgery in November of 1992. The associate says that Senator Pryor is scheduled to announce his decision tomorrow. Pryor would become the 5th Democratic senator not seeking re-election in 1996. Officials in the Philippines say that they have uncovered a terrorist plot to crash a plane filled with explosives into the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency. A Philippines cabinet secretary says the information came from a computer and software confiscated during a January raid on a suspected terrorist safe house in Manila. Officials believe the house was the hideout of Ramzi Youssef, a key suspect in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing in New York. Youssef evaded capture at the time, but was later arrested in Pakistan and returned to the United States. The computer diskette also said to contain information on a plot to kill the Pope and plans to bomb several U.S. airliners.
The O.J. Simpson trial resumes today with a rookie police technician scheduled to face more cross-examination.
Meanwhile, the fate of another juror is in doubt. CNN's Sean Calebs joins us with a live update from Los Angeles. Sean?
Don and Joe, good morning. There is news from inside and outside the courtroom. The testimony of L.A. police criminalist Andrea Mazzola is being overshadowed by the continuing turmoil among members of the jury. One is asking to be relieved of jury duty. She's still on the panel, but some members of the sheriff's deputies watching over the jurors suddenly find themselves with new assignments.
Do not allow anybody.
Another juror once off the Simpson case. The 25-year-old African-American woman asked Judge Ito to be removed, saying, "I can't take it anymore." At the same time, 3 deputies assigned to the jury have been removed at Judge Ito's request. Earlier, former juror Jeanette Harris complained that there was racial discord on the panel, and she says some deputies contributed to the problem.
I think it was a wise decision. Shows what I've always thought, that he's concerned about the jury, and he saw a problem, and he tried to move on it.
Rookie criminalist Andrea Mazzola spent the day on the stand, with prosecutors and the defense focusing on what she did and didn't do during the investigation. Prosecutors got Mazzola to counter a claim by Simpson attorneys that she handled blood-stained evidence without wearing gloves.
I wouldn't hand anybody anything bloody. They were not wearing gloves.
But is it for health reasons or
personal protection? Right.
Simpson's legal team has portrayed authorities at the crime scene as bungling investigators. Mazzola showed how she carefully collected the knit cap and bloody glove outside Nicole Brown Simpson's condominium.
And you want to pick up the glove in a secure grip, and but touching as small an area as possible.
She denies a defense contention that evidence was cross-contaminated.
The hat and the glove at Bundy were touching each other. They were not in 2 completely separate areas. They were in physical contact with each other.
Prosecutors carefully quizzed Mazzola. As part of a preemptive strike, they pointed out Mazzola is a rookie technician with little law enforcement experience.
Hank Goldberg's direct examination of Andrea Mazzola was very brief. He wanted Mazzola to describe how the blood was collected to show that it was done in an appropriate manner.
The defense put Mazzola on the defensive, implying that Mazzola and criminalist Dennis Fung conspired to make their testimony match.
Do you agree, ma'am, that his recollection of who collected which items at Rockingham and Bundy in that meeting were different and contradicted your testimony at August 23rd?
I don't know. We talked about who collected what because it seemed like it was going to be a big deal rather than us working as a team.
Peter Neufeld will resume his cross-examination of Mazzola Friday. Meanwhile, Simpson friend and attorney Robert Kardashian is fighting the prosecution's efforts to put him on the stand.
And Kardashian's attorneys have filed another motion branding the prosecution's attempt to make him a witness a blatant tactical move which would violate attorney-client privilege. The motion also accuses prosecutors of misrepresenting the facts of the case. We'll have another update on the O.J. Simpson trial next hour. And this evening, CNN presents a 30-minute special recapping the day's events.
Join us for that at 7 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm Sean Caleb's in Los Angeles. Now more morning news with Joe and Donna in Atlanta.
Thank you, Sean. And there is still more ahead on CNN Morning News.
Yes, we have a financial news update just ahead for you, and we will have more on the Oklahoma City bombing in just a couple of minutes.
And you can go online to discuss this still unfolding story and exchange information. Viewers with CompuServe can go CNN Forum for conferences and messages on the Oklahoma City bombing. Stay with us.
Today on Talkback Live, in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, people wonder, could it happen again? Tell us on Talkback Live, 1 Eastern on CNN.
They were robbed. No. Robbed.
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the cooling authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the weather maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs.
Other one? Busted.
Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
In Metro New Orleans, the AC Ambulance. And on these things, the classic cool.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
Once a year, Cadillac, America's best-selling luxury car, offers a limited edition sedan DeVille. The new Spring Edition DeVille features special gold ornamentation, ultra-chrome wheels, canyonwood trim, and a leather-appointed interior. That's over $2,400 worth of options at no extra charge. This special offer is only available this spring and won't be repeated. The Spring Edition DeVille, now at your coastal Cadillac dealers.
Chevy said sell them now. Every vehicle at Levis Chevy Geo goes for $199 down. $199 down buys any Cavalier, Luna, Monte Carlo, Capri, even a huge choice of Camaro. All colors, all option levels. $199 down buys truck, full-size and full-size extra cab. S-Series and S-Series extra cab. $199 down buys Geo. Used cars and program cars. Call the 24-hour credit hotline. 643-2638.
But it all ends May 1st. Levis Chevy Geo I-10 Slidell.
This is CNN.
I'm Bill Hardley at the CNN Business News Desk in New York. Stocks on Wall Street resuming their climb this morning. Right now, the Dow Industrials are up more than 21 points. That, of course, puts them well into record territory at 42.51 3/4. Dow yesterday closed at its 18th record high, working on its 19th now. Broader and secondary market indices all up as well. Dollar slipping from the gains it made the past 2 days. Next week, finance ministers from the group of 7 industrialized nations will meet to discuss the state of the dollar. Right now, the dollar is down slightly against the Japanese yen. It's off a half penny on the German mark, but it is up a half a cent against the British pound. Bond prices slightly lower at this hour. Right now, the Treasury's 30-year bond down 3/32 of a point in price. The yield at 7.34%. Shares of Bruno's up by 2 3/4 at $12. Kohlberg Kravis Roberts agreeing to buy the supermarket chain for about $1 billion or $12.50 a share. Bruno's operates 254 stores in the South. Its chains include Piggly Wiggly and Food World. The devastating bombing in Oklahoma is making America question its own security, and the stocks of some security companies have been rising since Wednesday's bombing. Thermetics is a company that makes devices to detect bombs. Its stock is up 9% in 2 days. Wackenhut, the nation's 3rd largest security company, up by 20%. And American Science and Engineering, it makes X-ray inspection systems, also up. It is up by 15%. That's the latest in business news. I'm Bill Hartley in New York. Our coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City continues right after this.
A company most people never heard of is changing the way we fight cancer and kidney failure. By inducing the body to produce blood cells, chemotherapy and anemia patients are gaining new strength. Help
helping to grow blood cells helped Amgen become the world's largest independent biotech company. Where do you find companies with such pioneering spirit? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
Some people believe the world is getting smaller. At United Van Lines, we believe the world is still the same size. We've just helped to make it easier to get around. Let United show you how making a move to another country is a lot like making a move to another block. The same quality service that helped make us America's #1 mover has also made us one of the world's leading movers with over 1,000 agents worldwide. United Van Lines. Quality moves around the world.
Whether it's fair or not, every day people judge you by the words you use. When you speak well, you command respect. You move ahead faster. Verbal Advantage audio cassettes are your connection to success. They'll give you the vocabulary you need to maximize your potential. And it's so easy, because with Verbal Advantage, all you do is listen.
For information, call 1-800-999-1991. That's 999-1991.
Senokot laxative tablets work like second nature overnight.
Saturdays on CNN, there's an hour of debate and analysis featuring Washington's most respected observers. The Capitol Gang at 7 Eastern is joined by Wolf Blitzer on Inside Politics Weekend at 7:30. Saturdays on CNN.
Clinton spoke with reporters at the White House just minutes ago regarding the Oklahoma City bombing, and CNN's Carl Rochelle joins us with the latest from the White House. Carl?
Donna, the president is on his way to the Baltimore, Maryland area right at the moment to participate in ceremonies commemorating Earth Day. But before he left, just about a half hour ago, he brought us up to speed with the latest on Oklahoma City.
I was briefed late last evening by the Attorney General on the status of the investigation. And I am well satisfied with the efforts that are being made, the progress that is being made. I would just ask that you and the American people not rush to any conclusions unsupported by known evidence, and that we give the investigators the space they need to do their job. They are working hard. They are moving ahead. The second thing I'd like to say is that Hillary and I have decided to go to Oklahoma City on Sunday to be a part of the memorial service and to be with the families of the victims and the people of Oklahoma City. I think all America will be there in spirit and is there today. And I have determined that I should also declare Sunday a national day of mourning for the victims there, and to ask people in their places of worship and in their homes all across America to pray for the people there and for the community. The final thing I'd like to say is just a brief message to the children of this country. I have been very concerned with how the children in Oklahoma City, and indeed the children throughout America, must be reacting to a horror of this magnitude. And my message to the children is that this was an evil thing, and the people who did it were terribly, horribly wrong. We will catch them and we will punish them. But the children of America need to know that almost all the adults in this country are good people who love their children and love other children. And we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. I don't want our children to believe something terrible about life and the future and grown-ups in general because of this awful thing. Most adults are good people who want to protect our children and their childhood, and we are going to get through this. Thank you.
Do you know of any progress in the investigation?
You know, I'm not going to comment. I'm letting the Justice Department announce progress. I don't think that it's appropriate for me to say anything, except I can tell you that I know what they've done, and the American people would be very pleased and very impressed by the work they are doing. But this is a big issue, and we don't want to undermine their ability to work by anything that is said or by jumping to unwarranted conclusions.
The bombing is drawing a great deal of the focus of the president's attention. We are told that his radio address tomorrow will be directed in the direction of the Oklahoma City bombing. He will be joined in that address by Mrs. Clinton, and they say there will be a special message for young people. I'm Carl Rochelle, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Thank you, Carl. It has been just over 48 hours since the bomb exploded in front of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. CNN's Gary Tuckman is standing by near the scene of the devastation and joins us now with more. Gary?
Joe, the search continues for anyone who could have survived this bombing, as well as survived 48 hours buried under rubble. It is the top priority here in Oklahoma City right now, finding any possible survivors. It's been a while since the survivor was found. Wednesday night, a 15-year-old girl was located in the rubble of this federal building. She was pulled out, brought to the hospital where she's in critical condition, and there was a lot of excitement in that time that perhaps more people would be found alive, but it hasn't happened. All day Thursday, nobody was found, and today nobody's been found so far, but they are certainly not giving up at this point. The death toll right now is officially at 52, but that is artificially low. It is a fraction of what the final death toll will be, because that is only people who have been brought to the morgue. There are scores of bodies, by all accounts, still lying inside the federal building, at least 75, perhaps more. A total of 140 to 150 people are still unaccounted for, so that death toll will rise significantly, perhaps today. More than 400 people were wounded during the bombing. Some of the people wounded were not even in the building. They were outside the building. We talked with one woman who was in an office building across the street. Glass and plaster became embedded in the side of her face when the bomb went off. She now has over 200 stitches. And CNN's Bernard Shaw talked with her earlier.
Word has spread very quickly that 2 identified suspects have been released to the public. There's a search on for these men. When you heard that the United States authorities here with the Oklahoma City authorities had come up with 2 suspects, what did you think? What were you feeling?
I was impressed. I think they've worked really hard to try to come up with the leads and follow up everything and just try to coordinate and figure out what exactly has happened.
How did you come to get more than 200 stitches?
Well, it's a combination. Our building was just across the street, and I was standing with my back to the window that happens to me in my office, and all of a sudden we just heard a boom, and our entire office just crashed around us. Not only did the windows blow out, but also the ceilings and the walls. Just plaster fell and caved in, and was thrown to the ground, and just was buried there for a moment.
Did you have any thoughts about whether you would survive what was happening to you at that instant?
No, my whole thought was just get up and get out. And I did. I was able to do that.
Were your coworkers as fortunate?
Yes, and in fact, of the people in my specific office, I'm actually the one that's hurt the worst.
When you came out of the building, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was just shocked because the ambulances and the fire trucks were already there. I mean, this was minutes after all of this had happened, and a lot of people were standing around on the street waiting, and there were people who were walking around, obviously, who were bleeding, and so I went over where the ambulances were because I knew I was bleeding and needed to get some help.
While you were trying to get help, what was going through your mind? I know that there was a rush of time. Seconds were just passing by.
I think I just couldn't believe it. I mean, for me, I just wanted to get out of the building and make sure I got out of the building. And so, quite frankly, at that point, I just wasn't feeling really much of anything except knowing that I needed to get some help and try to get to the medics and get going.
The scene here in Oklahoma City could best be described as surreal. You have a building behind me that looks like the bombed-out U.S. Embassy in Beirut in 1983, or the Colombian police headquarters in Bogota in 1989 after bombings in both those places. You have a downtown, and if you've ever been to beautiful Oklahoma City, you'll know that is a really nice downtown area, but it's a ghost town right now. They've told people to stay away. After the last 2 days, you haven't seen any traffic on these downtown streets. They just need the people to stay away to continue their search efforts. And this Sunday has been declared a national day of mourning. They will have a prayer service here in Oklahoma City for the victims, and President Clinton will be coming in from Washington for it. This is Gary Tuckman, CNN Live in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Gary. It is 16 minutes before the top of the second hour of CNN Morning News.
And we continue on after a quick break. Don't go away.
Embassy Suites twice the hotel? First, you get a suite with 2 big rooms. Evening beverages are on the house, not on the bill. And our cook-to-order breakfast is free of charge. Obviously, this isn't your typical hotel. It's twice the room, twice the comfort, and twice the value. And it's only at Embassy Suites. Twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
So, what does happen to all that money you overpay for car insurance? Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. 10,000 responsible drivers switch their car insurance to Geico every week. But there's always room for one more. Geico, a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
In Asia, in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Clothes with an edge of masculinity. That's the aim from Paris designer Marcel Naranjou. From beachwear to evening wear, his spring collection makes a statement. On Style with Elsa Clench, 10:30 Eastern on CNN.
The horror of the Oklahoma City bombing has spurred a move in Congress for counterterrorism legislation, and one proposed bill has begun to work its way through the legislative process.
Senior Washington correspondent Charles Bierbauer examines the policy and the politics involved.
Terrorism is crime enough, but such acts committed inside the U.S. would become federal crimes under proposed counterterrorist legislation. That would create stiffer penalties for murder, maiming, assault, destruction of property, all of which happened in Oklahoma City.
There's no doubt that with the Oklahoma City event, there's an urgency that wasn't present before.
The bombers of the World Trade Center were tried under laws dealing with assault and explosives. The new bill would extend the death penalty to the use of mass weapons like the Oklahoma bomb, though it may prove fruitless in curbing the availability of the simple materials to build one. It would control fundraising, making contributions to terrorist organizations illegal. It would make it easier to deport alien terrorists. Some in Congress say they should never get into the U.S.
Membership in a terrorist organization is not disqualifying. Forgive me, but that's goofy. I think if somebody is a member of a terrorist organization, they ought not be granted a visa, and that law has to be tightened up and changed.
Hyde would toughen the original bill proposed by President Clinton. Life, he says, has changed.
When I first came to Washington, tourists just roamed the place at will, and it was wonderful. Now you get frisked, you have to go through metal detectors, there are blocks in the road.
Earlier this year, Senate Intelligence Committee members and FBI officials discussed the spread of terrorist cells across the country, Virginia, Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, but not any specific threat.
There is nothing to my knowledge which would have given a warning as to Oklahoma City. I think it may be that in picking Oklahoma City, there is a marker down that even the least likely places are at risk in America.
Senator Specter, a Republican presidential candidate, also charges that President Clinton has dealt too little in foreign policy. As a result, Specter says terrorism is now a major political issue. Charles Beerbauer, CNN, Washington.
And CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing continues when our morning news returns.
When we come back, we'll look at one way Oklahoma City is seeking to heal Wednesday's wounds.
Bladder control protection, Poise pads from Depend are small, like the leading Maxi pads, but they absorb 50% more and lock liquid in so you get the right size, right protection. Poise pads and new Poise guards give you the freedom to be yourself. Go ahead.
Kellogg's Raisin Bran tastes so good, people forget it's good for them. So while you're eating, I'll read about the nutrition, and then you can give me your thoughts, okay?
Okay.
Here we go. Wheat bran, vitamin D,
this tastes
fiber,
good.
iron.
Really good.
Okay, listen up here. Listen
I
up
really
here.
love this stuff.
The
raisins and the bran together.
Keep listening. Vitamin D. Nobody's listening.
There are two reasons to eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. The taste.
I think I hit a raisin.
Does it say anything about nutrition?
Or you can put in Schleg locks. The Doberman of locks.
Windmere makes your hair stay styled. So curl it or swirl it with Jumbo Curl by Windmere. Go on, style it with Multi-Temp. Get salon results at home with Gentle Air by Windmere. You control the heat for every type, every style, every texture. With Gentle Air by Windmere.
Good morning, I'm Joey Chad.
And I'm Ralph Windy.
Start your weekend with the latest news and information, live interviews, and your phone calls.
Caller, you're on.
Everything you need to make the most of your Saturday morning, 7 to 10 Eastern on CNN.
Victims of the Oklahoma bomb blast were remembered last night at several prayer services. Hundreds of friends and relatives attended, looking for comfort and answers to the tragedy.
But those who gathered to mourn were asked to remember the lives of their loved ones, not their deaths.
In my Jewish tradition, we arrive at prayer first through study. We will confront and vanquish the angel of death with the weapon that is ours to use decisively if we choose. We will confront the angel of death with life.
Hear every
spoken by our lips. Hearest thou also the silent moan from within us as we share the common grief and agony of having lost loved ones so unfairly.
I want to say thank you to you who have come to support the families that are so devastated, so stricken, as are we all in this community of Oklahoma City. We come together because we need one another. John Donne said so long ago, no man is an island, no man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me, and each man's grief is mine own. We need one another.
Some new information on the Oklahoma City bombing. For that, let's go to Washington and senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Joe, sources tell CNN that the law enforcement authorities now believe they know the identities of the two suspects. There have been some conflicting reports whether there's one set of IDs for the two suspects who were announced yesterday or there are two sets, but they do believe they know who these two individuals are. One suggestion, one report is that they may be AWOL from the U.S. Army. A very good source tells me that the law enforcement authorities are closing in on an area where they believe these two suspects are now located. We are closing the net, one of these sources does say. At the same time, other U.S. government sources tell CNN that the law enforcement authorities are moving away from the theory that there might have been some sort of Middle East connection to the bombing in Oklahoma City. As you know, over the past couple days, the prevailing wisdom, the prevailing assumption was that there may have been a Middle East connection. Now they're increasingly moving towards other areas, and there's no conclusive evidence what those other areas are. Everything ranging from white supremacists to Branch Davidians to drug traffickers, all sorts of opportunities, all sorts of possibilities out there. But one of the assumptions is that Islamic fundamentalists do not normally hire white individuals, non-Muslims, to go out and hire rent trucks or do that kind of work. They don't trust them. They don't want to move in and rely on others who are not necessarily of the Muslim faith. We have a few more additional pieces of information involving this incident. We are now told it was a 4,000-pound bomb in that Ryder truck. We are also told it was a 24-foot Ryder truck, which is the largest that they lease. So once again, authorities do tell CNN they believe they have made positive IDs involving these two suspects. We should be getting more of this information during the course of the days. Law enforcement authorities do suggest that they are getting very close to a possible arrest. Joe?
Wolf, the FBI opened up a phone line just yesterday afternoon to get information on this bombing. Did this new lead come from any phone call?
We believe that, yes, that people saw the composite sketches of these two suspects. There were lots of phone calls apparently identifying these two individuals, and yes, the information overnight, over the past 24 hours, is believed to have come from phone calls to this 1-800 number that the FBI did release.
And while they say they are closing in on them, have they given any indication as to how soon they may make an arrest?
They say that things are moving in the right direction. The president, as you know, when he left the White House earlier this morning, was insisting that things were moving in a good direction. He said if the American public knew what he knew about the course of this investigation, they would be very proud. I believe that he was probably referring to the fact that they now believe they have made positive IDs of these two suspects. Again, there are two sets that could be out there, but a very good source does say that the FBI now knows who these two individuals are, and presumably at their briefing, which will be forthcoming, they may in fact release the names.
CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Thank you very much.
And that wraps up our second hour of the CNN Morning News, but we are not through. We have more coming up for you.
Stay with us. We'll continue with our second half hour and more coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing right after this.
Join Mary Tillotson for intelligent talk about today's issues. The Emmy-nominated CNN and Company. Weekdays, 11:30 Eastern.
At your Toyota dealer, money talks. Toyota. Save $2,000 on Toyota Corolla. It's money in the Save $2,000 on Corolla with incentives and extra value package savings. Toyota. Save $2,000 on Corolla at All-Star, Benson, Bone Brothers, and Lakeside. Toyota. Unless you've got money to burn. Get Corolla with more standard equipment than Nissan and a longer warranty than Honda. It's money in the bank. I love what you do for me. Toyota. Chevy said sell them now. Every vehicle at Levis Chevy Geo goes for $199 down. $199 down buys any Cavalier, Lumina, Monte Carlo, Capri, even a huge choice of Camaro. All colors, all option levels. $199 down buys truck, full size and full size extra cab, S-Series and S-Series extra cab. $199 down buys Geo, used cars, and program cars. Call the 24-hour credit hotline, 643-2638. But it all ends May 1st. Levis Chevy Geo, I-10 Slide L.
They were robbed. No. Robbed.
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the cooling authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the weather maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs. Other one? Busted. Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
In Metro New Orleans, the AC Ambulance. And on these things, the classic cool.
Benson Toyota Spring Liftoff sale is on with $5,000 minimum trade. Yes, get $5,000 minimum for your trade-in on any new 95 Toyota Camry and choose from over 70 in stock. Or get $4,000 minimum trade on new 95 Toyota Corollas. That's $4,000 minimum trade-in on any Corolla and choose from over 50 in stock. Or at Benson Toyota, you can lease a new 95 Toyota Tercel for an incredible low $99 a month. Benson Toyota on Veterans between Power and Williams.
Your weekend this Saturday morning, 7 to 10 Eastern on CNN.
One bombing, two searches. The first, an intense manhunt for a pair of suspected bombers.
The second, a slow, exhausting attempt to find anyone who might still be alive in the ruins of the nation's deadliest bombing. Welcome to the last half hour of CNN Morning News. I'm Joe Oliver, in for Leon Harris.
And good morning to you. I'm Donna Kelly. Just minutes ago, CNN's senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer broke some news with us, and let's get the latest from him once again from the White House. Wolf?
Donna, law enforcement authorities now suspect that they know the identities of these two suspects whose composite sketches have been broadcast, have been seen around the world over the past 24 hours. They have not yet arrested anyone to the best of our knowledge, but they say they are moving in a specific area. They are closing the net, according to these sources. One of the sources suggests to us that these two individuals may have been AWOL from the U.S. Army over the past year or so. Information about their identities has been coming in from phone callers to this 1-800 number that the FBI released yesterday. The focus of the investigation is increasingly moving away from some sort of Middle East connection to others, and there are a wide range of other possible motives, and no one is making any hard and fast conclusions yet. One of the sources does suggest that the Middle East connection seems to be becoming a little bit less likely given the modus operandi, if you will, of Islamic fundamentalists. They don't usually hire white Americans to go out and rent a truck. These two suspects could have been hired hands for some other related activity, but at this point, all of that remains on the verge of speculation. One point we did learn, the investigators who brought back a Jordanian American to the United States yesterday for questioning as a possible witness, and he has now been released. There was a report yesterday that there was some suspicious materials in his luggage that was discovered in Rome bomb-making equipment. We are now told by well-informed sources here that that report is not true, that they do not, the FBI and other U.S. law enforcement authorities do not believe that there were any bomb-making devices in the luggage, and that individual, after being thoroughly questioned here in Washington last night, was released. We have been told by well-placed sources that the bomb is now suspected of having been a 4,000-pound bomb placed in a 24-foot Ryder truck that was leased in Kansas on Monday. That's the largest kind of truck that Ryder leases. Donna?
Wolf, if you have this information now, and I know your sources are real good, but if you have this information, does that mean to you that authorities are quite certain that they're very close to getting them?
Yeah, they think that they are closing in. They suspect they know the area where these two suspects
Wolf, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. We have to go to the FBI Newser in Oklahoma City.
Progress. Skin.
Chief went perhaps a little bit too far as updating you on the progress, because today I do not have any specific announcements or developments to discuss with you. I only want to say at this point that we are extremely pleased with the tremendous amount of cooperation that has been given by the host of federal, state, and local agencies that have responded to this scene, and more are responding even as we speak. We are very, very confident that we're going to move rapidly forward with the progress of this investigation and hopefully move to a successful conclusion. With that, let me say that I have a few minutes and we'll open for questions that you might have. Yes, sir.
Are you discounting a drug theory in this case?
The question is, am I discounting a drug theory? No, at this point we are not discounting any theory. There have been many arise, as I've seen, in a speculative nature in terms of media coverage. We have not ruled out any motive or any avenue of investigation at this point.
Mr. Curry, there are reports that you issued a communique saying that you suspected 3 groups, including the Nation of Islam, Islamic Jihad, and remnants of the Great Davidian.
The FBI did not issue any directive like that to my knowledge.
Mr. Kennedy, characterize how valuable the tips or leads coming in have been since the Attorney General announced the reward?
I don't know about in response to the reward, but after the announcement of the establishment of the 800 line yesterday, we have already had in excess of 2,000 telephone calls to that number. Many have produced specific leads for us, which we are currently pursuing. In fact, we would ask the public, if they have trouble getting through on those lines, to be patient and continue to try, because there is a terrific volume of traffic coming into those numbers already. Yes, sir.
Can you confirm reports that the FBI has the names of the 2 suspects and is closing in on them?
The question is, can I confirm that the FBI has the names of 2 suspects and that we are closing in on them? No, sir, I cannot confirm that at this time.
Can you talk about it at all?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us any progress on the explosive side of the investigation? Do you know where the explosives were purchased?
The question is, can I go further on the explosive side of this investigation? Specifically, do we know where the explosives were purchased? At this time, we do not know at the specific location as to where they were purchased. Yes, sir.
The status of the fellow who was taken in London, returned to the United States, is he still a possible witness and described?
The status of the individual who was returned from England, he has returned to the United States. He is being very, very cooperative. He wishes to clear this matter up. He has, again, extended every bit of cooperation possible to the FBI, has been interviewed and discussed with him extensively everything that he might know. At this point, I can only characterize him still as a potential witness. Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that the man who rented the truck is Robert Cling? What the Kansas connection may be?
The question is, can I confirm that the man or person renting the truck was Robert Cling? And what was the remainder of your question, sir?
What is the connection with Kansas?
And what is the connection with Kansas? No, I cannot confirm that at this time. Why there would be a connection with Kansas, I can't answer that question either. Yes, sir.
We're told that there was a surveillance camera in one of the nearby buildings that caught a glimpse of a Ryder truck or some truck believed to have been involved in this just before the bomb restaurant. Can you tell us anything about that?
The Question is that there was a surveillance camera that may have captured something on film. A possible truck with explosives. I can confirm that we have a film which has been sent for analysis. I cannot confirm what's on that film because at this point the film was apparently somewhat damaged, and we are trying to improve the image on that film for analysis, and it has not yet been completed.
Where did the film come from the surveillance cameras from the nearby building?
I don't know the answer to that. It was a nearby building is all I know at this point. Yes?
I'm wondering if some of the officials handling the search and rescue could give us updated numbers this morning and also explain to us the procedures for identifying victims if they've been severely damaged and what.
Yes, be glad to do that. I believe the fire chief is here and ready to do that. Thank you very much.
I think we'd like to talk to you some more.
All right, let me give 2 more questions in. Yes, sir.
Detail us more about the bomb in more detail, the specific size of the bomb and where the bomb was purchased possibly.
The question is, can I tell more about the bomb, where it was purchased, size of it, etc.? No, sir, at this time I cannot. We are still doing extensive forensic analysis of the materials pulled from the scene for determination as to what specific types of accelerants, explosive materials, and what have you were involved. That has not been completed. Those types of examinations are ongoing as we speak. Yes, sir?
Several thousand pounds or half a ton? What's the dimension?
Several thousand pounds at this point is all I know. Yes?
Have been able to track backwards the 2 suspects or from the time of the rental, so back as to the whereabouts and actions before that. Are there more suspects in addition to these 2? Maybe look for?
No, I could not comment any further on that. Thank you very much. Chief?
We're still currently at 57 as the confirmed count coming out of the building. I believe you got that number earlier this morning. There was a question over here about the body confirmations and some of that. One of the things that is hard to do is there are body parts coming out of that building that when they get to the morgue, if they're not able to tag them to a body that's already in there, they may conclude that's another victim until later on. If they're able to make that identification, then they're able to put that back together. But right now, the confirmed number is still 57, and we're still doing the search.
On that identification, I know you've been bringing in dental records for adults, but with so many small children as victims, you probably don't have dental records. What other procedures are you using at this point? How successful have they been?
That's being handled by the state medical examiner, and I really don't have information on the specifics of how they're doing that at this time. Yes.
Chief, we understand this morning from some media reports that perhaps the workers in there have found a spot where a number of bodies are all together. Can you confirm that for us and tell us if today's activities will involve extricating those bodies?
Yes, they certainly will. I think the confusion earlier was a report that came out of a combined statement from one of my people. He reported that the count at that time was 50, which was correct. He also talked about pockets that they had already identified that they were able to see fatalities in. At some point, I think those 2 communiques from my people was combined into a pocket that had 50 in it, and that's not true. We're not pulling any numbers out of any of those pockets that we're identifying right now for just that purpose, the confusion part of it. Yes, we have gone into voids, or I should say we've gone into them. We've been able to get material out of the way so we have visual sight into voids that we have confirmed fatalities in. We still are not able to actually tunnel into those voids and get numbers, but that will be the ongoing process. I'll repeat once again, we're only going to confirm and give you numbers based on what we extract from the building and not what we think is in any one area or a total in the building at that point. Yes?
Are you still holding out hope that there may be survivors in that building?
We'll hold out hope until the day we move off of the building.
But are you even after, as far as moving, there are vehicles now that are moving greater amounts of debris out of the way. You have to make it more rapid, and they're now being shorted out.
That's true. That's true. We have basically not finished, but we have pulled off of the floors 3 and above. We've done what we think is what we can do at this point in those areas and gotten all of those out in the upper floors that are visible. We're now concentrating on the rubble area from 3 down all the way through the basement and garage area. That will be ongoing at this point, and we're certainly into the slow part of the building right now. And yes, we have heavy equipment that's lifting large parts of that building off now. You need to understand that with a 9-story building, the first layers that we started to remove last night are actually the roof and the 9th floor. We have to work down through that till you get down into those lower floors. There's been a lot of questions this morning about the daycare center. If that was on the 2nd floor, then we have 9 floors of rubble on top of it. So it's going to take a long process, but that's where they're moving now. We have 3 specific areas that the plan of attack this morning is going to center on. One is the rubble in the front part of the building. The other 2 are interior basement areas with some collapse inside of those. That's the 3 areas of concentration this morning. We also have a concern, too, you may hear later on in the day, about the possibility that people have been pulled off of the rubble pile temporarily. The weather report indicates that our normal Oklahoma winds are going to move in today from a straight northerly direction, which is blowing straight into the building. That's going to cause debris from the upper floors to come down. And, of course, the concern for the safety of our people will be paramount in this, and we may have to, from time to time, either delay or suspend those operations.
Yes, sir. Yesterday you were 75%. Are you nearing 100% of viewing the entire area?
Oh, no. You got to realize this rubble in the pancake areas, we're doing small voids at a time. When we clear a part of that rubble, may give us some visual into just a small portion of it. We do what we can there and then move on to the next part. So like I said earlier, 3rd floor and above, we have some confidence level that we've got those cleared, but now we're into the long process of the collapse itself. Yes.
Timetable in which you are going to call officers in which you don't believe anybody will be alive? And secondly, what process do you have for informing the families about when you identify somebody?
The informing of the families and identification and the official notification is coming out of an effort between the medical examiner and some other agencies. That's outside of our realm in the rescue efforts at this point. When we pull off the rescue efforts will be the day that the urban search and rescue teams and I, as the Oklahoma City Fire Department, determine we've gone through as much of that building as we can possibly go through. Right now, I can't give you a day that will happen, but certainly in the next week sometime.
Chief, what's the latest progress on people who have called in to tell you that they were in the building and they're okay?
We gave out a number yesterday of over 700. I don't know if that number has increased. I'm sure it possibly has at this point. I haven't been given that number yet.
On the count, how many persons remain on the count?
Well, I believe there was a 150-something number put out yesterday. Again, the accountability and the numbers are being done outside of my arena because we handle that to the people that are actually confirm the bodies and the identifications. So I can't give you an unaccounted for in the building at this point. Yes?
Keating was on television this morning talking about the pocket of 50 fatalities. Was he informed by your people?
I think I covered that earlier, I believe. It was a miscommunication out of some of our people that 2 comments were put together. We had 50 confirmed at that time. We also explained to the governor that we had pockets that we did have other fatalities in. And the miscommunication from my people was that those 2 comments were combined and there was a pocket of 50. That is not true.
We have some questions, Governor Keating. Governor, could you address the President's visit on Sunday?
Yes, at 3 o'clock on Sunday, we are having here in Oklahoma City a prayer service at the Oklahoma City Fairgrounds. The presiding evangelist will be Reverend Billy Graham. There will be other evangelists, including Dr. Carlton Turner from Tulsa, the Catholic Archbishop of Oklahoma City, Eusebius Beltran, and others who will be included in on that program. The President is expected to be here at 3 o'clock. Other federal officials or senior members of the administration may well attend, but I do not have that information as yet. All of the details are being worked out.
So security problems associated now with the arrival of the President expected at the fairgrounds arena? suggestion when they should try and arrive and that type of...
Well, that information obviously will be provided as quickly as it can be obtained. The reason the fairgrounds was selected as a site is that it is a large facility considerably away from the downtown area, and that we will be in a position to provide an opportunity for Oklahomans and visitors to participate with us in this healing and prayer process. I might have Mayor Norick just mention a couple words about the site itself, that I'm sure that the security will be taken care of, and there'll be sufficient room for all who wish to participate. But I don't have any other specifics at this time, but it will be provided you as quickly as we can obtain it.
Governor, do you get the sense that the government may be close to wrapping this up, bringing those who perpetrated this crime?
Well, I've said all along that was not my first order of worry, that my first order of worry was to help coordinate the state response and help find survivors. And I am still, as I know the chief is and others, the mayor, cautiously optimistic that we will find survivors. That is our first priority. I indicated with some historic commitment as a former FBI agent that I was absolutely confident that the superb team that President Clinton has provided us, the ATF and FBI expertise we have not only in this state but also the individuals who come to Oklahoma, those who are working nationally and internationally, if need be, are sufficient to provide us a successful resolution. I am very optimistic that Mr. Kennedy's troops are the best in the world, and we will find out who did it, and those people will not be permitted to walk the face of the earth again if I have anything to do with it. Yes, sir. Well, this is something Mr. Witt might want to respond to if James Lee would step forward. Let me say this as the governor. I am very sensitive to the need to provide speedy notification to the families of the victims. I'm also sensitive to the fact that under state law, and obviously because we have a criminal act, there will be medical procedures performed before those victims can be returned to their families. Obviously, the identification process is a laborious one and one that will take some time. But let me ask Mr. Witt to address that issue, if I may, because I am very grateful, by the way, for FEMA's assistance. We have blended together a state and federal response that is first-rate, and I want to again express my appreciation to the President for what he's done, and my appreciation to the fire departments of the United States, the police departments all over America. Every chance I get when I visit the site and I go around the perimeter, every out-of-state firefighter, matter of fact, every in-state firefighter and police officer I can find, I thank them on behalf of the people of Oklahoma for their generosity of their time and their goodwill and their charity, and we're very grateful. So let me have Mr. Witt discuss the notification and the assistance of FEMA.
Tom Fairweather, the State Director of the Emergency Management for Oklahoma, put in a request for a public health service team to come in to help and support the State Medical Examiner's Office so we can expedite everything as fast as possible for the victims of this disaster and their families. They will be working with the State Medical Examiner and their team in trying to make that happen. They also put in a request for a portable x-ray machine, which has already arrived, so it will also help expedite that. So that is in place, and we're working very hard, and the team is, yes.
Difficulties in identifying the young victims that don't have dental records?
No, I don't. I'm not close enough to that to do that, and would refer that to the State Medical Examiner. Yes.
Damages in the downtown area. How many people were left homeless? How many people have to make it work?
We haven't been able to do that because it still is a crime scene, and that's what makes this disaster a little bit different than a natural disaster. SBA is here working with us, and as soon as the state and their team and our teams will be able to get into those areas to do a preliminary damage assessment. We will be doing that as soon as it is released as a crime scene.
Any estimate on what that may be?
No, it's premature to give that estimate. We also will be setting up today, this afternoon, the disaster field office. Buddy Young, our regional director, is here and has been here ever since day one. Dale Greer will be the federal coordinating officer in charge of this. The reason we're setting this up is administrative type functions to be able to support the financial side with the state and the city and our people.
Are you using those X-rays for forensic reasons, or are you using them for strictly medical reasons?
I don't know. They're using it to X-ray the people that have been brought into the morgue, and I'm not. We just fill the request. I'm not in on that part of it.
Rick?
Yes.
We've had some reports about the Liver Fire Department search. Have you had a survey yet of the liver bank damage?
Okay, Tom says the estimate on that is 75 buildings.
How many of those have to be provided care?
I don't know, the structural part of it is a little bit early to say because we can't get in and really look at that, but we will be as soon as they release it as a crime scene. Okay, anybody have any more questions?
I couldn't hear his question, but it's 75 buildings.
75 buildings damaged in that area, yes. That is an estimate. I don't have that figure.
How large an area has been blocked off now that people can get into and start working in the buildings?
Police chief, is he? They had to leave. We'll try to get that figure for you. And
do you have a square block of the 75 buildings?
I do not have it at this time. It's because we haven't had a chance to get our teams in to do a visual of everything yet, but we will be doing that as soon as it's released as a crime scene.
Has electricity and water been installed all this the area?
I'm not sure. Let me say this. On behalf of all those people that's been working at the crime scene and around the building, it is a very difficult task because it is a crime scene, and with the building being very unstable in areas, it's been very difficult. The local law enforcement and all of them have done a fantastic job, and everybody has worked so close as a partner, and the governor and Tom and the fire chief and the mayor and everybody. It's just been a tremendous united effort, and I can't say enough good things about what they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Next scheduled press conference is 9 a.m.
James Lee Witt, the FEMA director, estimating that 75 buildings in the area have been damaged. The fire chief, Gary Marr, saying that the official count of dead still stands at 57, and he said that they will hold out hope until the day we move off that building that there are survivors. Governor Keating talking about the 3 p.m. local time prayer service scheduled for Sunday. The President and First Lady will attend, and he said he said he was very confident in the folks doing the investigation. The governor said those people will not be able to walk the face of the earth again if I have anything to do about it. Weldon Kennedy, the FBI agent in charge, said that he was extremely pleased, had tremendous cooperation, and confident that they were moving rapidly forward to a successful conclusion to this. We'll keep you posted.
And that does it for this Friday edition of CNN Morning News. Stay with CNN for CNN and Company with Judy Woodruff, which is devoted entirely to the bombing in Oklahoma City. I'm Joe Oliver.
I'm Donna Kelly. We'll see you soon.
LAPD Chief Willie Williams on tonight's Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, only on CNN.
At your Toyota dealer, money talks. Toyota. Save $3,000 on full-size pickups. It's money in the money. Save on T100 extra cabs and Tacoma 4x4s right now. Toyota. Save $3,000 on T100 at Bone Brothers, Lakeside, All-Star, and Benson. Toyota. Unless you've got money to burn. Save $3,000 on T100, whose V6 outperforms Ford and Chevy's V8. It's money in the money. I know what you do for me.
Toyota Spring Liftoff sale is on with $5,000 minimum trade. Yes, get $5,000 minimum for your trade-in on any new 95 Toyota Camry and choose from over 70 in stock. Or get $4,000 minimum trade on new 95 Toyota Corollas. That's $4,000 minimum trade-in on any Corolla and choose from over 50 in stock. Or at Benson Toyota, you can lease a new 95 Toyota Tercel for an incredible low $99 a month. Benson Toyota on Veterans between Power and Williams. They were robbed.
No.
Robbed.
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the cooling authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the Weather Maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs.
Other one?
Busted. Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
On the East Bank, see Jay's Heating and AC or Peppo Brothers Incorporated.
You can always find what you need in the Times-Picayune Classifieds. Now you can find hard cash, too. Real money. So hot to it. Every weekday, you could win $1,000 cash in a Times-Picayune Classified game. And there's a chance at that $10,000 grand prize. Play Classified every Monday through Friday in the Times-Picayune. You could fall into some really big bucks.
This is CNN.
I'm John Metaxas at the CNN Business News Desk in New York. Stocks are rallying on Wall Street this morning. Blue chips heading for another possible record after they hit their 18th all-time closing high yesterday. Right now, the Dow Industrials are up 18 points at 42.48. The broader and secondary markets are all higher as well. Shares of Bruno's are up 2 3/4 at 12. Kohlberg Kravis Roberts has agreed to buy the supermarket chain for about $1 billion, or $12.50 a share. Bruno's operates 254 stores in the South. Its other chains include Piggly Wiggly and Food World. The dollar coming under renewed pressure after 2 straight days of gains. Next week, finance ministers from the world's 7 largest industrialized nations will meet to discuss the dollar and what course of action to take to stabilize the currency. Right now, the dollar is down 1/3 of a yen against the Japanese currency, off 3/4 of a pfennig against the German mark, and it is down slightly against the British pound. And that is the latest business news. CNN and Company is up next.
Terrorized. I was absolutely hysterical. I don't think I had any control over my actions yesterday.
Living in the shadow of terrorism. Hello, I'm Judy Woodruff. Welcome to CNN and Company. Mary Tillotson has the week off. It is relatively new to U.S. shores, the sense of danger from unseen enemies. The idea that even babies are not off limits to terroristic-style killers. The car bombing in Oklahoma City is changing America's sense of security. Joining us now in Oklahoma City, CNN's Gary Tuchman with the latest. And Gary, as we throw to you, I want to say that we are waiting to hear some comments from President Clinton, who's about to speak at this moment in Maryland. But Gary, let's hear from you first on what you're finding there.
Well, Judy, it's been exactly a day and a half since the last survivor was pulled out of the rubble here, and not much has happened since then. Not much good, but there are still rescuers inside. There are about 35 at this hour trying to find any possible survivors. There are some reasons why they think there could be survivors. The fact is they've only been able to search 60 to 70% of this federal building across the way because of all the debris and heavy rubble that is down. But the fact is 30% of the building hasn't been explored yet, and there could indeed be people who are still living. The problem is it would be very sad if these people were living for 24 hours and finally perished because they couldn't take it anymore, and that's what troubles so many people here. Another reason people here feel there could be victims alive is because of air pockets and pockets in the bottom of the building. They have dogs and microphones in them. The dogs are trained to sniff people. The microphones are trained to hear people. But these microphones are very special. They can pick up the smallest whisper and make it into a loud sound. The microphones haven't heard anything. The dogs haven't smelled anything. But people here are not giving up. They're also saying they will spend 4 or 5 days looking for victims who may still be alive, if that's what it takes. Judy, back to you.
Thank you, Gary. Well, joining us now in New York, Alice McGillen. She's an international terrorism expert and a security consultant with Kroll Associates. From London, Rosemary Ryder. She's chief editorial writer for The Times of London. And in a few minutes, we will also have joining us Oklahoma's Lieutenant Governor, Mary Fallin, and the Vice Mayor of Oklahoma City, Willa Johnson. They'll be joining us in just a minute. Alice McGillen, let me start with you. Based on what you know from these type investigations, does it appear that they are heading in a promising direction? And you know, the latest reports we're hearing this morning is they seem to be moving more of a domestic focus, a more U.S. focus than an international focus.
That's correct. I think this has been a very fast and very effective investigation, again coming from the leads from the forensic materials that were recovered at the scene, very similar to the types of leads that were picked up at the World Trade Center bombing, where it appears again a VIN number from the van which housed the bomb was recovered at the scene. Because of the nature of these explosive devices, they blow out and many large pieces are able to remain intact, and so therefore comes your clues. But it appears that they are on track, and because of the description of the two white men, everybody is now thinking, well, maybe not Middle East terrorists, but I think it's still very early to tell, to really go in one direction. If you're an investigator here, what you don't want to do is narrow your possibilities. You want to keep them wide open and take the investigation along many different parallel tracks. And by the way, it's not unheard of that there's cross-fertilization between different groups, and it's a possibility that you may have a domestic terrorist group working with an international terrorist group in terms of common issues, commonality.
Well, what do you mean by that? I mean, I'm curious about what that suggests.
Well, I mean, just in terms of a political point of view with anti-Semitism, some of our own domestic terrorist groups are very strongly embedded in the white supremacist view, anti-Semitic view, that joins in theory with Islamic fundamentalism. So, you know, in theory, I don't think you can rule anything out in terms of cross-fertilization of cells or common interests.
And that's right. And until we have some hard evidence, we're not going to be able to do more than speculate at this point.
Correct.
Rosemary Ryder, to you now. Obviously, England is a country, Great Britain is a country that's had far more experience than the United States, unfortunately, with terrorist activity. What's the record of authorities in Great Britain and international authorities, for that matter, in getting the perpetrators of these sort of incidents?
It gets slowly better as experience builds. Of course, what we've had to deal with has been a particular source of terrorism in the IRA. It has taken a great deal of accumulation in the matter not only of databases, computerization has certainly made a lot of things easier, but in terms of learning to coordinate your police and your intelligence sources very much more effectively than you need to, as it were, in peacetime. But I do want to come to one thing, which was, I was very struck by what you said about this bomb having destroyed America's sense of security. And one of the things that you learn as a society is that a terrorist act is not over when the bomb goes off. The terrorist act is only completed and can only be said to be entirely successful if their aim, which is to destroy people's sense of security, is actually achieved.
If people allow that to happen. If people allow that to happen. And the people, let me just stop you there.
If people allow that, yes.
I was just going to say, you bring up the people whose sense of security is most affected by this, are the people in Oklahoma themselves, and we want to take this opportunity to bring in now the Lieutenant Governor of Oklahoma, Mary Fallin. She joins us from Oklahoma City, as does the Vice Mayor of Oklahoma City, Willa Johnson. Lieutenant Governor Fallin, what are people feeling at this point? Are they feeling that they have been completely betrayed with what was before this a complete sense of security?
I think they feel completely violated that something like this can happen in our community. There seems to be a little sense of frustration today. It's been 48 hours, and we still have a lot of people that we need to get out of the building. The families are getting very anxious, and of course it's starting to be trying on our emotions.
And Willa Johnson, you are Vice Mayor, but I understand you're also on the City Council. Are people blaming any one or any one group now?
I think what I'm hearing from most of the people is a sense of frustration, as the Lieutenant Governor said. They're not into blaming anybody right now, but they sure are frustrated and becoming very, very angry that our peace and tranquility has been violated.
And is there a sense that things will never be the same in Oklahoma City from now on?
Well, I certainly hope that that's not the case. I hope that we will go about healing after we finally get this behind us. We have an opportunity to do some healing, and I think Oklahoma Cityans can rise to that occasion.
Mary Fallon, the Lieutenant Governor, I see you're wearing a ribbon. We were reading about those ribbons. Tell us what they represent.
There's a lot of ribbons around here these last couple of days, but this ribbon is one that was given out by a lady, and the blue represents the spirit of Oklahoma, the yellow represents the missing people from the building, and the purple represents the children.
And is this helping people cope with what they're going through right now?
I think it just gives a little sense of caring and showing that we're all connected and we all, it's just a little kind of relief valve for all of us.
Yeah, we want to apologize for the sound there. It's understandable. There's a lot of noise in the background as both the Lieutenant Governor and Vice Mayor Johnson are talking to us. Rosemary Ryder, back to you. What are the feelings of a people? I mean, London has been through this on a number of occasions. What are the people's feeling after you've been through something like this?
You know, I think at first, when bombs started hitting London rather than Northern Ireland, there was a great sense of shock. I remember back in the 70s when the IRA started hitting restaurants, they did empty, rather. I remember it was quite easy to get a place at a restaurant where you normally have had to book. Life has to go on. And, you know, I've been quite close to this personally. I was in Harrods in 1983 when the Harrods bomb went off. I'd left the store, and the part of the store where the bomb went off 5 minutes before it did so. It certainly does concentrate the mind. But nonetheless, you do learn to be a little bit more vigilant. You do certainly learn to look for suspicious packages. I think we all do that as a matter of course. But you do also realize that there is a strength in democracy which can confront terrorism and can confront it successfully. And I think the Italians have proved that, the Germans have proved that, and I think the people of Northern Ireland, above all, have proved that.
Let me come back to Oklahoma City and to the Vice Mayor, Willa Johnson. Does that make sense to you that at a time like this, it's important to think about the strength of democracy? I know President Clinton said yesterday or the day before that Americans have to be strong enough to look terrorism in the face and to stand up for it and not be stand up to it and not be intimidated by it.
I think the president was quite right, and I certainly hope that this act does not give any terrorists the idea that we're going to, take this lying down. But on the other hand, I don't think we should do anything that would hamper democracy, anywhere in the world, especially in America.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because there was a poll that has just been released which indicates, actually it was released yesterday, done by CNN and USA Today and the Gallup organization, which indicates that most people in the United States are ready to take action particularly against groups in other countries and citizens from countries other than the United States. In fact, they're more willing to do that than to take action against citizens living in the United States. Lieutenant Governor Mary Fallon, does that square with what you're hearing from people there about the sort of countermeasures people are prepared to take?
Yes, I saw your polls last night, too, and it showed a lot of the anger and frustration from around the United States. And, yes, of course, it always upsets us when someone comes into our own country and violates our rights, much less when it's done within our own inner cities with our local people. But when someone comes in from out of the country, if this was from out of the country, then it really is a bad deal. Of course, we don't know yet where these people are from. It could have been someone from the United States, or it could have been someone from outside. But it's certainly something we're going to be looking at, our security.
Alice Dillon, what what things are Americans going to have to learn to do, to look for, in what many people are describing as what's going to be a new climate in this country?
Well, I think it will be a new climate, and America's really going to have to brace for this new climate. Firstly, we're going to have to put more money into intelligence gathering. We know that there are groups that exist within our own country and groups that exist outside our country that want to do harm to our government and to federal workers. We know that goes on. We know there's a lot of stockpiling of weapons and various things. We know that it exists. We have to get a better handle on our intelligence. Rosemary made a terrific point about coordination of law enforcement and sharing of information. It's not always done very well here in the United States with a lot of different agencies involved. There's a lot of turf issues. It appears in this case that they are working very well together. They have to take what they are learning here and move forward. I think as citizens, we have to get used to more security. I was this morning down at the federal office building in New York City, and there's parking all around that particular federal office building. There are big trucks selling fruit, flowers, and everything else right up on the sidewalk, right up adjacent to the building. I think that we have to really begin a public debate. Does this make sense anymore if this is in fact a terrorist act? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, ask Rosemary Ryder in London, is that something the people of Great Britain have been through? Have you been through a debate about what's appropriate, how much is appropriate security and what isn't?
It's a very delicate balance. For one thing, what you will probably have now in America is, for example, a great rush of hoax calls. For the person who is responsible for the security in a particular building, that is a very, very difficult decision to make. Do you evacuate the entire building every time you have a hoax call, or do you not? There are arguments to say that you don't always do it. But you do have to learn to live with a certain amount of risk. There are certain things you can do. Allowing vans to park outside federal buildings is probably dumb. And we have certainly changed our parking regulations to deal with what we consider to be vulnerable targets. You can never make this a foolproof policy. Another target can always be selected. And you cannot protect every building in a country as though it were a federal building.
We're going to interrupt our guest right now and go to Havre de Grace, Maryland, where President Clinton is preparing to address a group that has come together in observance of Earth Day. Let's listen to the president.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. First, let me say to all of you how glad we are to be here. I know a lot of you have been here since very early this morning, and you've had a little rain coming out of the sky. You might have gotten a little more of the environment than you bargained for today. But I'm glad to see you all here, bright-eyed, clear-eyed, and committed to preserving America's natural environment. I want to thank Governor Glendening and Senators Mikulski and Sarbanes, Congressman Gilchrist, the other state officials who are here, your mayor, and so many others for everything that they have done. I'd like to say a special word of appreciation to the man who was responsible for this wonderful walkway we came down, Bob Lee, and all the rest of you who worked on that. It's a great thing. I also want to thank the AmeriCorps volunteers here who've done so much, who have done so much to help to keep the Chesapeake clean. And finally, let me say a special word of thanks to Mary Rosso. Didn't she do a good job up here, just like she was? Not only for the speech that she gave, but for the work that she did that brought her to this place today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to do one other thing before I get into the remarks that I came to make today. You know that this is the 25th anniversary of Earth Day. That 25 years ago, Earth Day was an American celebration. Americans of both political parties, Americans of all races and ethnic backgrounds, Americans from all regions of the country, Americans who were rich, poor, and middle class. Americans just got together to reaffirm their commitment to preserving our natural environment. Americans who lived in the city and were worried about city environmental problems, and Americans who lived in places like this, people like me, who were interested in going to places like the Duck Decoy Museum, knew that if they wanted the ducks to fly in Arkansas and Maryland in duck season, we'd better clean the environment up. It was an American experience. We joined together to save the natural beauty and all the resources that God has given us, and to pass it on to our children and grandchildren. For a quarter of a century now, Americans have stood as one to say no to dirty air, toxic food, poisoned water, and yes to leaving a land to our children as unspoiled as their hopes. This Earth Day may be the most important Earth Day since the beginning, because there is such a great debate going on now that threatens to break apart the bipartisan alliance to save this country. And before I get into that, I want to ask a man to come up here who was mentioned by Vice President Gore, who started this whole Earth Day and who sponsored a lot of the most important environmental legislation of our time, Senator Gaylord Nelson of Wisconsin. I'd like to ask him to come here. Give him a hand.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We apologize for interrupting the president's address, but there's more drama and uncertainty surrounding the O.J. Simpson trial today. According to an L.A. Sheriff's Department source, about 13 jurors and alternates are opposed to the reassignment of 3 deputies. Those deputies had been watching over the jury. They were removed from that duty last night by Judge Lance Ito. According to this source, the jury members, some of them in tears, had refused to attend today's session of the O.J. Simpson trial, but they relented and then asked to meet with Judge Lance Ito. The Sheriff's Department does not know if that meeting has been arranged. The jurors may be wearing black as a sign of protest. Greta Van Susteren, our legal analyst in Washington, D.C., what's your reaction to these developments?
Jim, it's obvious the jury is beginning a mutiny and something that could be devastating to this particular case. This judge has to keep this jury happy so they can do their job. Obviously, they are unhappy, and it's a huge problem for Judge Ito that he must handle now.
You think the judge must and is compelled then to talk with these jurors?
He has to. I mean, you can't, what has happened to these jurors is almost inhumane. We've locked them up now for about 8 weeks, and there's been very little communication to them. Judge Ito needs to handle them. This is not something that's easy for them, and perhaps even giving them a little bit of a pep talk and telling them how much we appreciate their service might be a start. All we do is sort of mistreat them. We say, don't discuss the case among yourselves and come on back tomorrow morning. That's about all we do to jurors who are kept sequestered. And I think we would need to pay a little more attention to these jurors and make it a little more humane, and I think this latest mutiny is one indication of the trouble they have.
Greta, we're just receiving word that the judge has in fact met this morning with the commander-in-chief of the Sheriff's Department and another commander as well. Does that indicate to you that perhaps he acted too quickly in removing these jurors prior to interviewing them yesterday?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I obviously wasn't in there. Don't know what it was that caused him to remove these sheriffs, these deputies. But obviously the jurors are unhappy about it, and he needs to get to the bottom of it. He needs to sort it out. He needs to talk to the sheriffs. He needs to talk to the jurors.
We're just receiving word that the jurors are, in fact, coming to court on their way to meet with Judge Lance Ito. Greta, you must take that at least as a positive sign.
Well, it certainly is a positive sign, but it doesn't indicate well for the future. I mean, the fact that these jurors are now banding together, taking some sort of action, almost against the judge, really isn't a good sign, because we want the jurors to be able to follow the judge's orders. We don't want them taking control. But I really don't blame them, because it is so inhumane what they have suffered over the last 8 weeks being cooped up in a hotel.
A court will not start, we're being told, until the judge meets with these jurors. Greta, what are the other problems then? Is the judge then being held hostage here, or is the trial being held hostage by the by the desires of these jurors? Could this expand into other areas?
Oh, sure, Jim. And let's say they decided they were not going to participate, that they're putting their foot down. Then, of course, the judge would have to declare a mistrial because you have to have jurors who participate. They, of course, would face charges perhaps themselves, contempt of court for not following the judge's orders. I mean, there are all sorts of nightmarish things that could happen. The biggest problem here, though, is that this has been a very expensive trial. We need a trial that's fair to the state. We need a trial that's fair to the defendant. And have this type of problem happen at this juncture is very disappointing to everybody involved, including the jurors themselves. One of the problems, though, has been that we have made this trial last so long. We can't keep people cooped up this long. Judge Ito needs to take control of his courtroom and push this case along. He's a very fine man. He's a gentleman, but that's not the only quality that is needed in a judge. We need a judge who can move the case forward.
Greta, yesterday marked the 100th day of sequestration. Does this serve as a troublesome sign to you that this jury can last if we're not even halfway through this trial?
Jim, I don't know if we are going to have a jury that's going to last. We have to have 12 at the end who can perform the task of actually deliberating. And they are obviously having enormous difficulty. There have been signs of difficulty since about the 5th week of this trial. And we only have 6 alternates, and perhaps that we're going to replace one at maybe only 5 alternates because there's rumor we're going to lose another juror, may have lost that juror already. But it certainly is something that makes everybody involved nervous and should be a signal to the court that something has to be done to make this a more humane situation for these jurors. We have to pamper them because this is not an easy job. It may look a little glamorous at first, living in a hotel, having your meals taken care of, but that glamour wears off in about 3 or 4 days, and we're now into the 100th day.
Just recapping this latest development in the O.J. Simpson story, according to Sheriff's Department spokesperson, about 13 jurors and alternates are opposed to the reassignment yesterday by Judge Lance Ito of 3 of the deputies who had been watching them in sequestration. They were removed from that duty last night by Judge Lance Ito, and according to the Sheriff's Department, some of those jurors had refused initially to come to court today. The spokesperson tells us that some of them had been in tears on the Sheriff's Department bus as they returned to their hotel room last night. We were told that many of the jurors may have been wearing black today as a sign of protest, but this late word, the jurors have agreed to come to the court and meet with Judge Lance Ito, and today's session will not start until they do meet with Judge Lance Ito. That is from a Sheriff's Department source, this latest information. Greta Van Susteren, what does this say about these meetings that the judge had with these jurors just yesterday, the day before rather, regarding these allegations by Jeanette Harris? Obviously, Jeanette Harris was concerned and made allegations that there was some racial tension, and she specifically pointed out a member or 2 members of the deputies who were watching these jurors and said that they were causing some racial strife among the jurors and they were not being treated properly. Does the fact that such a large number of these jurors and alternates are actually coming out in their behalf say that Jeanette Harris' statements were not correct, or perhaps they were only the perceptions of 1 or 2 of the jurors?
I don't know if it necessarily speaks to that, Jim, but what it does tell us is that this is a rather explosive situation, that it's a delicate situation, that Judge Ito, when he attempted to step in and sort out exactly what the problem was, if in fact there were a problem, as Jeanette Harris had stated, that what he did is he may have sparked off a bigger problem. And perhaps that really is the situation we're dealing with now, is that the jurors are now revolting a little bit, having had an opportunity to talk to the judge and vent their unhappiness with the situation. The judge then took action that disturbed them, and now they have band together and they're being more forceful. Hopefully, after meeting with Judge Ito, he can calm them down, suggest some solutions, and we get this case back on track. But now it's time to pay attention to the jury, pamper them a little bit, acknowledge the fact that they are doing an enormous service for the community. They are sitting in judgment of a fellow man, and tell them that they've got to keep going and to try real hard.
Greta, ever since Jeanette Harris's removal, this trial has been set on its ear, effectively, and it appeared at various stages like there could be a mistrial. Are you fearful that those concerns are even more possible right now?
Not am I fearful for the moment, but even if the judge can put out this fire, unless the case moves faster, we're going to have another fire soon and another fire after that, and the fires only get bigger, Jim. The problems when you have sequestered jurors don't get smaller as time passes. They get larger, and that's why it's so important to move these trials along. And it's not that these jurors aren't willing to do their job. It's just that it's extraordinarily difficult to be sequestered and to be basically at the mercy of the court system. There are some days where they think they're going to sit and watch the trial, and instead they sit in a room off the courtroom, and they just sit and twiddle their thumbs all day, and that's a tough thing to do.
Once again, recapping this latest development in the Simpson trial, according to a Sheriff's Department source, some 13 jurors and alternates are opposed to the reassignment of 3 deputies by Judge Lance Ito. Those deputies were removed last night. According to that source, some of the members had returned to their hotel last night in tears on the Sheriff's Department bus. Many had apparently refused to come to court today. However, they have relented. They have agreed to come to the court to meet with Judge Lance Ito. Today's session will not begin until that meeting has taken place. We will, of course, be bringing you up to date as these developments become available, and we'll have more on the Oklahoma City bombing investigation at the top of the hour. I'm Jim Moray in Los Angeles.
Today on Talkback Live, in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, people wonder, could it happen again? Tell us on Talkback Live, 1 Eastern on CNN.
Blue skies or gray skies, I'll always be around. I'll never let you down.
Whatever little surprises life has in store for you, one thing you can always rely on is the cool comfort of a Kemp Star.
For fast, reliable air conditioning service and installation in the New Orleans and Jefferson Parish area, call A.J. Barcia Heating and Air Conditioning at 895-7619. That's 895-7619.
To keep your water clean and looking cool, you need a little Ladners in your pool.
Use the Ladner system to get the most out of your pool or spa. If your pool has stains, try our Easy Stain Remover. It takes the stains out without draining the pool. And right now, get a 100-pound drum of chlorine for only $79. At Ladner's Pools, we'll sell you the right chemicals at the right price.
To keep your water clean and looking cool, you need a little Ladners in your pool.
They were robbed. No. Robbed.
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the Cooling Authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the Weather Maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs. Other one? Busted. Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
In Metro New Orleans, see Central Air. And in Uptown, see J&W Mechanical.
Genuine Chevrolet cars receiving more recognition and awards than any other automobile manufacturer. Exclusively available from your Super Chevy dealers, like the new Lumina, Home Mechanics Best Value Award, Motor Week Driver's Choice Award, Best Improved Design, and just rated a Best Buy recommendation by Consumers Digest. The Chevy Lumina, finally a midsize sedan with the safety, comfort, and features you want at an affordable price. Experience the difference of genuine Chevrolet from your Super Chevy dealers.
This is CNN.
I will be praying for the family, and I pray that no one will ever experience what all of us have had to experience, because our lives have been changed forever.
The grieving and the grim search go on in Oklahoma City.
Authorities say the bomb was much larger than first reported, and a worldwide manhunt may be closing in on the suspects. Welcome to a special edition of NewsHour. I'm Natalie Allen.
From Washington, I'm Charles Bierbaum, sitting in for Reed Collins. We'll be spending most of this NewsHour updating the Oklahoma City bombing. Developments are moving at a fast clip at this hour. Sources tell CNN that authorities are closing in on the 2 suspects wanted in connection with the blast. Details now from CNN senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Charles, CNN has learned that authorities have in fact attached names to the 2 suspects whose composite pictures were released by the FBI yesterday in Oklahoma City. It is very, very hot right now, says one source. The authorities are closing in on a region that is still unspecified in the search for the 2 suspects. We are told that information that came from the 800 toll-free number was very helpful to the law enforcement authorities in helping them to pinpoint the identity of these 2 suspects. CNN has also learned that the bomb, which was a combination of fuel and fertilizer, is now believed to have been 4,000 pounds in size and carried in a 24-foot Ryder rental truck, which is the largest kind of truck that Ryder rents. Earlier today, the president shared his thoughts on the situation in Oklahoma City.
I was briefed late last evening by the Attorney General on the status of the investigation. And I am well satisfied with the efforts that are being made, the progress that is being made. I would just ask that you and the American people not rush to any conclusions unsupported by known evidence, and that we give the investigators the space they need to do their job. They are working hard. They are moving ahead. The second thing I'd like to say is that Hillary and I have decided to go to Oklahoma City on Sunday to be a part of the memorial service and to be with the families of the victims and the people of Oklahoma City. I think all America will be there in spirit and is there today. And I have determined that I should also declare Sunday a national day of mourning for the victims there, and to ask people in their places of worship and in their homes all across America to pray for the people there and for the community. The final thing I'd like to say is just a brief message to the children of this country. I have been very concerned with how the children in Oklahoma City, and indeed the children throughout America, must be reacting to a horror of this magnitude. And my message to the children is that this was an evil thing, and the people who did it were terribly, horribly wrong. We will catch them and we will punish them. But the children of America need to know that almost all the adults in this country are good people who love their children and love other children. And we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. I don't want our children to believe something terrible about life and the future and grown-ups in general because of this awful thing. Most adults are good people who want to protect our children and their childhood, and we are going to get through this. Thank you.
Do you know of any progress in the investigation?
You know I'm not going to comment. I'm letting the Justice Department announce progress. I don't think that it's appropriate for me to say anything, except I can tell you that I know what they've done, and the American people would be very pleased and very impressed by the work they are doing. But this is a big issue, and we don't want to undermine their ability to work by anything that is said or by jumping to unwarranted conclusions.
Two additional points. Authorities are now increasingly moving away from their earlier assumption that there may have been some sort of Middle East terror connection to this bombing in Oklahoma City. They're now working on several other theories, including some sort of domestic theories as well. Secondly, they now have concluded that this individual, this Jordanian American who was brought back to the United States from London last night and whose luggage was confiscated in Rome, there had been an earlier report that that luggage contained some bomb-making equipment. Now FBI and other law enforcement authorities have concluded that no such bomb-making equipment was in the luggage, and this individual, after being questioned by the FBI, has now been released and is allowed to go back to his home in Oklahoma. Charles?
Wolf, can you expand on the domestic theories?
Well, there are all sorts of theories that we're now being told. They're looking at white supremacists, Aryan Brotherhood. They're looking at, once again, at the Branch Davidian, that theory which originally had been discounted. As you know, the bombing occurred on the anniversary of the Waco disaster. They're looking at some sort of drug trafficking connection, although increasingly we're being told that that is probably not likely. The DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, did have offices in that federal building in Oklahoma City that were destroyed, but we're being encouraged not to go in that direction. So there are all sorts of theories out there, but one of the reasons that they're increasingly discounting the Middle East connection is that Islamic nationalists in the past who have been involved in these kinds of alleged terrorist operations normally don't go out and hire local Americans to go do this kind of work. They usually keep this within small compartmented cells of their own. They don't really trust so-called outsiders. So while everything is still open and this investigation is still at a very preliminary stage, things are beginning to move, as we reported earlier, in a relatively fast pace. And President Clinton's reference to the fact that the American public would be very proud if they knew how these investigators were moving, that seems to suggest they are honing in. The dragnet the net is moving in on these two suspects.
All right, thank you, Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Natalie?
Charles, from the scene of the crime, this may be the most heartbreaking day yet in the bombing's aftermath. Searchers now say they have combed through most of the shattered federal building. What they have yet to reach is the area containing its daycare center. Rescuers keep hoping to find pockets of life amid the rubble, but what word they've sent out is not about survivors. We turn now to CNN's Gary Tuchman. He is near the bombing site. Gary?
Well, Natalie, people here in Oklahoma City are talking about the investigation like people throughout the rest of the United States, but the most important thing to them right now is talking about finding possible survivors. The last survivor was found Wednesday night. Nobody has been found since then, but the rescuers here have not given up. They truly believe that someone could still be alive inside here. They just have not been able to check the entire building because of all the debris, the one-ton poles, the furniture that's in the way. They're moving everything. They're doing it carefully so they don't crush anyone who's possibly still alive. The scene is one of complete devastation. We were allowed to bring cameras in last night for the first time, and there are just mountains of rubble that the searchers climb up. There are chairs, there are desks, there are cabinets, there are telephones, there are television sets, refrigerators, just strewn all over the place like toys. Right now, the official death toll is at 57, but that death toll will climb. That is just a fraction of what it will be. The 57 only signifies the number of people who've been taken to the morgue. That number includes 12 children, because there was a daycare center, as you probably know by now, on the second floor of this federal building in Oklahoma City. But all the rescuers we've talked to who've been in the building say they have seen scores of dead lying in the building. They are just not taking them out right now because the top priority is finding people who might still be alive. A news conference was held a short time ago, and officials talked to us about why this search is so difficult.
With a 9-story building, the first layers that we started to remove last night are actually the roof and the 9th floor. We have to work down through that till you get down into those lower floors. There's been a lot of questions this morning about the daycare center. If that was on the 2nd floor, then we have 9 floors of rubble on top of it. So it's going to take a long process.
It's hard to go around Oklahoma City without hearing a compelling story from a victim or somebody who knows a victim, and we've talked with a lot of people since we've been here Wednesday. A short time ago, we talked with a man who had a particularly dramatic story about his rescue.
I look at that now and marvel. Everything was a blur. I do have a fear of heights, and I was terrified of coming down the ladder, but I wanted to get out of that building very badly. I think my first thought was it's an earthquake. Then my second thought was it's an explosion. I guess bomb didn't really enter my head until after I got out from under the rubble I was under. We don't think of bombs in Oklahoma City.
Another incredible story. There are believed to be 17 seriously injured children. They've all been brought to the Children's Hospital of Oklahoma here in Oklahoma City. The children are in conditions ranging from fair to critical. As a matter of fact, 5 of them are critical. But here's the incredible part of the story. After many of these children were operated on, they are now hopefully resting comfortably. But yesterday, doctors tell us, they got 5 phone calls at the hospital, bomb threats to the hospital. The hospital had to be evacuated. Most of the children were too sick to be evacuated. And when doctors suggested perhaps the parents would like to evacuate, they said, we left them the other day in the daycare center. We're not leaving them again. They stayed with their children. Of course, fortunately, there was no bomb. Back to you, Natalie.
All right, Gary Tuchman at the scene. Thank you, Gary. And this note now, we here at CNN would like to express our sincere thanks for the contribution our Oklahoma City affiliates have given us in covering the bombing. Specifically, we want to thank KFOR, KWTV, and KOCO. We have asked them for much, and they've responded, and we couldn't have covered the story without them. Our extensive coverage of the bombing and its aftermath will continue in just a moment.
Plus, a time for prayers and tears in Oklahoma City as residents lean on each other and their church for strength.
Last year, nearly 1.6 million cars were stolen in the United States. That's 1 car every 20 seconds every day of the year. It's time to get serious about crime prevention. It's time for the Club. The Club is a tempered steel lock that's tough to defeat. It remains the only vehicle locking device that is police recommended. I believe the Club to be the best vehicle theft deterrent you can buy.
That's why I use it on my personal vehicle. Plus, the club can protect your vehicle's airbag from being stolen. It's a growing problem that the club is helping to control. But be aware of the lookalikes and the copycats out there. Be sure your anti-theft device says the club on the handle. Accept no cheap imitations. Get the one vehicle anti-theft device that police officers like myself recommend. Get the club. It's time to get serious about crime prevention. It's time for the club.
And let Winner International protect your family from harm with the Door Club home security device. Now available at Sears.
Hey, it's a great day for popcorn fish or chicken. It's big fish. Delicious bite-sized pieces of crispy. Oh, wait, fish or chicken for you. Can you pop them? Pop them, slam them, dunk them. How about a hook? You popcorn fish or chicken, just $1.99 for a quarter-pound and fries at Long John Silver's, where great fish is a big deal. Who says big fish can't jump? Hi, Fish!
Now, for the first time since his #1 bestseller, A Time to Kill, America's most popular author returns to the courtroom. The Rainmaker, John Grisham's new #1 bestseller. The suspense never rests.
Got something different for your sensitive teeth.
Well, you can take it back. My dentist wants me to use Sensodyne.
This is Sensodyne. Sensodyne with baking soda.
No pain. My mouth feels fresh and clean.
Sensodyne with baking soda. All you feel is fresh and clean.
Oak Lane, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Mail it to 2300 Playa, San Antonio, Texas.
There really is no place like home, and many Americans own theirs today in part because of Fannie Mae. We make sure mortgage lenders have money to lend for homes, and we provide a free guide to help you decide if you're ready to buy, and a follow-up guide to help find the mortgage that's right for you. Call 1-800-688-HOME, and Fannie Mae will put you on the path to home ownership.
Ask these expert gardeners. They'll tell you how they grow bigger and better flowers and vegetables.
This is what I get from Miracle Grow. Roses 8 inches across.
Miracle Grow feeds the plants 2 ways, through the leaves and through the roots.
Miracle Grow grows great tomatoes for me.
You'll never know what a great gardener you can be until you use Miracle Grow. Now the Miracle Grow No Clog 2. It's 3 feeders in 1. It's a gentle feeder, a wand feeder, a fast feeder for lawns and shrubs.
Champion Covey Tucker Hill Stormy Briar, 4-time winner, Best in Show. Champion Christian.
The dogs and cats you see here have 2 things in common. They're all top champions, and they're all fed ProPlan brand pet food. Experienced breeders have been feeding ProPlan for years. It helps make their dogs and cats look and feel great and perform at their peak. If you're a dog or cat owner and you'd like to know more about ProPlan, call 1-800-852-8700. We'll send you a free sample. You can choose a formula developed especially for adult dogs, adult cats, puppies, or kittens. You'll also receive coupons good for savings on regular-sized bags of ProPlan and free information on this remarkable, top-quality pet food. Limit 1 per household while supplies last. ProPlan is available only at pet stores, feed stores, and veterinarians. Call 1-800-852-8700. Start feeding ProPlan soon and treat your pet like a champion.
Sparky, the cleanest dog in the whole neighborhood.
Important news for arthritis sufferers. Zostrix, the topical pain reliever doctors trust, now moves out from behind the prescription counter. Look for Zostrix and triple-strength Zostrix HP out on store shelves. Physician strength relief is in your hands.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What do they really say? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Trouble with jurors in the O.J. Simpson double murder trial, and that has delayed today's proceedings. Let's get the latest now from Jim Murray in Los Angeles. Jim.
Thank you, Natalie. Attorneys are now in chambers with Judge Lance Ito, but as you say, there is more uncertainty surrounding the O.J. Simpson trial today. A source with the L.A. County Sheriff's Department tells CNN that 13 jurors and alternates are upset over the reassignment of 3 deputies. The deputies had been watching over the jury, but were removed from that duty last night by Judge Lance Ito. According to the source, some jurors were in tears last night after learning of the reassignments. The 13 initially refused to attend today's session of the trial. They have since changed their minds. They are headed toward the courthouse. They will meet with Judge Lance Ito today. A court spokesperson tells CNN that many of the jurors are dressed in black, apparently to signify their protest. Now, after Judge Ito's meeting with jurors on Wednesday, he said he found no misconduct. The court is now clarifying that statement to say no misconduct on the part of anyone involved. That would apparently include the Sheriff's Department. Prior to relieving the deputies of their duties, Judge Ito was scheduled to meet with them today. The turmoil in the jury box has become a running theme in the O.J. Simpson trial. For some background on the juror furor, we go to the Criminal Courts Building and Jim Hill.
Jim, word of this latest jury problem continues to filter through the Criminal Courts Building where the O.J. Simpson trial is now taking place today. The attorneys for O.J. Simpson arrived just a short time ago. As you say, they are now in chambers with Judge Lance Ito. When they arrived, of course, Johnny Cochran, the lead trial attorney among them, they had no comment on this latest word of a jury problem. Johnny Cochran, as a matter of fact, said he was not even aware of it as he entered the courthouse. Clearly, he is being briefed on that right now in the judge's chambers. We can give you a little bit of background now on this whole situation. On Wednesday, Judge Lance Ito had met with each member of the jury and each alternate. He was questioning them on some allegations made by a dismissed jury member, Jeanette Harris. She had gone public with allegations that some of the sheriff's detail that guards the sequestered jury, some of these deputies were promoting racial tensions. Well, last night, Jeanette Harris talked with CNN and said she was very pleased Judge Ito decided to dismiss 3 of the deputies.
I think it was a wise decision. Shows what I've always thought, that he's concerned about the jury, and he saw a problem, and he tried to move on it.
Quite a different response from Los Angeles County Sheriff Sherman Block. When he got word of the dismissal, he held a news conference late yesterday, and complained that Judge Ito's decision was premature, as the sheriff put it. And the sheriff pointed out none of the deputies had actually been questioned yet by the judge.
The jury is under the control of the judge, not under my control, not under the control of either the defense or the prosecution. And we have allowed I've indicated I would refrain from any comment until the judge completed his inquiry. But the judge took what I think is precipitous action without completing his inquiry.
Now, this latest problem comes on the heels of another reported problem. Also yesterday, one member of the jury in a court transcript revealed that she wants to be let off the panel, wants to be dismissed. In transcripts of an in-chambers meeting, the juror was quoted as saying, "I can't take it anymore." The jury has been sequestered now for a little over 3 months, actually 101 days as of today. So it's been quite a strain on these jury members. We understand the juror who wants to be dismissed is still apparently on the panel. At least she did show up in court yesterday afternoon for the afternoon court session. But obviously, this jury member is very upset and wants to be dismissed from the jury. And of course, now this morning we learned that 13 people in all, 13 jurors and alternates, are upset about yet another issue. I'm Jim Hill for CNN, reporting live from the Los Angeles County Courthouse.
Thank you, Jim. Let's now turn to Greta Van Susteren, our legal analyst who's in Washington, D.C. Greta, does this amount to a mutiny among the jurors?
It amounts to a mutiny, and it's extremely dangerous to this case going forward. I think the judge will probably be able to put out this fire this time, but it indicates we're going to have more problems in the future. This jury is tired, and now they're reacting to the problems that they're experiencing.
Greta, does this simply renew the threat of a mistrial that we've been hearing about for the last couple of weeks?
It really does put the case at risk, because the problem is that these jurors are supposed to listen to the evidence and to do so without any sort of extraneous problems. They're obviously having other problems. They're disturbed about the sheriffs being dismissed, and this really does ignite problems within the case, Jim. And the judge, if the judge detects this is a problem that can't be resolved, he's going to have to declare a mistrial. He's going to do everything he can, though, to try to put out the fire and to resolve the problem. The real issue, though, is can this jury hang together? Can they remain, and can we have 12 at the end when they have to actually deliberate for a verdict?
Greta, as you heard Jim Hill mention, yesterday in transcripts it was revealed in one of the in-chambers meetings that one of the jurors said to Judge Lancito, I just can't take this anymore. Is that a bad sign? Do you think that could be widespread among the jurors?
Well, maybe it'll wake up the judge, and maybe it'll wake up other judges in other cases. When you sequester a jury, you really do punish them. It isn't easy, and sometimes we do have to sequester jurors, and this is obviously a time when we did have to because of all the intense publicity about the case. However, when we do that, we should be very humane to them, make it extraordinarily nice for them, and move the case along. This case should not take forever to trial, and it is taking forever to trial. The judge needs to take greater control the lawyers, and push this case forward to a verdict.
Greta, obviously all of the efforts today will be in keeping the jury intact and keeping this trial on schedule. But in that regard, Judge Lancito has changed the court schedule a couple of times already. Do you think that he will lengthen the court days as a result if he's able to keep this jury intact?
Well, he's probably going to do that, but what he should do is he should go to the jurors themselves and say, how could your life be better? Do you want longer days? Do you want shorter days? And actually ask the jury. Because, you know, in this court system, sometimes we're not very nice to jurors. We're rather rude. We don't talk to them very much. The lawyers can't talk to them at all. And all the judge does is say to them several times a day, we're going to take a break. Don't talk about the case among yourselves. Be back here in 15 minutes. What he needs to do is talk to them, find out what would make your life a little bit better. I mean, we're not there to over-pamper them, but to try to make it more humane so that they can perform their function.
Greta, we saw Dennis Fung, the criminalist, on the stand for 9 days. And we've heard Robert Shapiro tell Roger Cossack that if O.J. Simpson were to take the stand, this case could go until November. Do you think that given these most recent developments that both sides may change their approach in trying this case?
Well, I don't think the lawyers themselves are going to change their approach. It really is incumbent upon the judge. It's one of the judge's roles is to control the case, and I think you may see a change in how the judge runs the case. The lawyers are always going to try to control the case, and a good lawyer should. I mean, that's the whole, you want a lawyer who's going to step into the courtroom and try to control the courtroom for you, but the truth is the judge should take hold of the situation and run the case. So I think you'll see changes in Judge Ito, but you'll see the lawyers pretty much trying to do what they've always done.
Greta, does it concern you at all that so much attention in this case is not focused on the trial itself, but rather on apparent damage control?
Well, that always happens in a long case, because in a long case there's such a risk of damage, so the judge has to constantly, put out fires. So that really doesn't surprise me. What surprises me a little bit more is that the case has gotten so out of hand that it's not moving forward. In some jurisdictions, you have direct examination, which is one side asking questions. You have cross-examination, which is the other side then asking questions. And then you have redirect, and then that's it. But in California, the judges let the lawyers go direct, cross, redirect, recross, re-redirect, re-recross, until the lawyers decide to call it quits. So some courts are a little bit stiffer in that. You'll see the trials in federal courts where they are much tighter in controlling the lawyers are much faster.
And once again, recapping this latest development in the Simpson trial, a source with the LA County Sheriff's Department tells CNN that 13 jurors and alternates are upset over the reassignment of 3 sheriff's deputies. Those deputies had been watching over the jury. They were removed from that duty last night by Judge Lance Ito. Initially, according to this source, the jurors were in tears when they went back to the hotel room, and initially they refused to come to the courtroom. However, they have relented. They are at the courtroom now. They are scheduled to meet with Judge Lance Ito. Many of the jurors, according to a court spokesperson, are wearing black clothing, apparently to signify their protest. We'll bring you more developments as they become available. Right now, let's go back to Natalie Allen in Atlanta.
Jim, thanks, and we'll resume our coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing in just a moment.
This is the place for complete coverage of live breaking news wherever it occurs. This is CNN.
Billy, what's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need.
Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. That's 1-800-MATH-192.
Start your weekend this Saturday morning, 7 to 10 Eastern on CNN.
Their films have been called exquisite, powerful, a masterpiece. Now, from Merchant Ivory comes an extraordinary new motion picture.
Are all men created equal, Mr. Jefferson?
About a man of freedom.
He is the master, and they're the slaves.
A man of passion.
Would you dare?
Would you?
Jefferson in Paris. Rated PG-13. Now playing at a theater near you.
Ever notice how when you're comfortable, everything feels right? Well, your friends at Depend have been working on comfort. Your comfort. Introducing new Depend undergarments with a cloth-like outer cover. Look, it's softness you can see, softness you can feel. For the most comfortable protection ever from Depend. Protection you trust. New cloth-like comfort. Depend, because you've got a lot of living to do.
Now, for the first time since his #1 bestseller, A Time to Kill, America's most popular author returns to the court. The Rainmaker, John Grisham's new #1 bestseller. The suspense never rests. Moving. A lot can happen between point A and point B, and here we are at point B. At Wheaton, we believe the best route in every move is problem-free. Wheaton, moving from point A to point B, all points to customer satisfaction. Call for your free copy of 72 Ways to Save Money Moving.
I'm Irv Chapman, CNN Business News in New York. A broad-based rally today on Wall Street. Blue-chip stocks working their way toward another possible record after hitting their 18th all-time closing high yesterday. Right now, the Dow Industrials are up 21 points at 42.51. The broader and secondary stock market indexes are mostly higher as well. Taking a look at some specific stocks in the news, cereal giant Kellogg stock is up 2 3/8 points. Quarterly earnings exceeding analysts' expectations, hitting a record sparked by strong overseas sales. Southwest Airlines stock is up 3/4 point. That despite the discount carrier announcing first quarter profits fell 70%. Apple Computer up 1 point. After the market closed yesterday, the computer maker announced first quarter earnings increased 4-fold compared with a year ago. And shares of Bruno's are up 2 3/4 points. Kohlberg Kravis Roberts has agreed to buy the supermarket chain for about $1 billion, or $12.50 a share. Bruno's operates 254 stores in the South. Its other chains include Piggly Wiggly and Food World. That's the latest in business news. I'm Irv Chapman in New York. Our coverage of the bombing aftermath investigation in Oklahoma City continues. While the process of digging through the federal building in Oklahoma City continues in a painstaking fashion, developments on the search for those who set the bomb may be moving more quickly. For more detail, we go now to Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Wolf?
Charles, law enforcement authorities believe they do know the identities of the 2 suspects involved in renting the truck that they say was used to bomb the building in Oklahoma City. It is very, very hot right now, says one source, insisting that all of this is at a very delicate stage. All of this information is potentially very important. They're reluctant to provide details. They're reluctant to confirm any of this. But we have been told by reliable sources that they do believe they know the identities of these 2 suspects. We've also been told that the bomb is larger than originally suspected, a combination of fuel and fertilizer, weighing some 4,000 pounds. It was carried in a 24-foot Ryder rental truck, which is the largest available in the Ryder system. President Clinton addressed a lot of these issues earlier today, saying that he was very encouraged by the latest updates he's been receiving from the Justice Department and the FBI on the course of the investigation. And of course, as that investigation continues, as the search for these 2 suspects continues, we should be getting more. One additional point, increasingly investigators are moving away from their original assumption that there may have been some sort of Middle Eastern terrorist connection to the bombing in Oklahoma City. It now looks, according to one of our sources, as if this may have been a homegrown terrorist operation, anything relating, one of these sources suggesting, from right-wing white supremacists, Aryan Brotherhoods, They're again taking a look at the Branch Davidian connection that was earlier suspected. They're looking at some sort of drug trafficking involvement. They're looking at all sorts of opportunities, but none has yet been conclusively proven. Charles?
Wolf, if they know the identity of the two suspects, do they have a more specific, are they able to narrow the motivation out of that catalog that you just gave us?
Increasingly, they're looking, as I said, more domestic related, not international, not Middle Eastern. They think they know the general vicinity where these suspects may be right now, and the net is getting closer and closer, as I reported earlier. But to the best of our information, there have been no arrests made yet.
And the two suspects that we're referring to are the two that the FBI identified as both as John Doe yesterday. Obviously, there is a closer identification now. Are we talking, Wolf, about two and only two suspects now?
The assumption is that they believe they know the identities of these two suspects. The composite sketches were released by the FBI yesterday. Overnight, we've been told there have been about 2,000 phone calls to that 1-800 toll-free number that the FBI has established, and a lot of names have been released, but they have various names that they've been looking at, but they do believe that two of the names are probably these two suspects, and they're working under that assumption as they continue their search.
All right, and we are looking at we were looking at the two sketches that were released by the FBI yesterday. Well, thank you very much for joining us from the White House, and we'll have, of course, more information from there as we proceed. The two individuals, as we indicated, identified yesterday by the FBI as John Doe. One was a white male, of medium build, about 5'10" or 5'11" in height, 180 to 185 pounds in weight. He is the one with the light brown crew cut and has been identified as being right-handed. The other suspect involved here, also, to the best we can say, still a John Doe. Obviously, there's a clearer identification developing. Also a white male, medium build, 5'9", 5'10", 175 to 180 pounds, brown hair. And this was the suspect who has a tattoo on his left arm, which was visible at least when he was wearing a T-shirt. Natalie?
Federal authorities now tell us the size of the bomb in Oklahoma City was at least 3 times larger than initially reported. And joining us to talk about this bombing is Bob Holland, a specialist in explosives and fire investigation, and also founder of the National Response Team of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Bob is currently an investigator with USF&G Insurance Company here in Atlanta. Bob, thanks for being with us.
You're welcome.
There seems to be much reporting about the size of this bomb, and you were telling me it's really hard to figure that out.
Yeah, you normally have to be very careful.
What things have to be considered?
Estimating the size of the bomb until all the evidence is in. They're using the crater, the chemicals that they found so far as an indicator, and I saw last night on CNN that they'd run some tests at the Bureau of Mines for a similar sized device. When we talked earlier, we talked about some of the things that you consider is what type of hard stand did the device detonate on? Was it a concrete street or asphalt? What type of soil was underneath it? And I'm sure they're considering all of that.
What do you determine from the size of the crater?
Extremely large, powerful bomb. The size of the crater will give you some indication of how much explosives were used to create that crater.
The FBI called this a low-order explosive. Do you know what they meant by that?
Well, I also saw that on your show earlier or last night. The low order is a term used by bomb techs and investigators, which means incomplete detonation. The entire amount of the chemical mixture failed to completely detonate. And this often happens when you have homemade bombs using ammonium nitrate fuel oil.
And what kind of mammoth job is it to comb the area where you have pieces of that truck and hints to things to try to piece it all together?
It's a mammoth undertaking, but it's something that we've done hundreds of times. They just seem to get larger and larger, and the destruction, the devastation, and the scattering and miniaturization of the evidence seems to get further and further based on the size of the device.
Well, we mentioned that you founded the ATF response team. How do you assess the overall response and how the investigators are doing here 3 days after it first occurred?
Well, they're doing exactly what they were trained to do, and everything is coming together very rapidly. They should be very successful on this one, just as they were on the World Trade Center.
I'm sure a lot of the families are frustrated with the painstakingly slow process that it is, but you can probably help us appreciate why they have to go so slow.
Well, I hate to say it, but O.J. Simpson trial is an example of why they have to go through these painstaking, slow techniques.
All right, Bob Holland, thanks so much for coming in and talking with us.
Thank you for having me.
Back up to Charles in Washington.
Friends and relatives of the dead and missing from the bomb blast joined in prayer last night in Oklahoma, drawing strength from one another and sharing pain and sorrow. It's a story we'll tell you in pictures.
In my Jewish tradition, we arrive at prayer first through study. We will confront and vanquish the angel of death with the weapon that is ours to use decisively if we choose. We will confront the angel of death with life.
I want to say thank you to you who have come to support the families that are so devastated, so stricken, as are we all in this community of Oklahoma City. We come together because we need one another. John Donne said so long ago, no man is an island, no man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me, and each man's grief is mine own. We need one another.
MCI presents the AT&T True False Quiz. True or false? Every AT&T customer gets true savings. False. 40 million save nothing and pay the highest rates in America.
It just doesn't ring true.
Here's the pitch. The swing and deep.
They keep missing out. Those men over 50 who have symptomatic BPH, an enlargement of the prostate which causes urinary symptoms. Think about it. Does going to the bathroom keep you from getting a good night's sleep? Are you bothered by the frequent need to go, the feeling of urgency, then the sensation that your bladder isn't completely empty? Now there's help. Read about it in this informative free brochure. Call toll-free now for your complimentary copy. It includes an important questionnaire for you to complete and discuss with your doctor. The brochure also offers information about BPH, its symptoms and treatment options. Urinary symptoms might also be a sign of a more serious condition.
To order your helpful free brochure, call now 1-800-424-5533.
If you suffer from arthritis, get a firm grip on arthritis pain relief with maximum strength Arthritin tablets. Don't wait. Get Arthritin today.
For stronger than usual back pain, try maximum strength Back-Aid pills.
There's a new direction in touring luxury sedans. One that raises levels of luxury and refinement to new heights. Introducing the new Acura TL series. If you're ready for a change, this is the turning point.
This is you. This is the commercial you see. This is the number you call. This is the box that comes. This is the machine you get. This is the number you call. These are the exercises you do. This is how long it takes. This is how often you do it. This is the number you call. This is how you'll feel when you're done. The SoloFlex Muscle Machine, just $39 a month. Call now for a free brochure and video. This is the number you call.
Another development in the O.J. Simpson trial, one sheriff's deputy and one of the defense attorneys have told CNN that there will be no testimony today in the O.J. Simpson trial. Testimony which was scheduled to include Andrea Mazzola has been canceled. Criminalist Andrea Mazzola has been seen leaving the courtroom several minutes ago. This on the heels of a report earlier where a source with the Sheriff's Department told CNN that 13 jurors and alternates were upset over the reassignment of 3 sheriff's deputies. Those deputies had been watching over the jury. They were removed from that duty last night by Judge Lance Ito. According to that source, some of the jurors were in tears last night after learning of the reassignments. The 13 initially refused to attend today's session of court. They changed their minds. They are currently at the courthouse where they are scheduled to meet with Judge Lance Ito. A court spokesperson tells CNN that many of the jurors are dressed in black, apparently to signify their protest. Now, after Judge Lance Ito's meeting with the jurors on Wednesday, he said that he found no misconduct. The court is now clarifying that statement to say no misconduct on the part of anyone involved. That would apparently include the Sheriff's Department. Prior to being relieved of their duties, the judge was scheduled to meet with those 3 deputies today. Let's go now to Greta Van Susteren in Washington, D.C. for some analysis on this. Greta, does the fact that court testimony is canceled indicate that the judge will then spend the day attempting to control this damage?
Jim, it's a very bad sign. It almost sounds like the ship is going down, and Judge Ito has got to do enormous damage control. He has to meet with these jurors and basically put it back together, plug the holes in this ship to keep this ship afloat. He's got to satisfy those jurors, and he's got to order them to do their job.
Greta, what's your take on this? The judge met with most of the jurors on Wednesday, some of them on Tuesday night, on the heels of dismissed juror Jeanette Harris's claims that there was some racial strife among the jurors and some problems with some of the deputies. Now, just 2 days later, he's scheduled to meet with them again.
Yeah, Jim, I mean, this has just been an accident looking for some place to happen. And it's really not so much the Jeanette Harris, but really the length of the sequestration. Keeping these people in a hotel and shuffling them back and forth and basically making them our prisoners has been extraordinarily difficult on each one of them. And it's very hard on anyone who would have this job. And the problem is that we don't pay enough attention to the jurors and tell them that that we appreciate what they're doing, that they are important to the criminal justice system. And instead, we essentially mistreat them and treat them like prisoners. So it was an accident looking for some place to happen, and now it's time for Judge Ito to meet with them and to tell them how much we appreciate what they're doing and order them to do their job.
Greta, the jurors have been sequestered since January 11th. Today is the 101st day of sequestration. And by many accounts, we're not even halfway through this trial. Do you think that these jurors can last? We know already one juror told Judge Lancito in a meeting the day before yesterday that she said, quote, she can't take it anymore.
But Jim, I'm hoping that Judge Ito will speak to them and handle any problems that they have, and I hope this jury will get a second wind. You know, I'm sure that after 100 days that it is extremely hard to sit there day after day after day and not know what's going to happen in your life. But I think the jurors can get a second win, and it just needs a lot of damage control by Judge Ito.
That wraps up this installment of our update on the O.J. Simpson trial. We will, of course, bring you up to date on more information as it becomes available. After this break, Natalie and Charles will have a news update from Atlanta.
Watching this live on TV, we have some questions for you. How much annual income will you want during retirement? How much will Social Security pay you? If you remember the walk on the moon, it's time to take a giant step toward planning your retirement. Call 1-800-DREYFUS to receive the free Dreyfus Personal Retirement Planner. There's no obligation. Fill in your financial information on this pre-retirement worksheet. Your current income, current savings. Use the tables to estimate what your savings could be worth when you retire, using assumed rates of return. In just a few minutes, you'll have a good idea of how much you'll want to put away each year for retirement. Call 1-800-DREYFUS for your free retirement planner and ask about any of over 30 Dreyfus no-load mutual funds to get started. If you remember this, take the next step. Call 1-800-DREYFUS and put time on your side.
Saturdays on CNN, a weekly guide to raising kids in the 90s. Parenting Today, Saturday, 1:30 Eastern on CNN.
Why is so much money pouring in at Bone Brothers Toyota? Because when you sell more, you get more. Louisiana's #1 Toyota dealer has more marketing money on new 95s herself. Ranked best in its class by J.D. Power for just $85.95. More marketing money means new 95 Corollas with dual airbags are just $10,995. But Bone Brothers must sell 200 in 2 weeks or lose the cash. So hurry to the West Bank, to the Bone Zone, to Bone Brothers Toyota.
Lighting Incorporated has been this area's lighting specialist for more than 35 years. So why would you shop a store pushing paints and plants and lumber when you want a light? See the people who can shed some light on lighting. Lighting Incorporated. Whether it's indoor, outdoor, office, or home, you'll be surprised how affordable quality lighting can be. Don't decorate your house at a hardware store. Nobody has more lights than Lighting Incorporated. Our name says it all.
Tonight, Willie Williams on Larry King Live.
Joining us now to further assess the situation arising from the Oklahoma City bombing is former FBI counterterrorism official Oliver Revelle. He was an agent and top official in the FBI for 30 years. Now is in the private security consulting business. Mr. Revelle, the turn of events as we seem to be seeing them today, looking perhaps more towards a domestic-oriented or reason for this violence. Is this something that we tend to overlook? Are we always too quick to think that terrorism is international, or we just don't want it to be here?
I don't think that the investigators on the scene, and particularly Weldon Kennedy, who's very experienced, made that mistake. I think that at times of the speculation in public, because people want to affix blame as quickly as possible and feel like something is being done, that tends to occur, but none of the professionals have jumped to those conclusions as yet.
How serious is the core of discontent, the various groups out there who might perpetrate something like this?
Well, if it turns domestic and if you have white males renting vehicles, that would certainly be an indication, not proof, but an indication. I think you have to look at those groups that are anti-federal government, sort of reactionary groups, and also, of course, drug trafficking organizations. There is a growing sort of swelling underground that emanates from roots that go back to the Order, the Posse Comitatus, the groups that have taken on tax protests and so forth, and now are forming up around other issues. The Ruby Ridge incident in Idaho, the Branch Davidian incident in Waco, the Brady bill, the assault weapon ban.
There's a feeling amongst these sort of ad hoc groups that the federal government is the enemy. They're attempting to disarm and dismantle the citizen groups, and that ultimately they want to turn over the government to the United Nations.
Now, these are all individuals or groups that are well known to authorities.
Well known to some extent, but they are growing up and proliferating on almost a exponential basis, and they are communicating through the internet, through bulletin boards, exchange of videos, and the phenomena has by and large been nonviolent, but the rhetoric is extremely violent, and there have been threats that emanated from these type groups.
When you have that kind of rhetoric, what can the FBI and other organizations do? I mean, how are their hands tied in any way in pursuing or surveilling these people?
In general, as long as it's only rhetoric, even though it's violent and even though it poses potential threat, law enforcement, including the FBI, is very limited in what they can do.
Would you give them other tools?
I think they should be able to take cognizance of public statements of groups to at least indicate where they ought to focus if incidents do occur or if they get evidence that a conspiracy is in progress.
But then you run head-on into the free speech, and we don't want a police state.
That's correct, and I think that's the reason it has to be public information that would be evaluated rather than acted upon short of probable cause.
As you suggested, there's this leap to the conclusion that it might be international terrorism. I've been told in the last couple of days that there are, in fact, cells of potential terrorists across this country, that the idea that this is an East Coast phenomenon perhaps should be dismissed, perhaps for now and forever.
Well, there are cells that are supportive of terrorist organizations overseas, and they provide an infrastructure. We found the Abu Nidal organization spread throughout the United States, even in places like St. Louis.
And this was the group that did the Kilimanjaro and several other things in the Middle East.
And there are groups that support Hamas and groups that support Hezbollah. Now, they have not engaged in terrorist acts in the United States, but they have raised funds, and they have recruited, and they have carried out training and conferences. A logical inference, well, the international terrorists have used car bombs, so therefore they might be suspects here. But law enforcement can't jump to that conclusion. It must consider all possibilities.
With 15 seconds left, from what you hear, does it look like we could be close to some arrests here?
I think amazing progress is being made. I have total confidence that they will resolve it, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later.
All right, Oliver Revelle, formerly with the FBI, where he dealt with counterterrorism. Thanks for joining us. Natalie?
In the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, we have witnessed scenes of utter despair and of pain, of horror, and of hope. We've seen the bloodied and blank gazes of stunned children and of children who've left this life. With this story, as much as any other, sometimes pictures can convey a message that words cannot. The images we now provide, the message we leave to you.
Filtrete microparticle air filter outperforms all other 1-inch filters by getting more of the small stuff that's in your air out, like more dust particles. It also traps pollen and mold, particles that could irritate your allergies. It even gets animal dander. Try the Filtrete microparticle air filter. It gets more of the small aggravating things in your air out, even smoke. Look for the complete line of 3M filters wherever you buy furnace and air conditioner filters.
We've painted the morning sun in Santa Barbara that burns away those blue-gray mists that cool the coastal vines and brighten all the colors in the grapes that go to make a brighter shade of Chardonnay. Meridian Chardonnay, raised in California sunlight, aged in French oak. This is the art of Meridian. The bright, rich flavors in every glass of Meridian Chardonnay.
According to the mutual fund forecaster, the Kaufman Fund is the #1 performing mutual fund from the market low of December 4th, 1987 through March 31st, 1995. The Kaufman Fund invests in small companies with substantial growth prospects. The fund is managed by Wall Street's dynamic duo, Hans Utsch and Lawrence Oriana. The fund was awarded Morningstar's highest 5-star rating. Call now for your prospectus, 1-800-824-0600. The Kaufman Fund, 1-800-824-0600.
The news comes fast and furious out of Oklahoma City. So do the emotions, sorrow, anger, and disbelief.
It just explodes. You just watch your own room just go to pieces.
All of a sudden there was a loud bang, and everything went dark.
In that building behind me, there are human flesh, human parts. There was a children's daycare center where those kids, a monster, murdered those people. There
We pray for those who do not yet know, and who are caught in the awful turmoil between hope and despair.
Hello and welcome to Talk Back Live. Remember, you can call us, fax us, or go online with CompuServe. Tell us how you feel about this tragedy. The numbers of the dead and wounded are staggering. At this time, it is confirmed more than 400 people have been injured. 57 people are confirmed dead. 150 people remain unaccounted for. Government sources also tell CNN that the FBI is closing in on 2 suspects, both white men whom they have positive identities for. Still, authorities are cautioning that the investigation is far from over. There is no apparent end in sight either. For the unfamiliar feelings that follow this tragedy, how do you feel about this? Are you grieving? Are you sad? Are you scared? Are you angry? Listen to this CompuServe message that we have received from Teresa Kenny. Probably nowhere are the aftermath of emotions deeper or more confused right now than in Oklahoma City itself. For that, we go to CNN's Gary Tuchman, who is in Oklahoma City. Gary, what is the latest there?
Well, Susan, the people of Oklahoma City really believe they deserve some good news after what happened 3 days ago, but they have not received it because 36 hours ago, a survivor was rescued out of this federal building behind me, but no one has been rescued since then. There are still about 36 would-be rescuers inside the building looking for people who may have survived this, who may be buried under rubble, but perhaps in a pocket and able to survive it. But so far, they haven't seen any sights to indicate it. The dogs haven't smelled any scents, and their special microphones haven't picked up any sounds. The official death toll is at 57. All that number 57 means is that those are the number of bodies that have been brought to the morgue. There are scores more bodies inside right now. They haven't been taken out yet because they're concentrating on trying to find people who are still alive. But perhaps later today they'll start bringing out more bodies, and that death toll promises to climb. It most certainly will reach in the triple digits. That's the sad news out of Oklahoma City right now, Susan.
Gary, I've got to tell you that Brenda is in our audience here today. She is from Oklahoma City. She was there. She wants to ask you a question. Some of her friends are still unaccounted for. Brenda, go ahead and talk to Gary.
Has there been anybody, well, you just said in the last 36 hours, no one else has been uncovered. Is there still any hope? I know just from last night's news that they said they had covered about 75% of the building. Has it been totally looked through yet?
Brenda, they have not been able to look through the entire building because of all the debris and wreckage that is there. Let me tell you this. It is not an unrealistic hope. The rescuers here would not lie about this. They genuinely believe there is a possibility that people could still be alive. There have been earthquakes in California and Kobe, Japan, and Mexico City where people have survived for days. And they think that could happen here. And they're very seriously searching, hoping they will find people. And you know, living here in Oklahoma City, it's a big metropolitan area with a population of 1 million, but it has a small town feel. And everybody we've talked to either knows somebody who's unaccounted for or knows somebody who knows somebody. So there are a lot of anxious people just like you.
Gary, one of the things that really shocked a lot of people, of course, was the daycare center on the second floor. Gloria has a question about the children. Gloria, go ahead.
Yes, the truck driver from Atlanta, I was wondering, has his sons been found, or do you have an idea whereabouts they may be, and how the children will be helped emotionally from this accident?
Well, right now there are believed to be a number of children who are still inside there. We don't know exactly how many. We've actually talked to a surgeon who was in there and saw the bodies of at least a couple of children still in there. Right now we know that 12 children are confirmed dead. We also know, however, that 17 children are in the hospital. It's believed they all will survive, although 4 or 5 of them are still in critical condition. So they're not releasing names at this point. That will come at a later time.
Gail is joining us now on the phone from New York. Hi, Gail. You've got a question for Gary?
No, Susan. I just wonder if perhaps the federal government will take heed from the senseless loss of our children and consider removing daycare centers from their national federal installations.
Gary, is there any talk about that there?
Well, there has been some speculation in the local press here about that possibility, but I think most people consider in most cases a big advantage for federal employees, just like any employees, to be able to have the opportunity to bring their children with them to work and visit them during lunch. So I don't think that's being seriously discussed here, although this kind of episode obviously brings up that kind of discussion.
Kathy?
Yes.
Talk to Gary.
Gary, I work in mental health, and I was wondering what, if anything, is being done at this point to assist the rescue workers with the trauma that they're dealing with.
Good point,
Kathy. A very good question. A very good question, because it is a major problem. We've talked with so many rescuers who are seeing things they've never seen in their lives. They've been trained for this type of thing, but of course it's an eventuality they hope they never have to encounter. And they've walked out of here, especially parents who have seen children who have been badly injured and killed, and they've talked about going home and wanting to hug their children and never believing they'd ever see anything like this. So they're suffering, and they're already organizing programs here in Oklahoma City to deal with the stress that these rescuers are going through.
Gary, Lauren is joining us now from American University. She's a student. She's joining us via MCI video desktop conferencing. Hi, Lauren. Go ahead and talk to Gary.
Hi, Gary. We want to know if there's something that the rest of America can do to help the victims in Oklahoma City.
Lauren, there are 2 things that are being recommended by officials here in Oklahoma. The first thing that's being recommended is donations to the Red Cross. The Red Cross is very involved in this effort, and the people here are saying any donations to the Red Cross would be very helpful. When you call the Red Cross or write them, please tell them you would like your money to go to this effort here in Oklahoma. They will do their best to comply. The second thing you can do has nothing to do with material or money. The people here in Oklahoma are asking for your prayers.
Suzanne is a member of the Georgia National Guard. Is that what you said, Suzanne?
Yes, ma'am.
You've got a question for Gary? Go ahead.
Yes. I am a member of the Georgia Air National Guard, and I know during natural disasters and other tragedies in Georgia, we all pull together to help the community, and I was wondering what the military presence was like in Oklahoma. Are they involved, and at what level?
Well, Suzanne, very involved, especially considering inside this federal building behind me, we're members of the military who work here. There is a U.S. Marine office, for example, in here. We just talked to a Marine yesterday who actually was able to pull some severely wounded people out of this building when the bomb went off. So the military members not only are getting involved in this effort to help people, but they have comrades who were in this building when this happened.
Gary, we got this fax from Dave in Ontario. He says the only way we can defend ourselves from attacks like this is to close all access to public buildings and offices. We must increase security, block traffic routes, and rely more on surveillance cameras. Unfortunately, there is no way to fully protect potential targets. What are people that you're talking to there saying about efforts to increase security, not just in Oklahoma City, but all over Oklahoma and federal buildings everywhere?
Well, Susan, it's an old argument. You take away liberties, you certainly can make places safer. Take North Korea and China, for example. They're relatively safe when it comes to crime, but people have very few liberties. Everyone here is talking about how security has to be made tougher. But you go in federal buildings across the United States, especially federal courthouses, you usually have to go through metal detectors right now. But generally speaking, there are not security precautions outside these buildings, and that's what happened in this case. It's believed there was a van outside with a bomb that weighed over 1,000 pounds that went off. What do you do in that case? That's up to the security officials. It's a tough one.
A couple of responses overnight on CompuServe from Jonathan Bailey. The best response is to catch the perpetrators and never allow them to see the light of day again. We should not become prisoners in our own country. And this from Kenneth Hooker. I would have to agree that I don't feel terror. I feel anger and disgust. It was a cowardly act, and these people are evil. Gary, how are the people there feeling? I mean, we were talking to Brenda and Lenora, and Brenda, whom you met at the top of the show, she said that they're just shell-shocked. Are they feeling anger there yet, or are they still just really grappling with all of this?
Virtually everyone we've talked to, Susan, is very happy that Attorney General Janet Reno has said that the death penalty, the new federal death penalty, will be applied in this case. There was an awful lot of anger that someone could ever conceive of doing this. The people here really can't believe that something like this could happen in Oklahoma. And I guarantee you that in most states in the United States, you'd have the same thing. If this happened anywhere else, people would be saying, I can't believe it happened here. Most people here remember the tragedy at the World Trade Center a little over 2 years ago and thought it was terrible, but said, well, that's New York City. Things like that happen there. Well, indeed, there were people in New York who couldn't believe that happened either in New York City. So no matter where you are, that happens, and people just can't believe it happened here. And yes, people here are shell-shocked. They still can't believe that their town, Oklahoma City, which is a great family community, a beautiful downtown, a wonderful place to live, could have something like this happen.
Gary Tuchman with the latest from Oklahoma City. Thank you very much for joining us. Keep in touch. When we continue, we've got to take a break at this point, but when we continue, you will get to talk to one of the survivors of the bombing. Stay with us.
Talk Back Live is brought to you by MCI.
AT&T's television commercials convinced my mom, my sister, and me not to join MCI savings program.
Then we heard about MCI's new Friends and Family, and we decided to try it. So we joined together.
Now, when we spend just $10 a month, we save 50% on all the calls we make to each other.
That's half of what we used to pay on AT&T's basic rate for the same calls.
And now we realize that all the time AT&T was telling us not to join MCI, they were charging us America's highest long-distance rate.
It is a rip-roaring 2-liter, 140-horsepower engine. It's as fast through the slalom as a Ferrari. There's room for 4 and a big honking trunk. Introducing the new Nissan 200 SX, a sports car of heroic proportions. Or you can put in Schlage locks, the Doberman of locks. This is
LDL cholesterol. If left untreated, it can clog the walls of coronary arteries and result in heart attack. Although much progress has been made in the fight against heart attack, it is still the leading cause of death for men and women. But there is hope. It may be possible to stymie the destructive process of LDL cholesterol and prevent heart attacks. We're working on it. Call today for a free booklet on heart attacks from America's pharmaceutical research companies.
Kellogg's Raisin Bran tastes so good, people forget it's good for them. So while you're eating, I'll read about the nutrition, and then you can give me your thoughts, okay?
Okay.
Here we go. Wheat bran, vitamin D,
this tastes
fiber,
good. It's
iron.
really good.
Okay, listen up here. Listen
I
up
really
here.
love this stuff.
The
Raisins and the bran together.
Keep listening. Niacin, vitamin D.
Nobody's listening.
There are two reasons to eat Kellogg's Raisin Bran. The taste.
I think I hit a raisin.
Does it say anything about nutrition?
What happened? I mean, I don't even know where the explosion came from, what building or anything. I mean, it was just so much damage up there, you couldn't tell where it started.
Hello and welcome back to Talk Back Live. We are talking about the Oklahoma City bombing. How does it make you feel? Joining us now is Army Master Sergeant Bill Bonebrake. Bill, thank you very much for joining us. You are a survivor of the bombing. Amy here has a question for you. Amy, go ahead and talk to Bill.
I'd like to know what went through your mind when the bomb hit, and what was your first reaction to do?
Well, interestingly enough, my mind kind of went blank, and the only thing I could think of was to get under the desk. I did that, and came out when I heard the cries for help and people screaming and needed some assistance.
Bill, I could just imagine how your family is feeling. I can't completely imagine it, but I can empathize with them. How long did it take your wife and your children to find out that you were okay?
The bomb went off at about 11:30, 9 o'clock, and it was 11:30 until I was able to contact my family.
Oh. Sharon has a question for you. Go ahead.
I was wondering, how did you finally get out of the building?
The blast went off on the north side. The stairwell is in the south side of the building, and it was clear. We were able to evacuate out the south side.
Okay. So, was there any problems with that? Was it pretty orderly? I mean, all things considered?
Yes, it was. We had clear stairways. By the time we were evacuating people, it seems as though the emergency response people were right on the scene with us. We had clear passage. We had no problems. The stairways were clear, and we had no problem vacating the building.
Okay. Sylvia, you've got a question for him. Go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering, are you helping out with clearing out some of the body and the help and the people in there or the bodies, or are you just staying away from that? I want to know how you are doing and whether you feel you need to be there working with these people or not.
Let me understand your question. You want to know, A, if I'm doing anything to help clean out the building, and B, if I feel like I need there?
Right. Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. Thank you. I am not at this point helping out. I sustained some injuries to my back, shoulder, and arms that are kind of painful. They're muscle bruise type of things. And at this point, I have not been back to the building.
Bill, I've got to tell you that Suzanne is with the reserves here in Georgia. Suzanne, could have been you if you had been stationed in Oklahoma City.
You're exactly right. I've never been involved in this type of tragedy to this certain degree, but my comrades and my co-workers, I'm active duty Air Force stationed here at Dobbins Air Reserve Base in Marietta, Georgia, and during natural disasters and tragedies, we are called upon by the governor of that state to help out as we're needed. And earlier, one of my questions was if the National Guard in the state of Oklahoma is involved, and to what degree, if they've actually been called out by the governor of that state to get involved and help their community?
I have no direct real knowledge of that, other than to state that I've seen National Guardsmen as I was making my way to the CNN location today. My understanding is that, yes, they have been called up.
Phyllis is joining us now from American University. Phyllis, go ahead and talk to Master Sergeant Bill Bonebrake.
Hi, Bill. I'm also from Oklahoma City. I left Oklahoma City to come to law school here in Washington, D.C., and I wonder if you could put it in perspective for us, the difference between knowing that an approaching storm is coming, such as a tornado, and what happened here, which was an unforeseen disaster. If you could describe for us the different emotions that you're going through.
Bill?
I'm here. So that's kind of tough to describe. With a tornado, and we've been here for 2 years, so we've been through one or two of those. You have time to prepare. You know, the news people here are very good about putting weather warnings out, and you can see storms when they approach. This is something that you never plan for. It just happens. Your mind kind of goes blank. It's kind of like your conscience mind says, I'm going to take a vacation for a few minutes, I'll be back in a little while, and you kind of go on automatic pilot. It's nothing you can prepare for. It's
right.
one of those things.
Phyllis, very quickly, have you talked to your family in Oklahoma City? Are they okay?
I was on my way to class the morning that it happened, and my mother got through, and she told me to cut on the television. I tried to get back on the phone to call her, and all lines were down like for 24 hours. As far as I know, my family is okay, but of course I don't know, the extent of what happened.
Okay. Phyllis, thank you very much. They, as all of the people, are in our prayers, absolutely. When we come back, we will talk to an explosives specialist. He will join us, and he can tell us more about this particular car bomb and answer some more of your questions, including your question about explosives, Brad. We'll take a break. Back up to this.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel like we are. They tell us we are. How would we know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
They destroy your home from within. Termites. You leave the exterminator, the Orkin Man. He stops termites and makes sure they never return. Guaranteed. Call him day or night at 1-800-800-ORKIN.
Introducing softer, longer-lasting Freedent.
This is softer.
Lots easier to chew.
The flavor, it just keeps going and going.
Softer chewing, longer lasting.
Now this is great gum.
Try new nonstick Freedent. It's better than ever.
In the years to come, thousands of people will be protected because of a significant innovation from Volvo. Volvo introduces the world's first side impact airbag. Drive safely.
Bladder control protection, Poise pads from Depend are small, like the leading Maxi pads, but they absorb 50% more and lock liquid in, so you get the right size, right protection. Poise pads and new Poise guards give you the freedom to be yourself. Go ahead.
Moving. A lot can happen between point A and point B, and here we are at point B. At Wheaton, we believe the best route in every move is problem-free. Wheaton, moving from point A to point B, all points to customer satisfaction. Call for your free copy of 72 Ways to Save Money Moving.
The Los Angeles Police Department's under fire again. There are allegations of sloppy work, frame-ups, and racist cops. And Chief Willie Williams will fire back tonight on Larry King Live, 9 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back to Talk Back Live. We are talking about the Oklahoma City bombing. The bomb is much bigger than first believed, 4,000 pounds, 3 times the size of the device used in the World Trade Center bombing. We are joined now in Washington by Jack McGeorge, who was formerly a munitions expert with the Secret Service. He is now president of a consulting firm. Thank you very much for joining us, Jack. We've got a lot of people here who want to ask you questions. I'm going to start off with Brad's question, which is kind of a general one about this bomb. Go ahead, Brad.
I was wondering what type of explosives were used in the bombing.
I don't know that has been absolutely positively determined. It has been speculated that it is ammonium nitrate. That is a reasonable speculation based on the size and availability of the explosive.
Jack, Shawnee has a question. Go ahead.
How can civilians get a hold of such powerful explosions?
Well, 2 issues here. Number one, as explosives go, ammonium nitrate is the least powerful of all of the high explosives that one might typically come across. So it's a pussycat in that context, but they had apparently a lot of it. Secondly, how do you get a hold of it? It has tremendous commercial use. In this country, we probably use several 100 million pounds of it, at least per year, as a fertilizer. It has, it's widely available and needs to be available.
Oh, so it's pretty easy to get it and to do something like this, right, Jack?
It's pretty easy to get it because it has very legitimate use along a wide range of agricultural uses. To convert it into an explosive, however, is a couple of steps that the person would have to know something about what they're doing.
Okay, Scott is joining us now on the phone. He's from Oklahoma. Scott, go ahead and ask Jack McGeorge your question.
Well, I was really just calling in. I went down there initially to give help and was turned away because there was too many people coming down there. And I just do not understand this. What I saw, my mother's also an ER physician. She was on scene, and what she saw, I just do not understand. This is the most horrendous thing I've ever seen.
Master Sergeant Bill Bonebreak is still with us. Bill, can you give any help or support for Scott? You must be feeling a lot of what he's feeling.
I think so. The only thing that I could maybe say would be to say thank you to all of those that did help. If his mom is an emergency room physician, we owe her a great debt. These people did yeoman type of work. They did all they could for us. They stayed, they worked, they did. I just can't say enough. I'm sorry. Words escape me to express the gratitude that I know I have and that all of us have for the emergency people that came and rescued us and helped us out on the day of the tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Back to Jack McGeorge answering questions about what caused this explosion. Jeff has a question. Go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if it's possible to focus this in a particular direction, or does they blow equally in all directions?
How does that work, Jack?
You have 2 issues. Number one, a shock wave leaves the surface of the explosive at a 90-degree angle to that explosive. So yes, it leaves in all directions equally. You could shape the explosive. There are various ways to do that to create more force in one direction, perhaps, than another, called a shape charge. That is technically possible, and we use it in missile warheads and other things.
Jack, let me cut you off. We've got to take a break. We will finish your answer to Jeff right after this. We'll take a break. Back up to this.
From Depend have all the bladder control protection you need. Plus, Poise Guards lock liquid in better than the leading SuperGuard, so you're drier, comfortable. New Poise Guards give you the freedom to be yourself. Go ahead.
For 15 years, we've taken good care of each other.
We sure have.
And to take better care of our health, we've started drinking Ensure.
More than a vitamin supplement, Ensure is a delicious drink with all the nutrients adults need to help stay healthy, active, be energetic.
Drink Ensure as a meal.
Or in between meals.
Ensure is even recommended #1 by doctors as a source of complete balanced nutrition.
Ensure. To your health, honey.
To our health.
And now there's new Ensure High Protein, low in saturated fat.
From the first pitch to the final out, nobody covers the game like Baseball 95. Saturday, 11:30 Eastern on CNN.
Ford in New Orleans has factory authorization for
an early closeout sale.
We must sell 300 new cars, trucks, and vans to increase our allocation of new cars.
Early closeout.
Ford Escorts will move fast at just $97.95 with many features.
Early closeout.
The F-150 XL just $11,995 with AM/FM stereo AC and much more.
Early closeout.
The Taurus only $15,395 with AM/FM stereo AC and dual airbags.
It's early closeout time at the original Bone Ford in New Orleans.
Your 15-minute dealer just 15 minutes from Metairie, St. Bernard, and the West Bank.
SOS. The severely overstocked sale has begun on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford. Answer the SOS and save on over 300 fresh trades, all factory line, all price ranges. Some used cars and trucks are just $2,000. Or get like new factory program cars with new car warranty and new car financing. Low credit, no problem. Call the 24-hour credit hotline for an instant credit review now. Answer the SOS and save on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford.
Capital Gang, Saturday, 7 Eastern on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We here at CNN, of course, are covering the Oklahoma City bombing very closely. Significant new development. We want to go right to Wolf Blitzer at the White House with what's the latest. Wolf?
Frank, there seems to be significant progress in the course of the FBI's investigation looking for the two suspects. Composite sketches of the two suspects were released by the FBI yesterday. Only moments ago, I had a chance right here on the north lawn of the White House to interview the White House Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta, who suggested to us that there could be some announcements made as early as later today. I asked him to update us on the latest situation involving the course of the investigation.
The investigation is proceeding pretty rapidly, as you can imagine, particularly as a result of the composites that were issued yesterday. We've gotten something like almost 1,600 calls that have come in, and they're coming in rapidly, and so each one of those has to be followed up on. But the result is that it's proceeding apace, but I think, as the President pointed out this morning, it's very important now to be patient, to allow these investigators the room they're going to need to be able to follow through on each of these leads.
There seems to be some names associated with these two composite sketch suspects. Does the FBI now believe they know the identities of these two suspects?
I'm not going to comment as to where they are with regards to the names, but it's fair to say that they are certainly narrowing on the identity of the people involved in the composites.
Have they also narrowed the location where these two suspects may be right now?
It's difficult right now because obviously all of these calls are coming in that recognize them at one place or another, but they're making some progress. But again, it's a full investigatory effort that's covering that whole entire area around Oklahoma City.
And there's been good cooperation with all the various agencies?
Excellent. We've had great cooperation from state and local officials, and they really are working together. Sometimes in these events, there's some tugging that usually goes on. This is one instance where I think all of the investigatory law enforcement agencies are really working closely together.
Increasingly, their theories are moving away from an international connection, a Middle Eastern terrorist connection, to something domestic, homegrown. Is that what you're hearing as well as this investigation continues?
Well, I don't want to speculate. It's always difficult to try to tie into what are the motives, what were the reasons that this kind of thing happened, and was it totally something that was done here, or did it involve some kind of conspiracy? Those are just questions that haven't even been addressed. Right now, the whole effort is to try to identify these individuals and capture them.
So when the President says we shouldn't jump to any conclusions, and let's not rush to judgment, what does he mean by this? I read what he says that we shouldn't conclude this as necessarily some sort of Islamic fundamentalist or Middle Eastern plot.
I think he means just that. The problem you sometimes get is that there's an awful lot of speculation about who was involved, where did it come from, what happened here, and sometimes it starts to drive people towards certain conclusions even before we've seen the facts and really found out what's involved. I think it's kind of a caution to the American people. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Let's give the investigators room to make this case, because in the end, nobody really knows what was involved until we're able to capture these individuals and find out.
Do you think we'll get some more of those specifics in the course of the day?
I hope we will. Thank you.
And in fact, other White House officials are suggesting that the FBI and others could make some sort of announcements as early as today, perhaps tomorrow. They are making what is described as significant progress in narrowing the gap, the identities of these two suspects. They believe, Frank, that they do know the identities, but this is a very sensitive moment, a very delicate moment in this investigation. They don't want to release anything right now that could upset the progress that is apparently unfolding.
Well, this moment that you referred to was described to me as very, very hot earlier today. What are you hearing from the sources you're talking to about the affiliation or suspected affiliation of these individuals, their whereabouts? I noticed you asked Mr. Panetta where the search was focusing. Is there anything that you can authoritatively tell us that's being told to you?
A high-ranking official told me earlier today that the theorizing right now is definitely moving away from the Middle East connection. As you know, over the past 48 hours, given the nature of the bombing, the truck bombing, there was widespread suspicion that there may have been some sort of Middle East connection. While they are not totally discounting that, now the focus of the investigation appears increasingly to be on some sort of domestic grievance or complaint. The various scenarios that I've heard raised as speculation, but things that they are looking into range from everything involving white supremacists or revival of the Branch Davidian, the Waco anniversary suspicion that was, of course, raised earlier this week. There's some sort of suspicion involving drugs, although increasingly we're being told that the DEA connection is unlikely, that is probably not true. You know, the DEA did have an office in the destroyed federal building in Oklahoma City. So increasingly, Frank, it looks like the focus of the current FBI investigation is on some sort of domestic group as opposed to something overseas.
The DEA being the Drug Enforcement Agency, there had been some indication earlier, some suspicion both inside investigatory circles and elsewhere that the DEA had been some sort of retaliatory target, and we are hearing guidance moving us away from that. Wolf, it was the composite sketches that really seemed to have launched this very intensive, very public manhunt that may, in fact, now be bearing some fruit if we hear what we're hearing correctly. As you can see there, there's the composite sketch of one individual described as John Doe, a white male, light brown crew cut, and described as being right-handed. The other individual, also described as a white male, also John Doe, according to what we were told yesterday by the FBI, described as medium build, about 5'9" or 5'10", brown hair with a tattoo on his left arm, and the 800 number that the FBI gave out has produced what I'm told is literally thousands of calls and tips, most of which the FBI and others have tried to sift through and pursue. Wolf, you were hearing earlier, as was I, that there were a number of leads that they were following and treating as credible.
That's right. They're looking at several different leads, although two individuals by name they are focusing most of their attention on, we are told right now. And various people who have called this 800 number have referred specifically to these two individuals, and they claim they know where they are. There have been sightings and these kinds of things. Leon Panetta, leaving this interview only moments ago with me, he has been, of course, in charge of the interagency task force that's been meeting here at the White House every morning, charged by the president to make sure that all of the different government agencies are appropriately involved in this investigation. He seemed encouraged, as the president was earlier today, by the pace of this investigation, the breaks that have been achieved, and he seemed to suggest that there were a lot more information out there that we simply don't know about yet, but would be told in the course of perhaps today, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Thanks very much. We're going to come back to you and anywhere else the story takes us as more developments become known. One other fact that came to light today, we're told the bomb that was placed in front of that federal building in Oklahoma City weighing something like 4,000 pounds of explosives into 4-foot long truck rented from Ryder, the largest truck that they rent. We will be bringing you more developments in this story, of course, as they become available. For now, in Washington, I'm Frank Sesno. The funds may enter into interest rate swaps, caps, and floors on either an asset-based or liability-based basis, i.e. the two payment streams netted out, with the fund receiving or paying, as the case may be, only the net amount of the two payments. The fund will not enter into any interest rate swap, cap, or floor transaction unless the unsecured senior debt or the claims-paying ability of the other party thereto is rated in the highest rating category of at least one nationally recognized statistical rating organization at the time of entering into the transaction. The net amount of the excess of any of the fund's obligations over its entitlements with respect to each interest rate swap will be accrued.
My allergies were terrible. No one medicine seemed right for me. Benadryl worked okay, but sometimes made me drowsy. My prescription medicine didn't make me drowsy, but wasn't always strong enough. Then my allergist recommended Dimetap.
Compared to Benadryl, Dimetap is less likely to cause drowsiness.
And he told me something else.
A recent study showed its antihistamine provided better relief than a leading prescription.
Dimetap. It's just right for me.
Dimetap Extend Tabs, the right allergy medicine for you.
Imagine these in
color.
Gray. Gray.
Tangerine.
Dark gray bar is sales. Wedgwood blue and hunter green. You have to imagine it in color.
Sort of like the flower that's in your scarf.
Dark gray bar, projected sales. Everybody follow me?
When you need it in color.
No, I'm sorry.
At Kinko's, you can create it in color so you can show it in color. Kinko's, your branch office, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Let's go over this again.
Are you out there, AT&T? Of course you are. You're not going to like this. You know how all along you've been telling us at MCI to put it in writing? Sort of implying that we weren't telling the truth about our savings. Well, approve of a savings statement. We're sending them to our new friends and family customers, showing them how they save. Put it in writing. I hate to say it, AT&T, but you asked for it.
In 1992, I almost lost my husband, John. I almost lost him to cancer.
Then John found Cancer Treatment Centers of America, where he received individualized medical care, including nutritional, psychological, and spiritual support.
They treated us like family, and that was really important to both of us. Today my cancer's in remission, and we're going on with our lives together forever.
Find out how Cancer Treatment Centers of America can help. Please call 1-800-515-1221.
Welcome back to Talk Back Live. We're glad that you could join us today. We are talking about the bombing in Oklahoma City. I want to turn now to a fellow who is a regular in the CompuServe forum. His name is Tom Silk. He is joining us now on the telephone. Tom, I feel like I know you and your family. Hello to Aaron. I have never spoken to you, though, on the phone.
Susan. Nice to finally speak to you, too.
Hey, you have a nice voice.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd just like to begin by saying my heart really goes out to the families in Oklahoma. We can really identify with what they're going through.
Yeah,
and I'd like to commend the people there for their response. As it was in New York, it seems that tragedy of this magnitude really brings out the best in Americans.
For the folks in our audience who don't know, Tom Silk is a survivor of the World Trade Center bombing. Tom, when you're now on disability because of what happened to you in the World Trade Center bombing, you're okay, but you're on disability because of it. Your wife still works there. What was going through your mind as you started seeing these pictures?
As you can imagine, it's been a very emotional 2 days, predominated by anger and gratitude. I mean, if the bomb in New York had worked as well as this one did, it's frightful to think what could have happened.
Oh, they're saying that this one is 4 times the bomb at the World Trade Center?
Right. Yeah. The most difficult time for me was my 7-year-old son looked at it and saw it and said, Daddy, could you have been killed by that bomb? And trust me, the last thing I wanted to talk about at that point was that subject. But you really have to talk to the children when you can see that something like this bothers them, and be honest with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the most difficult part.
Tom, what did you tell him?
I just was honest with him. I told him, yes, it could have happened. We were very lucky that it didn't, and that, there's bad things that happen in the world along with the good, and that's basically life.
I'm sure Brenda wants to talk to you. She is from Oklahoma City.
Hello, Brenda.
She has friends there, and you don't know if some of them are okay or not. Go ahead and talk to Tom.
I also helped a survivor, so I know what you've gone through, and praise the Lord you're alive, because there's a lot of people in Oklahoma City that are waiting by their phone or waiting at the church to find out if they have a loved one that is no longer here. So praise God that you're still alive. That's
Brenda, we realized that very much here. We were very, very, very lucky. There were a lot of injuries, but there were no any other deaths that have occurred there. And the magnitude of this is just, I thought the Trade Center was the worst thing I had ever seen, and this is tenfold what we went through.
Well, the thing in Oklahoma City, we weren't expecting anything like this. We hear about these things in New York City, but not Oklahoma City. And I think that's probably one reason it's taken a lot of us by surprise, is because this shouldn't happen in Oklahoma City. But I know what probably happened in your community, like it's happened in Oklahoma City. Our community pulled together.
That's right.
One of the young men in his audience says, why were people turned away? Because there was so much a response. I got to help at one of the hospitals, and when we got finished with the first wave and went down and had a bite to eat, there were hundreds of doctors, hundreds of nurses wanting to do something but couldn't do anything because there wasn't anybody to treat at that moment.
And Tom, stay on the line with us if you will. Brenda, one of the very first people of the people that you're talking about is, ironically, a dentist, Kathy DeHart. Dr. DeHart, thank you for joining us. You've heard Brenda talk about the wave of rescuers and things like that. Describe what happened to you.
Some of my co-workers and myself went down to St. Anthony's Hospital, and there really wasn't very much going on there, so we came down to the building area. At that point in time, we went to the south triage area, and as you approached the building, there was lots of glass and blood trails as you went to the patio area where the triage was.
Manny has a question for you, Kathy. Go ahead, Manny.
Yes, Kathy. At any time did you consider your own safety, or did you just ride the wave of emotion when you went in to help those poor people?
I think that the one thing that you wanted to do the most was just help whoever you could find. You didn't really think about yourself.
Kathy, you've got a question for Kathy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Kathy, my question was just how are you doing in terms of the aftermath of all of this? How are you making out on a personal level?
Very well, considering everything. We did not really see that many people who came out of the building. The first wave had already passed. We saw children that had been killed in the blast, and from that we were trying to prepare for what we thought was going to come out of the building.
So, Kathy, do you think that, I've got to tell you, Kathy here in our audience, the reason why she was asking that question is because she's a mental health worker. So, Kathy, you're worried, we've heard things like post-traumatic stress, etc. Kathy, in Oklahoma City, are you worried that this will hit you after the crisis is over?
I think it hit me the most was after you had left the area and you couldn't do as much as what you thought you would like to have done. And that evening when you're away from the area and the pictures of the children come back to your mind. And I'm 35 years old and I had to call my mom. So I think the more you talk about it, the things that you've seen and been through, that in itself is therapy.
Kathy, Melissa has a question for you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to know what it felt like inside that you know that you saved somebody and how you felt when you realized what you've done.
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't save anybody. I really didn't help anybody except for the medical examiner take pictures of the children who had expired. And I think most of the healthcare professionals who came down to the area felt very frustrated because they weren't able to do more, because most of the people never came out of the building.
Jerome is joining us now on the phone from Georgia. Hi, Jerome. You've got a question or a comment for Kathy?
Yes, how you doing? What I'd like to say is that I'm a sergeant in the United States Army, and often in the Army we have to work together as a team, and I like to see the teamwork that's going on in Oklahoma City, regardless of color, race, or creed. There's a lot of people pulling together. One thing that really touched my heart, I saw a white man, it might have been a fireman, carrying a black baby. The baby was just tore down, and he had so much emotion trying to get assistance for that child that it really grabbed me. And I just wanted to say that the teamwork there is awesome, and I hope that we can just let the investigation continue so that we don't have any problems and these guys will go free.
Jerome, thank you very much. This is what Brenda has been talking to us about, and all of the people that I've talked to from Oklahoma City. Kathy, tremendous outpouring of solidarity and togetherness from the community. Yeah, absolutely. Kathy?
Yes.
Describe the solidarity. Yeah, I can hear you.
As far as the solidarity, the thing that I was impressed the most about was when the plea on the airway came that they needed healthcare professionals of a great outpouring. We had probably hundreds of people who came down to the area, and surprisingly they brought supplies that were needed on the scene, and it became very well organized in a very short period of time, and it was very impressive to me.
Kathy DeHart, one of the volunteer rescuers, a doctor, a dentist. Thank you very much for joining us. We will take a break. Back after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I'm Frank Sesno in Washington with what is a major development in the case surrounding the Oklahoma City bombing. We're going to go directly to our senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, who is at the White House. Wolf, we understand, as I say, there has been a major break.
There has been, Frank. Sources tell us, confirmed to CNN, that law enforcement authorities in Oklahoma have now made at least one arrest of the suspect, one of the two John Does, whose composite sketch was released by the FBI yesterday. That suspect is now in custody. We are told that Attorney General Janet Reno would have an announcement in about an hour or so from now at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and she would be releasing more specifics of this arrest. Again, a major development over the past 24 hours since the composite sketches were released. Numerous phone calls to that 1-800 number have apparently now led to at least some initial success in at least making this one arrest. Frank?
Wolf, we should add here that we are getting guidance from our producer and our reporters over at the Justice Department that what may be a major announcement from Attorney General Janet Reno may not be the final announcement. So we may see this thing starting to unravel in somewhat incremental stages.
That's right. The first indications that there were going to be some major announcements were earlier today when we had been told that very significant progress was being made, that the authorities believed they knew the exact identities of these two suspects, that over the past 24 hours, some 1,600 phone calls have been made to that 1-800 number with information about the alleged whereabouts of these two suspects. Leon Panetta, the White House Chief of Staff, who's been in charge of this interagency task force on behalf of the president, told us only moments ago that he did anticipate that there would be some announcements as early as later today. So we do anticipate that there would be at least an update of the situation, the breaking situation, by Attorney General Janet Reno at her 3 p.m. news conference.
Wolf, we should point out that a news conference is expected at 3 p.m. Do you have a hard time at 3 p.m.? Because our understanding was it was sometime after 3. Let's just be...
well, I had been told that she would be making some sort of announcement around 3 o'clock. So these events normally have a tendency to slip sometime. They are gathering all of the latest information. Presumably, if the arrest was in Oklahoma, as we are told it was, the FBI agent in charge in Oklahoma City, he could have some sort of news conference as well to provide additional details.
Okay, well, stay with us. We want to show you once again the composite sketches that have been so critical in this investigation as the public was brought in via that 800 number. The one white male identified as John Doe by the FBI yesterday, described with a medium build, standing 5'10 to 5'11 inches in height, 100 to 185 pounds, described as having a light brown crew cut and being right-handed. The other composite sketch, also referred to as John Doe, being a white male as well, a medium build, 5'9 to 5'10, some 180 pounds in weight, brown hair, and described as having a tattoo on his left arm. Very good composite sketches and a very particular kind of identification being accompanied by this 800 number that you see there on your screen right now, which has led to so many leads to the FBI, leads that the FBI and others obviously have been very aggressively pursuing. Now, we are joined right now by George Terwilliger. He was a Deputy Attorney General from 1991 to 1993. You were, during those times, among other things, in charge of counterterrorism. This investigation has moved very quickly. The composite sketches you've described before, very good. What do you make of where we're standing right now and what you're hearing?
Well, it sounds to me from the reports that that have just been aired and the fact that the Attorney General is scheduling an announcement that these individuals are in fact arrested, which means the investigation is proceeding very, very rapidly. And it's also beginning to look more and more like a domestic situation, which I think contains elements of both good and bad news for the American people.
How's that?
Well, I think the good news would be that if it's domestic, we have a much better chance of ferreting out who the people responsible are and thwarting any future events. The bad news is that it would represent a new level in domestic terrorism, which hopefully is limited to whoever this particular individuals or group is.
Mr. Terwilliger, I should point out right now we are getting further guidance just now from our producer over at the Justice Department, Terry Frieden, saying that there is some suggestion that that briefing that was supposed to be conducted by Janet Reno may slip. It may not even be Janet Reno herself. So obviously this is still a very fluid situation.
Well, and managing these kinds of things are, from the news media perspective, while trying to conduct an investigation and a prosecution, is difficult for the top officials of the justice. They want to keep the public informed, and at the same time they have to be mindful of everything from suspects' rights to the needs of the investigation. So it is a fluid situation, and I think we should expect these kinds of events to have an ebb and flow to them.
How does that get balanced out?
Well, I think it gets balanced out by primarily concentrating on identifying, apprehending, and laying the basis for conviction of those culpable. The public's right to know and need to know is secondary to that, but that doesn't mean it's not important.
You are a counterterrorism expert. What do you make of the further detail we got today that this explosive device was something like 4,000 pounds in weight?
Well, that's a hard judgment to make without knowing what the motive of the people involved was. It suggests to me one of two things. Either people who were really amateurish and did not know what they were doing and created a much bigger device than they had intended to, or people who knew exactly what they were doing and set out to cause a massive loss of life, which of course they did.
Back to Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Wolf, suggestions that you're hearing from your sources as to motive?
Well, the motive could be some sort of grievance against the U.S. government, and once again, as we've been reporting now for the past several hours, senior officials suggesting that the motive was not international, not Middle Eastern related, not Islamic fundamental.
And Wolf, if I may, they are explicitly saying this. This is not that they are speculating, but this is where they believe the investigation is actually headed.
Right, 48 hours after the explosion, they now suspect that it was some sort of domestic grievance, some sort of domestic issue, whether it involved white supremacists, whether it involved something from the Branch Davidian, whether it involved drugs. All of those are open questions. If, in fact, they have made these arrests, and we're led to believe that they have made at least one of the John Doe arrests, maybe both, that would significantly advance the investigation, because then presumably that would help lead to others if there are others involved.
Well, very quickly, recap for us before we break off for a few moments here, precisely the information you've got regarding this arrest.
The precise information is that a well-informed source tells CNN that law enforcement authorities in Oklahoma have made at least one of the arrests of the two John Does whose pictures were released by the FBI yesterday. Maybe both have been arrested, but we only can confirm, at least I can only confirm, that one of those John Does has been arrested.
All right. Wolf Blitzer, thanks very much. For George Terwilliger, who's been joining us here on the set as well. Our coverage, of course, will continue. We will be following this story every step of the way, and we will be back.
Are you enjoying your swimming pool? Maybe you should rely on your BioGuard dealer for advice. BioGuard gives you a choice of pool care programs. The easy BioGuard 3-step program with longer-lasting smart sticks or new improved non-chlorine Soft Swim. Soft Swim is gentle on eyes, skin, and hair. And for a limited time, you'll get a Coleman Cooler free with your special purchase of Soft Swim. The choice is yours, only at your BioGuard authorized pool care center.
The 3M Filtrete microparticle air filter outperforms all other 1-inch filters by getting more of the small stuff that's in your air out, like more dust particles. It also traps pollen and mold, particles that could irritate your allergies. It even gets animal dander. Try the Filtrete microparticle air filter. It gets more of the small aggravating things in your air out, even smoke. Look for the complete line of 3M filters wherever you buy furnace and air conditioner filters.
All right, let's count it out.
The coffee perking in this pot is America's best-loved coffee.
Just as long as fathers dance with daughters. As long as there are welcome mats. And childhood sweethearts. Just as long as families come together, Maxwell House will always be good to the last drop.
Hi, I'm Jim Palmer. Are you behind on your mortgage payments because you were out of work? Slow on your credit cards because of a medical emergency, but still a good credit risk? Well, at the Money Store, they'll consider your whole credit picture and won't automatically disqualify you for some late payments. You can still refinance your first mortgage and lower your monthly payments. So if your credit is less than perfect, call the Money Store at 1-800-LOAN-YES. That's 1-800-LOAN-YES.
Sleep deprivation. 70 million Americans have experienced it, but you don't have to. Try Maximum Strength Sleep in All Soft Gels with the sleep aid preferred by 7 out of 10 doctors. Sleep in All Soft Gels help you fall asleep fast.
I'm Frank Sesno in Washington, where we are monitoring a late-breaking series of developments that will significantly alter this case regarding the bombing in Oklahoma City. Our senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, is standing by. Wolf, we understand, as I say, a major development. What are you hearing over there?
Well, Frank, we're hearing that the FBI has made at least one arrest involving one of the two John Does whose composite sketches were released by the FBI yesterday. And this individual, we are told, is now in custody in Oklahoma. The arrest was made in Oklahoma. We don't know about the second suspect, and we're not exactly sure which of the two suspects, which of the two John Does was arrested within sometime today. But we do anticipate more information will be made available later today, probably by the Attorney General Janet Reno or by the FBI agents in charge of the investigation in Oklahoma City. They're putting together more information. The White House Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta, told us earlier this afternoon that there would probably be some announcements in this breaking case during the course of today. So once again, if in fact this arrest has occurred, and we do believe that at least one of the John Does has been arrested, that would represent a significant break in this investigation.
Okay, well, stay with us. It was, of course, the composite photos released yesterday by the FBI, which led to a great deal of public interest and public information, leads, some of them thousands in number, that the FBI has been pursuing. John Doe number 1 was described as a white male of medium build, about 185 pounds. The description went right down to the fact that he was right-handed, connected with this vehicle that was rented in connection with the bombing. The other individual, also identified as John Doe at the time, no names were given, of course, a white male as well, up to 5'10" in stature, about 180 pounds, brown hair with a tattoo on his left arm. We are joined now by George Terwilliger, a Deputy Attorney General from 1991 to 1993, who was in charge of counterterrorism, and also Robert Heibel. He's a former retired FBI agent in charge of counterterrorism, former Deputy Chief of Counterterrorism, we should say, currently a professor of history. This is a very major development, obviously. Walk us through, A, the significance of it, because this may not be the end of it yet, and where it is likely to go from here. Obviously, much of this is speculative, but take a whack at it.
What the Bureau's done here is followed logical leads, all logical leads. Now, through those logical leads, they've come up with these suspects. And now they're at the point where they can determine whether or not it was a domestic case, perhaps, or perhaps these people were operating as surrogates for international terrorist organizations.
When we hear there is an arrest per se, this is distinct from someone being detained for questioning. This is a very substantial difference.
That's right, and assuming that arrest warrants were obtained, as Special Agent Weldon Kennedy indicated last night, that means that there's been a judicial finding of probable cause that somebody committed an offense. That ups the ante a little bit. It also brings the Justice Department and the FBI together, because that's the initiation of the prosecution process. So the lawyers are going to get involved to make sure that the suspect's rights are attended to and that sort of thing.
But I think there's an issue here, too, though, at this point is what do we know, who is this person acting for? And that's a very, very important point here. And that may be an issue that has not been totally discovered yet. Now that the individual's been identified and arrested, then now the Bureau can begin to go into his background and develop anything that's there that would indicate his affiliation organizationally.
One of the most important questions to be asking them now.
To be asking the suspect, or
yes?
Well, that obviously is the first avenue of investigation that will be pursued vis-a-vis an individual who's been arrested. And that individual has both a problem and an opportunity. The problem is that he's been arrested. The opportunity is that obviously there's a hunger and a need for information, and he may be able to help himself by providing it.
Wolf Blitzer, back to you at the White House. You did have that opportunity to talk to Leon Panetta. I'm sorry, I'm told that Wolf is not available at the current time. We'll get back to him presumably in a few minutes. So, Robert Heibel, let me come back to you. Help us a little bit. Yesterday, these composite sketches were released along with the 800 number. They produced literally thousands of calls, we are told, and leads. How does a law enforcement agency digest all those leads and move as expeditiously as apparently they have?
Well, you're prepared for it because what you've got to do is have capable people handling those phone lines. And once the phone calls are received, then it's a matter of disseminating them, getting them out to the locations where the leads need to be covered.
You spoke earlier of motive, a very important element to determine whether this is part of some larger plot, some larger group, or individuals working off on their own.
That's true, particularly in regard to future violence. But the course of the investigation at this point will be not so much to determine motive as to determine who did it. And from that, the evidence of motive will flow.
Where does this investigation go if, in fact, we were seeing a composite sketch of two individuals, only one has been arrested? Presumably that means someone is still on the lam.
That's true.
Well, what you're looking at now is you're looking at associates of this individual. Who were his contacts? They're talking to everybody they can find that knows this individual that may be able to develop a possible lead as to who his associates are. Also, of course, leads are going out to other agencies. Do you know this individual? They're taking a look at his criminal background.
Robert Heibel, let me just jump in here. I want to go quickly out to my colleague, Gary Tuchman, who's in Oklahoma City. Gary, what have you got?
Well, Frank, the news of an arrest is being greeted with a lot of satisfaction here in Oklahoma City. With us, the mayor of Oklahoma City, Ron Norwick. Mayor, how do you feel about it?
Well, I've had a lot of confidence from day one that the FBI would solve this case. I hope the individual that has been apparently apprehended, I hope that is one of the individuals that is involved in this, because that'll obviously be a major break. But I'll let the FBI discuss that information as to whether this is actually one of the suspects or not. But as far as the citizens of Oklahoma City and as far as our efforts, what we're mainly concerned about still is the people, potential survivors and the victims and their families. But obviously, too, we want to solve this crime, and I've never had any doubt that our authorities wouldn't solve it.
Mayor, CNN is reporting that is one of the two suspects they were looking for, one of the John Does. We're not sure which one, but that it is one of the suspects they have been looking for.
Good. Well, knowing what I know about FBI and how they work, I would imagine that they had pretty good information on that individual, or they wouldn't have put out a John Doe to begin with. And I would suspect that if that is true, that from this point on, the case will probably develop very quickly.
Sir, there was undoubtedly a lot of supposition that this could have been the work of Middle Eastern terrorists. How does it make you feel that this arrest has taken place in your home state of Oklahoma?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is an Oklahoman. It could be. We don't know that
I'm not trying to impugn the integrity of your state, but how do you feel that this seems to be a local arrest?
Well, I'm really glad because it obviously shows that with the law enforcement authorities, they didn't get out of our state. And I knew that they wouldn't get out of this country, but I didn't know how far they'd get. And obviously, they were probably trying to stay pretty low-key in the state. And I would imagine that the sketches that are around, one of our citizens somewhere in the rural area has probably spotted somebody to start making calls.
Does it surprise you that so quickly, relatively quickly after this bombing, that a suspect has been arrested?
Yeah, it really does. I knew that the FBI was quick. I knew they were thorough. But you know, this is about 51 hours. That is extremely quick on what I think on any type of activity such as this, and I commend the law enforcement agencies for what they're doing.
Mayor Ron Norwick, thank you very much for joining us. Well, people here are satisfied. The fact is the search goes on behind me for more people to survive this. The last survivor came out of this building a day and a half ago. No one has come since. They're still looking. Frank, back to you.
Thanks very much, Gary. Well, currently we are seeing a picture off the south lawn of the White House where President Clinton is about to emerge from Marine One, the helicopter that he uses to get himself around when he's out and traveling. He was, in fact, out and traveling earlier today to attend an event commemorating Earth Day, which will be noted tomorrow here in Washington and beyond. President Clinton may well have some comments. Somewhat unusual, if we can make that surmise from looking at the picture here. The helicopter has been down on the ground for a few moments now. The door opened for a few moments. The rotors above it stopped. It is, and this is a pure supposition, it may well be that the president is trying to receive a little bit of further information before he emerges, knowing that he will surely be asked questions as to the latest in this Oklahoma case by reporters who routinely go out onto the south lawn to greet him back in. The president earlier today said he was well satisfied, his words, with the progress being made in this case. He has been out in front in terms of his public statements of support and condolences throughout. The president, obviously, as you can see now, emerging from the helicopter. Let's listen in and see if he does say anything as he walks past the microphones. The president obviously not pausing to take any questions or in any way acknowledge those who are out there to watch his arrival. We are told, you should know, that either the Attorney General or someone is expected to make an announcement perhaps in somewhat less than an hour from now. Presumably, gentlemen, the president not wanting to get too far out in front here. This is still, and after all, an investigation in progress.
Well, that's true, and it is a delicate political issue for the president. He has clearly and firmly supported what the FBI and the Justice Department is doing here. On the other hand, he can't afford politically to raise the expectations too high. But he's entitled to have high expectations of the FBI here, Frank, because one of the great strengths of the FBI is being able to bring great amounts of resources to bear on a crisis situation like this and coordinate them very, very well.
Robert Heidel, talk very briefly, if you will, about precedent for such rapid investigation and perhaps, as we're led to believe, apprehension.
Rapid investigation, take a look at the Martin Luther King case where James Earl Ray was identified through putting a fingerprint together literally off pieces of evidence. The World Trade Center very, very quick response. Look how quickly they were able to identify the vehicle from basic investigations in that particular case, Frank.
Robert Heibel and George Terwilliger, thanks very much. I want to take you to Susan Rook now, who's standing by with her audience at Talkback Live to see how some of this is playing with the public. Susan?
Frank, thank you very much. When Wolf Blitzer came on and reported that one suspect was under arrest, I have to tell you, the entire audience broke into a round of applause. Elizabeth, why?
Well, isn't it nice to know that when all the governmental agencies pull together, justice is swift? I mean, I feel great. This is wonderful.
Jerome?
I know I can speak for the audience that when we heard this great, wonderful news that we all broke out in applause, we're just thankful that the FBI just got right on it, and we found this one particular guy, and we're hoping and praying that the other people will be caught as well.
Kathy, are you surprised?
I think the whole investigation has been incredibly impressive, how quickly they've been able to find these men. The disappointment is that it may be Americans that were behind it, and that's difficult to make sense out of that.
Right. Manny?
I think the outrage from the world community contributed to this investigation, and it's just a wonderful day that this occurred.
Mm-hmm. Gloria?
Well, I'm just glad that it's about to come to an end, and to all the parents out there, I work with children every day, and I see how wonderful children are, and I'm sorry, and I will be praying for you.
Great, thanks. Sharon?
I'm just glad that things are working out the way that they are.
Paul, you were saying earlier, talking about some of the volunteers, this must really help the volunteers, wouldn't you say?
It really helps the volunteers because there's a lot of work that gets involved here, and especially in a community like Oklahoma City, I feel that credit should go to the mayor for getting this arrest done.
Paul, thank you very much. And to another Paul and someone in our audience who is from Oklahoma City. You've met her earlier on Talkback Live. Brenda, what's your reaction?
I'm thankful that it's happening so quickly, and being from Oklahoma City, I want to thank you for your support, for your prayers, because that's what's helped bring this so quickly.
Lenora, what was your reaction when the audience broke into a round of applause?
Relief. It feels so wonderful just to know that everybody has worked so hard. I know that it has touched everybody's life in Oklahoma City, and I'm very proud of them. I just want them to prosecute the right person. I don't want us to prosecute someone just to have someone. But if this is the right person, I'm very, very happy.
Relieved, aren't you? What was your reaction when the audience started applauding?
Well, it's nice to know. We wonder, I think, sometimes how the rest of the world feels about all this. But with everybody clapping, and we've had people come up and ask us, everybody's concerned, and it makes us feel good.
Paul, you get the final word.
Well, it's great that they caught this John Doe guy, but this bombing should not have never happened, and that it's just terrible that all these people died.
And that is what we have to remember. Thank you all for joining us. Now back to you, Frank.
Thanks very much, Susan. Well, we want to sum up exactly what we know at this time, and obviously we're going to be getting more information in fairly short order. CNN has been told by a senior law enforcement official that there has been an arrest in connection with the Oklahoma City bombing. The arrest follows the release yesterday of 2 composite photos of 2 individuals connected with the vehicle that was rented and used in connection with the blast. The 2 composite photos accompanied by an 800 number, which led to literally thousands of phone calls and leads, which the FBI vigorously pursued. This, if confirmed, would be, as we say, a significant break in the case. It is our information that John Doe number 1, the white male of medium build, 185 pounds, with the crew cut, right-handed, he was described, is the individual in custody. That is a report coming from our producer and reporter over at the Justice Department. The other individual, John Doe number 2, the white male of about 5'10" in stature, 180 pounds, with brown hair, we have no additional information as yet as to his whereabouts. Again, the 800 number led to a torrent of leads, And individuals calling in, of course, it was accompanied by word from Janet Reno that there would be a $2 million reward for the arrest and conviction of those responsible for this. These leads described by officials up and down the government today, enormously helpful in the efforts to apprehend those connected with the bomb blast in Oklahoma City. Now, we will be back as we get more information, as we say. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, then we're going to be going to Lou Waters and Natalie Allen in Atlanta. I'm Frank Sesno in Washington.
If you were able to take in this beautiful Texas beach from a French hotel, if it were possible to view this Texas monument from a double-decker bus, if somehow you could see these Texas dancers from a Spanish veranda, then you'd know why we say Texas is like a whole other country.
There's so much to do in Texas. It's easy to pretend you're in a whole other country.
For vacation this year, we packed up and headed to Fiji.
This is Texas, George.
The shopping of Italy. There's nothing like.
There is in Texas, dear.
Call 1-800-8888-TEX, and you'll get our new 272-page Texas travel guide free.
Well, I like it here anyway, in Mexico. The food, the atmosphere, the pickles.
Call 1-800-8888-TEX and discover why Texas is like a whole other country.
20 years after the end of the war, CNN returns to Vietnam with unprecedented live coverage from Ho Chi Minh City. All next week on CNN.
Just say, honey, the grass will cut itself. Because you've got to hurry to Tony Liuz's Causeway Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep Eagle. Right now, $10,990 puts you in a Dakota Sport with AC, airbag, and more. Don't fight it. Hurry in for an incredible $14,990 on a loaded Jeep Cherokee. And for only $14,990 for our new Plymouth Voyager with all the extras. For the best deal, drop on into Tony Liuz's Causeway Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep Eagle. Just 5 minutes from the Causeway on the North Shore.
It's coming down in April. Sticker prices are falling on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Isuzu till Monday night. Sticker prices are falling on new 95 Isuzu Rodeo. Hours during any lock breaks, overdrive, $14,888 for new Rodeos. Sticker prices are falling on new 95 Isuzu trucks. Just $149 down, $149 a month. And no, it's not a lease. Prices are falling to an all-time low till Monday night on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Isuzu.
Find out who's in the crossfire Sunday, 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
And hello from CNN News Center in Atlanta. We continue our coverage of the Oklahoma bombing story. I'm Natalie Allen.
And I'm Lou Waters. Hello. The latest development in the Oklahoma City bomb blast is the arrest of one of the John Doe suspects, or what's reported to be one of the John Doe suspects in Oklahoma. We are expecting an announcement, or it said there might be an announcement sometime from high officials in Washington in the course of the afternoon, but that's still iffy. The investigation is still in full bloom. In the meantime, there's still hope of finding survivors in Oklahoma City more than 2 days after the bomb ripped through the 9-story federal building there. CNN's Gary Tuckman is still at his post in Oklahoma City, where emergency crews are working around the clock. How is it going, Gary?
Well, Lou, it's not going that well, unfortunately. People here are satisfied that an arrest has been made, but unfortunately, they're not very happy about the way the search is going. No survivors have been found in a day and a half. The last survivor, a 15-year-old girl, was pulled out of the rubble Wednesday night and brought to the hospital. At that point, rescuers were hopeful they'd find some other people living in the rubble of what used to be this federal building in downtown Oklahoma City, but it hasn't happened. The official death toll right now is at 57, but that's just a preliminary figure. There are scores more bodies inside. Officials in the know who have been in the building tell us that very easily could triple that 57 figure. Perhaps not by the end of this day, but by tomorrow or Sunday, that figure will go up. There were over 400 people injured when this bomb went off. Some of the people were in the street. Some of the people were in other buildings across the way. But we talked with a woman who works for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. She worked in this building. She was in this building when the bomb went off. There are 125 people who worked for HUD in this building, and 35 of the people she worked with are missing right now.
I
think right now we're still numb. We've cried and laughed, and when we see each other's faces, we hug each other, and just very emotional. And we just pray that those that aren't with us right now will be found alive.
Now, several memorial services have been held throughout the state of Oklahoma. One was held last night here in Oklahoma City. The church was packed with mourners, people praying for the dead, people praying for the folks who are unaccounted for, and praying for the families who are suffering so much. You've got to remember that there are about 150 people who are still unaccounted for, including those 35 HUD employees, and their families in many cases have been in seclusion. They don't know what to think because they're told there's a chance their loved ones might still be alive, and if they are alive, how much are they suffering right now? So it's a very difficult time for these people in Oklahoma. Another part of this story that is really incredible involves the children. You probably know by now there was a daycare center in this building. It's believed there were about 40 children in the daycare center when the bomb went off. We know 12 of those children died. Some of those children as young as 9 months old. We also know that 17 of the children have survived. They were brought to the hospital. Their conditions range from fair to critical. They were all brought to the same hospital, which is the Children's Hospital of Oklahoma. And just a little while ago, we talked to two of the doctors at that hospital. Dr. Lear and Dr. Tuggle, thanks for joining us. First of all, Dr. Lear, as the chief and staff of the Children's Hospital of Oklahoma, have you ever had a situation like this where so many young children at once were brought to the hospital?
10 years ago, we had a school explode here in town, and that's our only experience. Since then, we've had twice a year, we have drills to prepare for these kind of emergencies. Nothing of this magnitude and intensity in many, many years.
How many children have been brought to your hospital?
17 children and 1 adult from this explosion were brought to our hospital.
And what are the range of their ages, the children?
From about 2 years to 6 years.
And what about the range of their condition?
5 of the children remain in our intensive care unit. 3 of them in critical but stable condition. 2 of those in serious stable condition.
Now, Dr. Tuggle, I know you've operated on some of these children. What has that experience been like after a disaster like this in your city?
Well, it's heart-rending. Many of the children that we initially did surgery on, we did not have their parents at the hospital at the time we did surgery, but we knew that they would want us to do our best for them.
How did it make you feel? I know that you deal with a lot of people like this every day, but to have so many children at once who have gone through such a terrifying event, what was it like for you and what was it like for the children?
Well, we felt like we needed to deal with the children that came to us first because we initially felt like there would be more children coming from the reports of 2 daycare centers. But in fact, no more children came after the first wave, and that was very sad.
That is very sad because 12 so far have been confirmed dead, and there may indeed be more. You came to the scene when this initially happened, Dr. Tuggle, is that correct?
After the first wave of children came and no other children were apparently being triaged out of the scene, yes, I came.
And what did you find out when you came here? What happened?
That the majority of the children that had been described on the command net for the county were in fact dead in the second floor nursery.
So you actually saw children who had perished in the nursery?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lear, at this point, do you know when some of these children will be able to leave the hospital? Speaking from a more optimistic vein?
Yeah, of course, of the 13 children were treated and released, most of them from the daycare center across the street, and shrapnel kind of damage from blast and flying debris. The 1 adult is stable and probably will be discharged soon. The other 5 children remaining in the intensive care unit will be there, some of them for up to several weeks. But again, their condition is stable.
Dr. Lear, you told me something incredible, that you actually had a bomb threat at your hospital?
Yesterday morning at 9:15, we received 5 consecutive calls from a woman caller telling us that the children must die. The Sheriff's Department, Tinker Air Force Base, bomb dogs came to the hospital. We evacuated all the people we could. We could not move many of our very critical patients, including these 5 in the intensive care unit. We had to take the bomb dogs to and through their rooms in order to try to detect any kind of explosive device. Very harrowing situation for the staff and the patients and the families.
I would imagine the parents were not about to leave their children.
The parents said they left them yesterday and they almost lost them, and they would not leave them today. They said they would go down with them if the hospital exploded.
Doctors, thank you very much for joining us. It boggles the imagination how someone could call that hospital and make a bomb threat with those children there. But then again, it boggles the imagination that someone would put a 4,000-pound bomb in front of that building and blow it up. This is Gary Tuckman, CNN Live in Oklahoma City.
And I'm Frank Sesno in Washington, where, of course, we're tracking this very major development regarding an arrest made in connection with the bombing. We're expecting an announcement from someone at Justice or FBI shortly. Our correspondent at the White House, Wolf Blitzer, joining us now. Wolf, you've been talking with senior officials throughout the day. Where does this now stand to the best of our information?
The best of our information, Frank, is that one of the two John Does whose composite sketches were released yesterday has now been arrested. We're told that the John Doe with the flat top, the crew-cut John Doe, is the individual who was arrested at some point, and we are told he was arrested earlier today. Law enforcement authorities tell CNN that this is all very delicate right now, very, very sensitive in the investigations, that a lot of other leads are being pursued right now, but this does represent, of course, a significant break if, in fact, this crew-cut individual, this flat top, as he's sometimes being described, if, in fact, he was arrested, and we are told he was arrested at some point, but other leads are being pursued even as we speak.
Well, if we saw the president return to the White House just a short time ago, earlier in the day, he pronounced himself well satisfied with the investigation, but this time he had nothing to add.
Well, he walked right into the Oval Office from Marine One, where we saw his arrival from a speech that he delivered earlier today in Maryland. There is no doubt that he will be receiving, in fact, probably is right now receiving an update from Leon Panetta, the White House Chief of Staff, who has been in charge of his interagency task force to make sure the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, all of the various law enforcement agencies, including, of course, the CIA, are involved. One additional point, and just moments ago, a good law enforcement source told me that increasingly, as we have been reporting all day, increasingly it looks like it could have been some sort of domestic, homegrown kind of terrorist incident, not something involving international links, not something involving the Middle East, although they can't definitively rule that out at this point, but increasingly it looks like it's pointing towards some sort of domestic direction.
Okay, Wolf, thanks very much. We'll be back to you. Joining us here in the studio, George Terwilliger. He was a Deputy Attorney General from 1991 to 93 in charge of counterterrorism, among other things, and Robert Heibel, retired FBI, former Deputy Chief of Counterterrorism at the FBI. Gentlemen, a very fast-moving series of events here right now. You were talking a moment ago that the key to this whole thing, if it can be identified at this stage, was that axle with that vehicle identification number on it.
That's right. The Bureau is well aware of the evidence they can find that's going to lead on in the investigation and possibly lead to where the vehicle originated from and give them momentum to go out from the scene of the explosion. And that's that search. They were looking for parts that had identification numbers on them, I'm sure.
And it really is striking that in this case, in the World Trade Center bombing, despite all this massive destruction, enough of a vehicle remains to be able to get a very solid lead that does, in fact, culminate in something very significant.
Well, that's right. And no one can do anything like this without leaving some clues, some lead material behind. And the Bureau has shown once again that it has put experience to work in sifting through those clues quickly to get the kind of lead material. Once you get to the rental agency, then there's eyewitness identification, there's potential fingerprints from forms, there's handwriting samples that may exist on forms, and obviously some form of identification that must have been posited.
These people made the same mistake that was made in New York. The assumption that the explosion would destroy everything. And it didn't. It might destroy a plate, a VIN plate on the window by the car, but there are certain numbers that are on the body of the car that further identify it.
Once again, we want to make reference to the sketch that was released, the sketches that were released yesterday of these John Does. This is the individual who is now under arrest, CNN is told, of the John Does, the man who is described as of medium build, 100 to 185 pounds, with a light brown crew cut and right-handed. He has been arrested, we are told. Gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break here. We will come back. We will be staying right with this story as all these very quick-moving developments proceed. We are expecting an announcement from the Justice Department or somewhere in the chain of command very shortly, perhaps within a half an hour or a little bit more of that from now. Don't go away.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Well, sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel that we are. I'm sure that we are. How would I know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's proof positive.
Nice and steadily. I tell you guys, after all that rain, it is really sloppy out there. But who cares? I mean, you are wearing your Utonic Dry-Tex, aren't you? No. They've got a Gore-Tex barrier. Dry-Joys don't. And for all those mean downhill lies out there, Dry-Tex have the Utonic Stabilizer sole for stability and ground control. Dry-Joys don't. Now, the Pro Shop's over there.
Made in the USA with a Gore-Tex barrier. Dry-Tech from Etonic.
It's pretty wet and sloppy out there. What kind of shoes you got on?
The lights were out. John's sound asleep. And what am I doing? I'm hurting. I can't sleep, and I've got to work tomorrow. But I wasn't so sure about taking something. About how I'd feel in the morning. I went ahead and took Tylenol PM. It was the right choice. It stops my pain. It helps me sleep. So when morning comes, I'm ready to go. Right on time. All rested and feeling great. Hi, honey.
Rest easy. It's Tylenol PM. Now also available in easy-to-swallow gel tabs.
I'm Myron Candell at the CNN Business News Desk in New York. Blue chip stocks are moving farther into record territory, closing in on their 19th record so far this year. Better than expected corporate earnings boosting the market. The Dow Industrials are now up nearly 34 points at 4264. Of the four other key indexes, only the American Stock Exchange Index is lower by just a bit. And that's the latest in business lines. Now more on the Oklahoma City coverage.
If screaming down the north face is where you're at, and steaming up the hot tub is where you're at, then the place you stay should be the place you're at. Radisson. This must be the place.
There's a right way and a wrong way to cut fresh flowers. Cutting a stem in the open air can block moisture from getting through the flower. So always cut your flowers underwater with a sharp knife at an angle. And be sure your flowers come from 1-800-Flowers, because we've developed a 10-step freshness care system that will keep your arrangements fresh for a week, guaranteed. At 1-800-Flowers, we're always on the cutting edge. Just call our name or visit our stores.
Saturdays on CNN, there's an hour of debate and analysis featuring Washington's most respected observers. The Capitol Gang at 7 Eastern is joined by Wolf Blitzer on Inside Politics Weekend at 7:30. Saturdays on CNN.
LAPD Chief Willie Williams on tonight's Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, only on CNN.
You know.
Lighting Incorporated has been this area's lighting specialist for more than 35 years. So why would you shop a store pushing paints and plants and lumber when you want a light? See the people who can shed some light on lighting. Lighting Incorporated. Whether it's indoor, outdoor, office, or home, you'll be surprised how affordable quality lighting can be. Don't decorate your house at a hardware store. Nobody has more lights than Lighting Incorporated. Our name says it all.
SOS. The severely overstocked sale has begun on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford. Answer the SOS and save on over 300 fresh trays, all factory line, all price ranges. Some used cars and trucks are just $2,000. Or get like new factory program cars with new car warranty and new car financing. Low credit, no problem. Call the 24-hour credit hotline for instant credit review now. Answer the SOS and save on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford.
Line with Lou Dobbs, now at a new time, weeknight 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
Hello, I'm Lou Waters at CNN Center. We have a kind of crescendo in the Oklahoma City story at this hour. A suspect has been arrested in Oklahoma. He is one of the John Does whose composite sketches were released yesterday by the FBI. This John Doe is the one with the light brown crew cut, right-handed, 180 to 185 pounds, medium build, a white male, a John Doe. We still don't have a name for you on that. But now moving in on 53 hours since the explosion in Oklahoma City, the investigation is in high phase We have one, as I just mentioned, John Doe under arrest, second being hunted. He is the one with the longer brown hair, a tattoo on the left arm. All of those composite sketches appeared in morning newspapers all across the United States and indeed parts of the world today. The FBI is expected to make an announcement sometime this afternoon. If not the FBI, something out of the Justice Department. We're waiting for that. That could happen at any time, if it happens at all this afternoon, but we are encouraged to report that this investigation is ongoing, and we're keeping track of the story for you this afternoon. Natalie.
And while that investigation goes on inside Oklahoma City and outside of the city, across the country, Gary Tuckman is standing there at the scene of the crime where they continue to pry away pieces of this building little by little. And Gary, maybe you can tell us how the information about the arrest of at least one suspect is being absorbed there in Oklahoma City.
Well, Natalie, the citizens of Oklahoma City and the public officials from the city and public officials from the state, for that matter, are very happy about the news. But you'd be hard-pressed to say they're excited about it because they have more pressing, more immediate concerns right now. Inside this building, right behind me, the federal building here in Oklahoma City, rescuers believe there may still be people alive. The fact is, though, for the last day and a half, no one has come out of it. The people who were in it at the time of the bombing. The last person to come out alive came out Wednesday night. It was a 15-year-old girl who was trapped under rubble. She was rescued and brought to the hospital. But officials have only checked 70 to 75% of this building. There are parts of the building they haven't been able to get to. Therefore, the dogs haven't been able to get there. The dogs that sniff human scent. And they are hoping that perhaps through some kind of miracle, that's their quote, that somebody is alive down there. And they're prepared to wait this out for days. So right now, they're hoping they find someone alive, but the death toll, the official death toll is 57. That's the number of people who have been brought to morgues. There are scores more still inside, scores more bodies that have not been taken out yet. Natalie?
Gary, yes, one cannot even begin to fathom what these families are going through, as many of them have not learned the whereabouts and the fate of their loved ones. Are people, family members, still camping out at these centers near the area until they hear word?
Many people, victims of this, people who know people involved in this, have gone to a nearby church as kind of an unofficial center. But you got to imagine the people who have missing family members inside here, people who aren't accounted for. This is the ultimate nightmare. They could either be dead, which is terrible, or if they are alive, they could be suffering terribly because it has been 53 hours since this bomb. So as you might understand, a lot of people have stayed in their homes, have not wanted to come out, not wanted to talk. They've wanted to be with other family members to seek comfort, and that's what they've been doing. It's just a terrible nightmare for these families. And you're talking about, Natalie, between 140 and 150 families, because that's the number of people that are unaccounted for right now.
Yesterday, one of the family members who knew that their loved one had died expressed frustration that they weren't releasing the victims yet for burial. Do you know if that has progressed at all on this day?
Well, a lot of the problem, Natalie, and it's a very gruesome problem, is that there are not a lot of remains of some of the victims. And right now, and this has been described to us by many rescue officials here, is that they have found different body parts. And unfortunately, they're not sure whose bodies they go to. So it's hard to release any bodies at this point because they just want to make sure they have everything in order so they can have some dignity to these proceedings for these families.
Have the people working there in the building, have they been able to get close to or anywhere near the area of the daycare center yet?
No, not at all. The daycare center, they say, is not able to be accessed right now. It's on the second floor of the building. As you can see, the 9 floors on top and pancake. They're saying right now they haven't been able to get full access to the daycare center. However, some rescuers have told us they were able to see bodies of some children in this building. So it's hard to tell right now. We have different people telling you different things about the access to the building, but we do know that all the people have said they do not have access to the entire building at this point.
Well, yesterday, Gary, I know that the work stalled for a short time because they had a lot of concern about the stability of this building. It looks to me from the video that we were seeing that work is going on at a fast pace today.
Natalie, that's the good news. They have successfully, they believe, shored up this building. The big test was the other night when they had a big thunderstorm here Wednesday night. They were afraid that the heavy rains which they had here in Oklahoma would have caused some problems with this building. It didn't. Now they have successfully shored up the premises. They feel reasonably confident to conduct their operations inside there. They did have a different kind of problem today, though. We've had a very windy day here, and they had a significant windstorm for a period of about an hour. And the windstorm was blowing the glass and debris around like shrapnel inside the building. So they've literally had to take the rescue workers inside of the building and tell them to leave for a little while because the glass and the debris were just too dangerous. Now they're back in there again looking for the victims.
All right, Gary Tuckman at the scene. Thanks so much, Gary. Lou?
One of the major images that we now all are familiar with and that captured the horror of this Oklahoma City bombing were the pictures of the lifeless baby pulled from the rubble. Now the world knows the identity of the child. Late yesterday, the baby was identified as Bailey Almond, one of the children in the Federal Building's daycare center. The little girl, shown here in the arms of police officer John Avera, had just celebrated her first birthday. The firefighter on the right of your screen is Chris Fields. He was handed the child. He cradled her in his arms and then took her to emergency medical technicians, but it was too late. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Little Bailey's mother wept as she told a reporter she decided to come forward to show the world how deeply she was suffering. She says the loss of her child has destroyed her life. The 22-year-old single mother was working her second day as a clerk at an insurance company when the Oklahoma City bomb exploded. She rushed to the scene in hopes of finding her child alive. Later, she identified her baby's body at a local hospital. The bombing also has taken a heavy emotional toll on the daycare center's owner and the surviving staff members.
We are doing everything we can to locate your loved ones. The children, we're doing everything we can do to locate them. The staff members, we're doing everything we can do to locate them as well. American Red Cross and the Medical Examiner's Office are doing an excellent job. I'm lost for words. I don't have any information for anybody, any names or anything. I just want everyone to be fully aware that everybody is doing everything within their power and their ability to get any of these loved ones found.
The fear is now that more dead children will be found in the rubble of the building. At least a dozen children already have been confirmed dead in the bombing.
Bringing you up to date on developments today. After receiving thousands of leads, we were told, the FBI saying that since they put out the composite sketch of two suspects wanted in this case, there has been the arrest of one suspect. He is described as John Doe number 1. The suspect depicted with a crew cut, a white male, medium build, 5'10", 5'11", about 185 pounds, with light brown hair and right-handed. That person is in police custody, and we can report he was arrested somewhere in Oklahoma. The whereabouts of the second suspect, no new information on this. This suspect, John Doe number 2, described as a white male, medium build, 5'9" to 5'10", about 180 pounds, brown hair with a tattoo on his left arm. We are expecting to get some more information, perhaps from the Justice Department regarding this investigation and the progress they have made today, perhaps that coming this afternoon. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
This dream. I can feel every turn, every move, every spin. It's wild. Then I wake up. Sea-Doo. Hold on to your dreams and hold on tight.
Are your savings caught in an MCI Friends and Family circle?
With MCI, I was with friends and family. Everybody that I wanted to call, they had to be part of my friends and family. Otherwise, I wouldn't get the discount.
Is it worth the hassle?
I don't like the calling circle. I didn't like the list.
With AT&T True Savings, spend just $10 a month. Subtract 25% off your AT&T bill. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-GET-TRUE today.
It is a true savings. Okay, it tells you bottom line. You spend this amount of money, you get this percentage savings.
It would be about 25% off for our family, which would be great.
Call anyone, anytime, anywhere in the U.S. and save 25%.
There's no complicated, fussy things to do.
you, it works.
True Savings gets even better. Spend $50 a month, subtract 30% off your AT&T bill. Switch to AT&T today.
Your bill gets higher, you're saving a little more money, you agree to do it, you don't need anybody else's approval.
MCI customers switch to AT&T today and switch free.
As a matter of fact, I think I'll be making the call today.
Your true voice.
Whether it's fair or not, every day people judge you by the words you use. When you speak well, you command respect. You move ahead faster. Verbal Advantage audio cassettes are your connection to success. They'll give you the vocabulary you need to maximize your potential. And it's so easy, because with Verbal Advantage, all you do is listen.
For information, call 1-800-999-1991. That's 999-1991.
The wait is over. Home furnishing shopping from Carpets of Dalton has never been easier. 6 of our 11 galleries have just opened, and we want you to preview the South's largest furniture showroom under one roof. Home furnishings from Carpets of Dalton offer the best service on quality brand name furniture with great selections and all value priced. Even custom cabinets for the kitchen and bath are now available. And to make any home complete, home entertainment systems. Home furnishings from Carpets of Dalton under the big sign, Dalton, Georgia.
You're gonna love Clairol's new herbal essences, shampoos, and conditioners. You'll be overwhelmed by the organic herbs, the all-natural botanicals,
So good.
washed in pure mountain water. And if you find that exciting, wait until you see your hair.
I want to get the shampoo she's using.
Clairol's new herbal essences, a totally organic experience.
Of course, are continuing to follow the investigation, which is heating up in the Oklahoma City bombing. There's been arrest of one of the John Doe suspects this afternoon in Oklahoma. We're waiting an announcement from the Justice Department and or the FBI. That could happen at any time. There also today has been a major development in the O.J. Simpson case. For that, we are joined now in Los Angeles by CNN's Jim Murray.
Thank you, Lou. Mutiny by members of the jury scuttled plans for more testimony on the O.J. Simpson trial today. 13 regular and alternate jurors protested Judge Lance Ito's decision to replace 3 deputy sheriffs who had been watching over the panel. Some jurors apparently became very emotional after learning that the deputies had been abruptly reassigned. At first, some of those jurors refused to go to the L.A. Criminal Courts building this morning. They demanded that Judge Lance Ito come to them for a meeting. The judge declined, but did agree to meet with the disgruntled jurors at the courthouse. We are told that meeting is taking place at this hour. Today's scheduled proceedings have been canceled as Judge Ito, the Sheriff's Department, and the attorneys in the case scramble to deal with the jury. In addition, defense attorneys in the O.J. Simpson case have filed papers with the court stating their intention to cross-examine police officers who were called as witnesses about a so-called code of silence within the L.A. Police Department. That code, according to the defense, is an unwritten but widely recognized practice under which police officers refuse to testify against fellow officers and, if necessary, engage in cover-ups to protect fellow officers. We'll, of course, continue to follow the unfolding events surrounding the O.J. Simpson trial. CNN will present a special half-hour program on today's developments at 7 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm Jim Moray in Los Angeles. Stay tuned for more news on the investigation of the Oklahoma City bombing.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I'm Bernard Shaw reporting live from Oklahoma City. Developments are breaking very, very rapidly. CNN scrambling from Atlanta, Washington, and here on the ground in this great state of Oklahoma. There are breaking developments for the latest on the arrest of John Doe, suspect number 1, John Doe 1. We're going to call in our correspondent Robert Vito here in Oklahoma City. Bob, take your time and tell us what you have.
Bernie, federal agents arrested 1 man in Oklahoma and saw 2 others Friday in connection with the bombing that virtually destroyed a federal building, causing scores of deaths, as we know now. Authorities said Timothy McVeigh was arrested on unrelated charges the day of the bombing in Perry, about 60 miles north of here. In addition, FBI and ATF agents surrounded a house in Michigan. It's an area known to be active with a group called the Michigan Militia. The two men being sought are identified as Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. All three are believed to be members of the Michigan Militia, as I mentioned, a paramilitary group. The group is said to hold its meetings in Junction City, Kansas, the town where the truck was rented that was used to carry the bomb. Bernie.
So it would look like the authorities are concentrating on a domestic connection right now. And are there more arrest warrants out, more people being sought, to your knowledge?
No, but I know that they're looking extensively at the Michigan Militia, and I know that they will be questioning members of the organization. But for right now, it's just gathering information to find out what the organization was about and what involvement these people had with it.
It's very early, I know, Bob Vito, but I find interesting the description that Timothy McVeigh was arrested on, quote, an unrelated charge or matter.
Yeah, he was arrested for speeding, and for speeding, and apparently questioning, and there were some things that officials found suspicious. They were able to connect him to some other things, and that's the situation. That it gave officials apparently enough information to go after the Nichols brothers and apparently tie this whole thing up.
Incidentally, just tell you, Bob, our audience will be looking at pictures of what has been happening very rapidly over the past hour or so in Michigan. Did they give us the ages, did they release the ages of the brothers Nichols, Terry and James?
No, but I am told that officials have long been aware of these brothers. For what specific reasons, I don't know, but federal officials have known about them for some time and were well aware of them.
And were the brothers Nichols arrested in connection with the bombing?
I believe that at this point one was, and they're still looking for the other, but that's still unclear because the situation, just continues to unfold moment by moment.
And I assume, as we've known the federal and local authorities to operate, that once they have something nailed down, then and only then will they release the information to the news media, so we can anticipate that things will remain fluid and that we will have more developments from the authorities.
I think that you're going to have a lot of developments over the next several hours. I think that many things that at this moment in time are very unclear will, over maybe 3 or 4 hours from now, become very clear. I think they feel they're very close to tying this whole thing up.
Okay, Bob, just in case we've got viewers who are tuning in to CNN right now and wondering in mid-sentence what we're talking about, can you go back to the top, repeat the lead on this to tell people who might have just tuned in to CNN what this breaking development is?
Sure, Bernie. As I said, federal officials arrested one man in Oklahoma and saw 2 others Friday in connection with the bombings that virtually destroyed the federal building here. Authorities said Timothy McVeigh was arrested on unrelated charges, speeding, the day of the bombing in Perry, about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. In addition, FBI and ATF agents surrounded a house in Michigan. The 2 men being sought are identified as Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. They're brothers, well known to authorities in the Michigan area. They belong to an organization called the Michigan Militia, a radical paramilitary group. All 3 of these men are believed to have been members of that organization. The group was said to hold its meetings in Junction City, Kansas, the town where the truck was rented that was used to carry the bomb and exploded.
Okay, that's Robert Vito reporting live here in Oklahoma City. What is impressive in this city is that the core of people are so disciplined in what they're doing. You have the federal authorities, the Secret Service, the FBI, the ATF, you've got the local police, the state police. They're doing what they're assigned to do, and behind me in this dreadful-looking building, they continue searching. The search has now gone down to the lower floors. Authorities are still holding out hope that somewhere, somehow, someone will be dug out alive. We know that the death toll is going to mount. It's at 57 officially, but there's so many bodies inside this carnage and this wreckage. We are worried. The authorities are also worried about the possibility of a shift of wind. If the wind shifts to the northeast here in Oklahoma City and kicks up to 10 to 20 miles per hour, the rescue effort is going to be affected by that. It's going to get cooler here in Oklahoma City later on, and windier and colder. That is the very latest. CNN, of course, will keep you abreast of all late-breaking developments. I'm Bernard Shaw, reporting live from Oklahoma City.
And here is the latest now on the investigation into the Oklahoma City bombing. Federal agents arrested one man in Oklahoma and sought two others Friday. This is all in connection with the bombing that virtually destroyed the federal building, causing those scores of deaths. Authorities now say Timothy McVeigh was arrested on unrelated charges the day of the bombings in Perry, about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. The unrelated charges are that Timothy McVeigh was speeding. In addition, FBI and ATF agents surrounded a house in Michigan. You have been seeing pictures of that on your screen within the last few minutes. Unedited video from WDIV, our affiliate in Detroit. The two men being sought now are identified as Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols, brothers. Here is the unedited videotape of the FBI operation now going on in Michigan. All three of the men mentioned above now are believed to be members of the Michigan Militia, which is a paramilitary organization. The group was said to hold its meetings in Junction City, Kansas, the town where the truck, the Ryder truck, was rented that was used to carry the bomb. That is the very latest on the investigation, which is in full bloom now, as one suspect is in custody. He is the John Doe, whose composite sketch was issued by the FBI late yesterday afternoon, the one with the crew cut, the one of medium build and a weight of about 180 pounds. He is in custody, having been arrested in Oklahoma, now in custody in Oklahoma. The FBI operation underway in Michigan. Two other men, the Nichols brothers, being sought. We are on top of the story. We're continuing to follow developments which are happening in ever-increasing rapidity now. We'll take a break for a moment, gather our thoughts, and be right back.
Gas. When bloating, pain, and pressure tie you in knots, don't make the antacid mistake. Take this little pill instead. Maximum Strength Phazine. There's more gas relief in one Phazine soft gel than in a whole bottle of regular Maalox. All this Maalox can't get rid of gas, but with the liquid medicine in just one Phazine, the gas is gone. Take Phazine, and the gas is gone.
I've got one chance a season at a great lawn. You burn your lawn, your neighbor sees it. I burn this, millions see it. You want to take chances? Go ahead. Me, I use Scott's.
Turf Builder has Scott's mistake-proof granules. They feed when the grass needs it. No over or underfeeding like you can get with ordinary fertilizers.
It's not like baseball. You don't get 3 strikes. Don't blow it. Use Scott's.
Mistake-proof granules. That's the Scott's difference.
LAPD Chief Willie Williams on tonight's Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, only on CNN.
The support of the international community is indispensable in this new frontier of economic development.
Today, savvy investors know this newly liberated economy is a gold mine. But how do they know where to dig? Without Financial Mail and Enterprise magazines published in South Africa, they'll be digging a long time. If you need information about South Africa, you have 2 choices. Go there or call us.
Inside Politics with Judy Woodruff and Bernard Shaw. Weekdays 4 Eastern.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I'm Frank Sesno in Washington. We are watching very, very closely a series of very rapidly developing events connected with the bombing in Oklahoma City. We have reported the arrest of one or several individuals in connection with that blast. We want to take you now to our White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, who's been monitoring the story throughout the day. Wolf, bring us up to date on what we know and where it's happening to the best of our knowledge.
Well, Frank, people all over the world saw two composite sketches of suspects involved in this Oklahoma City bombing. One of those suspects, the flat-topped individual with the crew cut, we are now told has been arrested, and he is identified as Timothy McVeigh. He is the individual who is of medium build, 5'10 or 5'11, 180 to 185 pounds, light brown crew cut, as we pointed out, and he was right-handed. We are told that authorities arrested him on unrelating speeding charges the day of the bombing in Oklahoma City. He was arrested in Perry, Oklahoma, which is about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. In addition to that, law enforcement authorities are seeking two other individuals in connection with the Oklahoma City bombing. They are Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. Both are believed, all three of these individuals are in fact believed to have been members of what's called the Michigan Militia, a so-called paramilitary group. As we speak right now, there is apparently a raid unfolding on the headquarters of this Michigan militia in Michigan, and authorities are seeking to arrest these two Nichols individuals as well as presumably others. The group involved, the Michigan Militia, we're told, was set to have held a meeting the other day in Junction City, Kansas, and that is where the FBI believes the Ryder 24-foot truck used to bomb the federal building in Oklahoma City was rented. So once again, one individual arrested, one of those two John Does, identified as Timothy McVeigh. The other individual is presumably still at large. Frank?
Wolf, we're being told still that we're expecting some kind of announcement from the Justice Department, the FBI, somewhere in the chain of command.
That's right. We expect either the Attorney General or the FBI, the agents in charge in Oklahoma City. There could even be an announcement here from the White House on this breaking development, but we're told also to be careful because it's very fluid. A lot of these leads are still being pursued. There is this raid that is unfolding in Michigan right now, as we pointed out earlier. This raid, as we said, is against the Michigan Militia, which is the so-called paramilitary group involving what is seen as some of these domestic individuals, nothing to do with international terrorism. Here we see some of this video from our affiliate WDIV in Detroit. Agents, law enforcement authorities going into what was described as a building housing the Michigan Militia, some sort of connection to the Oklahoma City bombing. Law enforcement authorities, Frank, as you know, have been cautioning us all day that this investigation increasingly has been moved away from suspected Middle East terror involvement to some homegrown domestic grievances, and as we see, that has apparently resulted in at least this one arrest of one John Doe today, identified now as Timothy McVeigh, and searching for some others.
Wolf, President Clinton has been monitoring this very closely through his task force there, headed by Leon Panetta. Panetta has been getting briefings directly from Louis Freeh, the director of the FBI, and others. Have there been any comments from the president today on this story?
Yes, the president earlier today said he was very impressed by the speed of this interagency investigation. He said if the American public knew what was involved, they would be very impressed. They would be reassured that the finest law enforcement authorities in the world are engaged in this operation. But once again, we have to caution everyone that it is still unfolding. Arrests have been made. More are expected, though, and as we say, there are multiple investigations unfolding right now. A lot of leads apparently came in overnight through this 1-800 toll-free number that the FBI released yesterday. Frank?
Okay, Wolf Blitzer, we will, of course, be awaiting here in Washington any further developments, any further information from those briefings that may be coming down the line. As soon as they happen, we will bring them to you. In the meantime, we're going to go to Gary Tuchman, who's in Oklahoma with the Lieutenant Governor. Gary?
Frank,
like with us the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Oklahoma, Mary Fallin. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
How do you feel about this news?
Well, it's good news on one hand because I hope that we'll be able to sleep a little easier tonight knowing that this person has been apprehended and not on our streets. It's very shocking to find that this person was so close. It's not very far from here. It's only about an hour drive, from this location. That's scary to think that they are still in our vicinity and could have done this act somewhere else in our state. We're still angry and we're still mad and we want to see justice served fairly, but we want to see it be swift and we want to know the details.
I don't know if you know this at this point, but we are reporting that a raid may be going on right now for two other people possibly involved in this. How does that make you feel?
Well, I understand there were potentially 3 people involved in this act, so it's good news that they've got 3 suspects involved in here, and it's strange that 2 of them could have been in Michigan and 1 of them could have been here.
Are you surprised that it's happened so quickly?
I am surprised, but I've been hearing for the last 24 hours plus that the FBI and the ATF were making great progress in this case, and they had a lot of news that they weren't releasing yet because they were still doing their investigation, and this must be it.
So you must be very satisfied with the job that federal agents have done to help Oklahomans.
I am very grateful for the federal government and all the things that they have done for Oklahoma. Of course, our local officials have done a great job, too. We appreciate all their help.
Now, as you know, we have not established a definite motive here. We haven't gotten to the point where these people have been arrested and we're talking about the case yet, or one person's been arrested, but there was a lot of speculation that this perhaps could have been a plot by Islamic radical fundamentalists. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case right now.
Well, I haven't heard what type of person this person is. I asked if they were from Oklahoma, the one that they've arrested and harried. They've been able to get those details yet. But
did you think people were jumping the gun and what a motive may have been?
I think so. I think a lot of people are thinking it could have been someone. We don't think that someone from America could do this to Americans. Could do this to children and innocent people on the streets. And it would be very shocking if it has been an American that's done this. I mean, we don't want anyone to do it, no matter what country they're from. But it's hard to believe that we could do it to our own.
I know you've been out and about talking to victims, going to the sites. Are you going to be privy to more information about this arrest that's going on in the near future?
We will try to check out all the information that we can.
Lieutenant Governor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
There's a lot of satisfaction here, as you might imagine, that there has been an arrest, but the fact is the search is still going on for victims. Just behind me. Back to you.
Thanks, Gary. And of course, we must point out that this investigation is still underway. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and we're at a very sensitive stage. Let us tell you exactly what we know, that federal agents arrested 1 man in Oklahoma, sought 2 others today in connection with the bombing that virtually destroyed the federal center there in Oklahoma City. Authorities said that Timothy McVeigh was arrested on unrelated charges the day of the bombings in Perry, Oklahoma, about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. In addition, FBI and ATF agents surrounded a house in Michigan. The 2 men being sought are identified as Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. They are brothers. All 3 are believed to be members of the Michigan Militia, a paramilitary group. The group was said to have held meetings in Junction City, Kansas, the town where the truck was rented that was used to carry the bomb. Our coverage will continue.
Folks, William Shallard here for Globe Life Insurance. You know, buying extra life insurance can be confusing, but Globe's long life insurance is designed to provide the extra coverage many of us need, and it's simple and easy to understand. It only costs $1 to start a long life policy. $1 covers the premium for the first month. This lets you review the policy. If you're not satisfied, return the policy for a complete refund. Now, unlike some policies, Globe's Long Life provides the full $10,000 benefit from the very first day the policy is issued. Plus, the $10,000 benefit can never be reduced. And finally, applying for coverage is easy. No physical exams, just answer a few health questions. Globe makes buying life insurance that simple. So call Globe today.
To receive complete information and applications by return mail, call Globe at 1-800-251-6500. Call Globe today.
In 1992, I almost lost my husband, John. I almost lost him to cancer.
Then John found Cancer Treatment Centers of America, where he received individualized medical care, including nutritional, psychological, and spiritual support.
They treated us like family, and that was really important to both of us. Today my cancer's in remission, and we're going on with our lives together forever.
find out how Cancer Treatment Centers of America can help, please call 1-800-515-1221.
Hey guys, it's Stadler. I tell you guys, after all that rain, it is really sloppy out there. But who cares? I mean, you are wearing your Tonic Dry-Tex, aren't you? No. They've got a Gore-Tex barrier. Dry-Joys don't. And for all those mean downhill lies out there, Dry-Tex have the Utonic Stabilizer sole for stability and ground control. Dry-Joys don't. Now, the Pro Shop's over there.
Made in the USA with a Gore-Tex barrier. Dry-Tech from Etonic.
Yeah, it's pretty wet and sloppy out there. What kind of shoes you got on?
Someday, industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
Why is so much money pouring in at Bone Brothers Toyota? Because when you sell more, you get more. Louisiana's #1 Toyota dealer has more marketing money on new 95 Camrys. They're loaded up and marked down to $15,995. More marketing money means new 95 4Runners, fully equipped, are $20,995. But Bone Brothers must sell 200 in 2 weeks or lose the cash. So hurry to the West Bank, to the Bone Zone, to Bone Brothers Toyota.
Do you have an idea, invention, or simply an improvement to an existing product and just don't know how to get started? Do you believe your idea or invention has merit and fulfills a need? Do you think a manufacturer would want to produce and market your product and pay you royalties? If you answered yes to any of these questions, call the professionals at Universal Invention Service for your free Inventor's Information Kit. They can help.
Crossfire, now at a new time, weeknights 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
For those of you who may just be joining us, there have been significant developments today in the bombing of the Oklahoma City Federal Center, a federal center at which rescue and search efforts are still underway. To begin with, a man identified as Timothy McVeigh has been arrested in connection with this. He was the man in the composite sketch released by the FBI yesterday, sporting that crew-cut brown hair described as right-handed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a house has been surrounded, and we are told that 2 people are being sought. They are brothers, Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. We will be having more on this, of course, throughout the afternoon. Right now, we want to go to our Bernard Shaw, who is in Oklahoma City, where a very, very grim task continues to be underway, even as these dramatic developments become known. Bernie?
Indeed, Frank, authorities in this building behind me are carrying on with the grim task of coming across more bodies, but hoping they'll come across people who are still alive, miraculously so, and hoping that they can dig them out. Robert Vito, who reported earlier on this breaking story, is on the line, Frank. Bob, do you have anything that's an update, or is there a clear indication that more information will be forthcoming shortly?
Bernie, I think that, as I understand it from federal authorities, that information will be coming probably within the next few hours that will make this whole situation more clear than it is now. And I think that from information we have, that they may be very close to making the arrests that they had said just a few days ago that they were optimistic that they would make very soon, and it looks like they're going to be able to keep their promise.
Yeah, I mentioned the optimism on the ground here in this building behind me at the Federal Building. So far, the official death toll remains 57, more than 400 people injured, and approximately 150 people remain unaccounted for. I also mentioned the concern about the weather conditions. CNN's weatherman, Flip Spiceland, chatted with me a few minutes ago, and he and his staff looked into things, and Flip reports, indeed, the wind is expected to pick up here, swing around, coming out of the northeast at 20 miles per hour, and when that happens, it makes this operation behind me in the Federal Building very, very difficult.
Bernie Shaw, it's Frank here. I just want to jump in very quickly because we are trying to bring our viewers the latest information as we have it. And we are told now that Attorney General Janet Reno, FBI Director Louis Freeh, and we're told others will be having a news conference sometime at or around 3:30, perhaps a little after that, where we are expecting, of course, significant official information as to the status of this investigation. So a lot of this will be made official perhaps 15 minutes or more from now.
Frank, I just want to say that's a button on what we can report from Oklahoma City on the ground. Let's go back to you in Washington.
Okay, thanks very much, Bernie. We will be back to you, of course, as events warrant. Here in the studio now, we are joined by two people who have a great deal of knowledge and information in the area of counterterrorism. George Terwilliger was the Deputy Attorney General from 1991 to 93 in charge of counterterrorism, among other things, and Robert Heibel, who was a now retired FBI former Deputy Chief of Counterterrorism. As we saw those pictures, Mr. Heibel, some moments ago, coming from that home that was being surrounded as agents moved in there, you had some very cogent thoughts, and I wonder if you would share those with us.
You have to be very, very careful when you're doing a search like this on a group such as this, because of the fact that they're very, very aware of booby trap techniques. They study manuals. They're obviously up to date on bombing techniques and things like that. So it's a very, very cautious operation.
Have either of you ever heard of the Michigan militia per se?
I have heard of them, but never in the same vein as some of the more well-known and, at least to this point, considered more dangerous domestic paramilitary or survivalist groups. That's something we associate more with people in the far west, and the Randy Weaver situation, for example, that took place at Ruby Ridge and those sorts of things. It's also true, Frank, that over the past 10 years, the main threat has come from the international groups. That's where the focus has been. And how we can deal with these two types of terrorist groups is very different. We have much more freedom to deal with people who are non-U.S. citizens, operate those investigations under a different set of guidelines. When you're dealing with U.S. persons with the full panoply of U.S. constitutional rights and whatnot, it becomes much more difficult to stay on top of what is going on and try to be a step ahead.
Mr. Heibel, are there connections with Canada north of the border here?
What you have to be, the Bureau is very, very much aware of the proximity to Canada in this situation. Decker, Michigan, is very close to Windsor, Canada. So you can be sure that if the brothers are not there, then the Canadian authorities are going to be alerted as to the possibility of them sneaking into Canada, trying to escape into Canada.
And again, we are awaiting, we think within not too terribly many minutes from now, a briefing from the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI to hear some more particulars as to this dramatic series of developments today that has led to the arrest of at least one individual, Timothy McVeigh, in connection with the bombing in Oklahoma City. Our coverage will continue throughout the day, and of course we are awaiting these briefings. When they happen, we'll bring them to you live, so don't go away. We'll be back.
If you're looking for a reliable place to service your car or truck, I've got great news for you.
Now at Pep Boys, air conditioning system check for only $19.99.
Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
Success, no matter how you define it, the ideas that can help you achieve it are in the Wall Street Journal. For you, success might be more business than you've ever dreamed of. There's one source you can count on to help you reach it, the Wall Street Journal. Call now to order 10 weeks of the Journal for just $38 and get 2 additional weeks free when you pay with your credit card now. That's 12 weeks of the Journal for just $38. Call now toll-free, 800-252-8000. That's 800-252-8000.
Would you go fishing with a lawnmower? Then why trim your lawn with fishing line? It gets all tangled up and you're always replacing it. Here comes the Weed Terminator. Install it once and that's it. Instead of this, you now have this. 3 totally awesome cutting blades. Weeds are defenseless against them, and trimming has never been easier. It's the most beautiful, hassle-free lawn care you could imagine. The Weed Terminator is made in the USA with durable serrated nylon cutting blades that swing out and are held in position by centrifugal force. The entire unit installs quickly and easily in your gas-powered trimmer to give you a perfectly manicured yard each and every time. The high-performance self-sharpening blades whiz through even the thickest grass and weeds. So stop fighting with that awful trimmer line. Turn your gas-powered trimmer into a powerful Weed Terminator. It just keeps on trimming and weeding time after time. Broken trimmer line? Terminated. Wasted time? Terminated. Expensive replacement spools? Terminated. Thick grass and weeds? Terminated. The Weed Terminator puts an end to all the aggravation. It's designed to fit all these popular gas trimmers, and it's yours now for only $19.95. But wait, call now and you'll also get an extra set of blades free. Imagine all your trimming being this easy and coming out this beautiful. Try the Weed Terminator on your gas-powered trimmer. If it doesn't give you the most hassle-free weeding and trimming ever, return it for a complete refund. Don't miss this opportunity. Call and order now.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or send $19.95. Plus shipping and handling to Weed Terminator, P.O. Box 2919, Atlanta, Georgia, 30301. For fastest delivery, use your credit card and call 1-800-257-1257.
Good morning, I'm Joey Chad.
And I'm Ralph Windy.
Start your weekend with the latest news and information, live interviews, and your phone calls.
Caller, you're on.
Everything you need to make the most of your Saturday morning, 7 to 10 Eastern on CNN.
Frank Sesno in Washington, where events are moving with gathering speed here relating to the bombing incident in Oklahoma City. We are now told that we can expect President Clinton to have a statement from the White House briefing room at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. That's just about 40 minutes from now. Prior to that, however, we believe sometime around 3:30, we will be hearing from the Attorney General, Janet Reno, and the Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Louis Freeh. Let us tell you what we know at this time. Federal agents have arrested one man in Oklahoma. They are seeking two others in connection with the bombing that virtually destroyed that federal building in Oklahoma City, causing scores of deaths. Authorities say Timothy McVeigh was arrested on unrelated charges the day of the bombing. He is arrested in Perry, Oklahoma, about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. In addition, FBI and ATF agents have surrounded a house in Michigan. The two men being sought are identified as Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. All three of these individuals are believed to be members of the Michigan Militia, a paramilitary group. The group said to have held meetings in Junction City, Kansas, the town where the truck was rented that was used to carry the bomb. This, of course, from a variety of sources, reliable sources, well-connected sources with whom CNN has been speaking throughout this series of events. We want to talk to Stan Bedlington now. He has been working with us throughout this, formerly of the CIA, an expert in counterterrorism. I understand you have some pretty good information now on the Michigan Militia. What do we know of this group?
Yes, it seems quite clear now. They are part of the general right-wing hate group connection. They've been around for some time. I talked this afternoon to Professor Robert Wood, who is a professor of political science at North Dakota State University in Fargo, who has been following this group and other groups like it.
He has been following the Michigan Militia per se.
And other groups, as a general part of the right-wing spectrum. And he says that the group has been around for some time. They have close ties to another militia group called the Montana Militia. What is interesting about the Montana Militia, they have apparently links to the Aryan Nations, which is a large and quite violent group. Recently, these two groups together have been trying to organize across the United States in at least 20 states, forming what they call a citizens' militia. They are violently anti-government. They believe that the federal government has been very, very abused toward its people. They do not believe in any form of government, in fact, above the county level. They refuse to pay taxes, or they don't believe in paying taxes. They're anti-Semite. They call the United States government ZOG, which is the Zionist occupation government. They engage in war games, principally. That has been their main activities, apart from organization recently. War games, ambushes, weapons drills, and things of that nature. They are trained.
They are trained. That raises the question as to who is a member of these groups, where they get their recruits from, if we can call them that.
It's very difficult to say. I'm not an expert on this, but one must assume that they perhaps get them from people who are not all that well educated, high school education, rural people, people who are really dissatisfied with their lot in life.
What motivation, you mentioned hatred of the U.S. government, but what motivation for an event such as this?
In their writings in the last few months have focused on two specific examples of the abuse of federal power. First, the Branch Davidian episode in Waco, and second, 2 years ago, the shootings of Randy Weaver, the right-wing extremist leader in Hayden Lake, Idaho. Apparently there's no contact between these groups or linkage with these groups and Branch Davidians, but nevertheless they cite the shootings there as an example.
I've just been handed a piece of copy I would like to read to you and to our viewers. The president of the Michigan Militia Corps told CNN today that his group was not involved in any of the Oklahoma City bombing. Kenneth Adams also said that it is absolutely wrong to characterize his group as white supremacist or anti-government. Quote, "Our group is pro-government," he said. Adams also said he had no information on the three suspects, whom we've identified as James Douglas Nichols, Jerry Lynn Nichols, and Tim McVeigh. He said he'd never heard of them until, quote, "the media informed me today." But Adams did say that it was rumored that the two Nichols brothers were in, quote, "some type of anti-government group." Now, presumably, we will be getting much more information and many more specifics in the moments ahead, the minutes ahead. I want to go now to our Bernard Shaw, who's in Oklahoma City, to get some perspective from there. Bernie?
Frank, another perspective of the Michigan militia is held by Morris Dees. He is the chief trial counsel of the Southern Poverty Law Center. He joins us on the line now from Montgomery, Alabama. Mr. Dees, what can you tell us about the Michigan militia?
At the Southern Poverty Law Center, we have a project that monitors the militia, part of our Klan Watch project. In October 1994, we sent Attorney General Reno a letter asking her to notify federal officials to watch not only the Michigan militia, but any number of other militias, particularly the Montana militia, because of the involvement of white supremacists and extremists, neo-Nazi group individuals in these militias. We have no knowledge that these individuals who were arrested were a member of the Michigan militia or any other militia. But our information that we forwarded to the Attorney General back in October was that the gradual infiltration of these militia groups that are very much anti-government, concerned about a ban on assault weapons, tax protester types, basically I hate the federal government types, that are bent on doing some type of extremist damage to this country.
When you sent your October 94 letter to Attorney General Reno, whom we're going to hear from in a news conference within the next 35 or 40 minutes or so, what kind of response, if any, did you get from the Justice Department and the Attorney General?
Well, I got a response saying that they appreciated the information and they would notify their field offices of the packet that we sent concerning the militia of Montana, militia of Michigan, and the other militia groups in the country that we found were infiltrated by neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups.
Were you satisfied?
Well, you know, I don't know what the federal government can do, Bernard, other than take information from groups like us, because their hands are somewhat tied in our country today after the anti-Vietnam War days when the federal government infiltrated domestic terrorist groups. In my opinion, I think the federal government should monitor very carefully, even infiltrate domestic terrorist groups that have violence as one of their goals.
Now, with a breaking story of this nature, we tend to hopscotch around, and not superficially, but we concentrate on the very latest of information. Let's go beneath something you just said. You said the Michigan militia, you thought, might be infiltrated, might have been infiltrated by other groups. Take a moment, sir, and tick off some of these groups. Tell us about them.
Well, I didn't say that Michigan militia was infiltrated by other groups.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Some of the Michigan militia members, we have information, are white supremacist individuals. We feel that these individuals are infiltrating otherwise benign militia groups in order to take advantage of the anti-federal government fervor that these individuals have, who go in the woods and train with assault weapons and other kinds of military hardware. There is a definite link, though, between militia groups in the country. For example, the militia of Montana is headed by a man named Trockman, has been sending packets of how to organize militia groups all over the nation. Trockman has very definite connections with white supremacist groups in this nation, some very violent white supremacist groups.
You didn't say it, but I inferred that you believe that some of these militia groups are not aware that they're infiltrated?
Some of the individuals in it are just good old boys who want to go out and shoot their assault weapons dressed in paramilitary clothes, and they're very much anti-gun control people. They have several issues that bring them together, but our intelligence division has uncovered quite a number of individuals within these groups with strong ties to known groups like the Aryan Nations in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, the Posse Comitatus, various tax protest groups, the Ku Klux Klan, and skinhead groups. And we forwarded all this information to the Justice Department and Attorney General Reno back in October.
As you reflect over the past administrations, this Democratic administration headed by President Clinton, the previous three Republican administrations headed by Presidents Bush and Reagan, what policies pursued by the federal government in the name of the American people were so antagonistic to these groups?
I don't think these groups like Republicans or Democrats, the individuals there, but the policies in specific are gun control, a kind of a friendly relationship with foreign powers that we were enemies with, like Russia, and then when the Iron Curtain crashed and these people didn't have the ability to blame, say, the communist nations who were trying to take over this country, and we began to work with the Russians, do spaceship explorations with them. These individuals, in fact, in one of the militia groups, the Militia of Michigan material, either Montana, I'm not sure, was circulating material that the American government was had, I can't remember exactly, but some foreign power, the Chinese or the Russians, were going to be used as policemen in America. That sounds ridiculous, but that's the kind of material that's being circulated by the militia groups.
I suspect that you're much too professional to say, see, I told you so, but I gather that you feel information forwarded to Washington was not acted on rapidly.
Well, I'll say this. I've had close working relationships with the Justice Department, very successful working relationships in combating white supremacy groups such as the Klan and the White Aryan Resistance out in California. We've worked very closely with the Criminal Justice Division, Linda Davis and Barry Kowalski, and we've had very good cooperation. Quite frankly, I think that their hands are tied by the rules and regulations that were the results of actions taken during and after the Vietnam domestic surveillance of domestic groups in the country.
That's what I wanted to get to next. Tell us about the law enforcement authorities in the United States who, this is my phrase, who suffer in silence. Members of the FBI, the ATF, the Secret Service, other elements of the Treasury Department, local police and state police authorities who are quite aware, these are professionals, they're quite aware of what's going on, but they feel the frustration of not being able to deal directly and frontally with these groups.
Well, I know it must be frustrating. We're not hampered that way at the Southern Poverty Law Center. We do carry on quite a nationwide intelligence gathering in which we can involve infiltration if we want to, and we do, and we have, and we've used this information before that we've turned it over to the Justice Department that's resulted in numerous investigations and convictions of white supremacists. They can take the information from us, but they can't participate in our surveillance. We see it out there all the time, and we feel sometimes frustrated that we can't get cooperation from the Justice Department and the FBI because it's a one-way street.
In view of what you know to the second, and in view of this building behind me, which is a massive sinking 9-story coffin for a lot of people, do you see connections?
Connections between what?
Between this tragedy and the information that's breaking this afternoon.
Well,
I'm using words very carefully, very cautiously, because I don't want to step ahead.
Well, first of all,
I don't want to implicate anyone.
Well, first of all, I have no evidence that the designated named leaders of the Michigan militia knew anything about the individuals involved or were themselves involved. And I want to make that clear, nor the Montana militia. I do feel that the material published and promoted by these individuals that are running militias around the country forms a good breeding ground for individuals like those arrested. I believe that, in fact, in 1984 in our country, there was a group called the Order, operating out in the far west. They robbed armored cars of several $1 million. They killed Denver talk show host Alan Berg and blew up several facilities and buildings. These individuals were using a book called the Turner Diaries. It's kind of the Mein Kampf of the modern-day neo-Nazi movement in America. And this book sets forth an exact situation like happened in Oklahoma City, where a federal building was bombed. Then other federal buildings was bombed. The federal government gets repressive on its people trying to find out who did it, and then it turns the citizens against the government. There is a white supremacist basis for all of this material, and I think you'll find if these individuals that they've arrested were involved, I think you're going to find some anti-Semitic, anti-black, pro-Aryan white connection to all of this material.
Okay. Morris Dees is the Chief Trial Counsel of the Southern Poverty Law Center, Montgomery, Alabama. Of course, the world now is waiting to hear from the Director of the FBI and the Attorney General. Frank Chesno in Washington, let's go quickly back to you.
Okay, Bernie, we are waiting less than a minute, as we say, to the Justice Department, where we're expecting more. George Terwilliger, you wanted to raise a very quick note of caution in all of this.
Yes, that's right, Frank. Whoever did this crime deserves absolute condemnation, but we need to be very careful and cautious about painting with too broad a brush against those groups that they might have been associated with until we know more.
You expect that kind of caution to be emerging from this briefing we're shortly to hear?
I would expect so.
In what sense?
Well, I think the Attorney General will want to be very cautious about making it clear that at this point there's an investigation that's focused on individuals. Group association will have to await the development of more facts.
We are, however, hearing about a group.
That is true, but whether or not the group sponsored this or whether these individuals who committed the crime happened to be members of that group are two very distinct and important issues. We are free to believe what we want in this
We're going to go over to the Justice Department now, where you see Janet Reno and the FBI Director Louis Freeh approaching the podium with some others. Let's listen.
Director Freeh and I have just spoken with the President, and I am pleased to announce that one of the individuals believed to be responsible for Wednesday's terrible attack on the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City has been arrested. Timothy McVeigh, age 27, who we previously called John Doe No. 1, the man with the light brown crew cut, was arrested by local authorities on a traffic violation about 60 miles from Oklahoma City on Wednesday morning, about an hour and a half after the explosion occurred. At the time of his arrest, he was in the possession of a firearm. He has been in a local jail since the arrest. He will be taken into custody by the FBI. Searches are being planned and executed at several locations around the country this afternoon. I remind everyone that John Doe No. 2 remains at large. He should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. There is a strong likelihood that other persons are involved in this tragedy as well. People should not attempt to take any action against John Doe No. 2 or anyone else involved in this matter. But we continue to urge anyone with information to call 1-800-905-1514. I have been in constant communication over these last days with the FBI Director, Louis Freeh. The FBI has been leading this investigation through the command center at FBI headquarters, in close consultation with the Department of Justice's attorneys here and in U.S. attorneys' offices across the country. The FBI has also established command centers in Oklahoma and other locations around the country. This investigation has truly been a model of law enforcement cooperation. I commend the Treasury Department and its law enforcement agencies, the ATF, Secret Service. I would also like to commend the Department of Defense, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the Immigration and Naturalization Service for their outstanding efforts. Your work has just been magnificent in this effort. Likewise, the outpouring of support and assistance from state and local authorities has just been tremendous, and we would especially like to thank the local authorities, the state authorities who've worked around the clock on this effort. Foreign authorities' support and assistance has also been of great meaning to us. I am most grateful to all Americans who have provided leads and information about this investigation. I urge people with any information, as I have said, to contact the nearest FBI office or call 1-800-905-1514. So far, we have received over 2,650 calls to this telephone number since we announced it yesterday afternoon. This investigation has been fast-moving. Although the investigation is in the preliminary stage, this announcement shows the substantial progress made by very dedicated law enforcement agents and officers in a very short period of time. But we continue to pursue absolutely every lead. We are determined that we will not rest until the people who perpetrated this terrible act are brought to justice and convicted. Our prayers are with the victims, their families, and their loved ones, for our heart and all America's heart has gone out to them.
What basis do you have for holding them other than the gun, your description?
Again, we would not comment on any of the evidence, but this will be a pending matter.
Can you shed any light, Ms. Reno, on either a possible motive and or whether these men belong to a paramilitary group?
We would not speculate with respect to any of the motivation or any of the evidence relating to the pending matter.
Mrs. Reno, in your statement that you still plan searches at several locations around the country. You say several others may still be at large. Should the American people worry that in their community there might be a terrorist who might have an attack in their area? Should they be concerned at this moment?
What we want to do is to pursue every lead, to take every reasonable precaution to make sure that the people responsible for this terrible act are brought to justice.
Anything on Nick Abdullah
That doesn't quite answer the question.
You consider a witness yesterday?
Again, I could not comment on that matter.
Do you still believe this to be a terrorist act? Was this from a statewide group, or is this individual from Oklahoma? Someone on our own soil hurting our own people?
At this point, every evidence indicates that it is domestic in nature. How we characterize it will depend on the investigation as it proceeds. And we will, as I indicated yesterday, try to provide all complete information as is appropriate, consistent with the investigation.
General Reno,
on the arrest?
Yes, sir.
On the arrest?
General Reno, Timothy McVeigh, is he being charged while he's being taken into federal custody? Is he being charged with a federal crime at this point?
He will be charged under the John Doe warrant.
The brothers have been named as suspects. You're not ready to confirm that they are indeed suspects?
I would not comment.
Can you talk about the arrest at all?
Ms. Reno, the chairman of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee said this morning that he has literally hundreds of cases of Arab Americans and their children in particular being intimidated and harassed in the wake of the outrage in Oklahoma City. Is the department receiving any of these complaints, or do you have anything to say about such alleged crimes?
Again, what we have said from the beginning is that every lead must be pursued. There should be no generalization based on somebody's race or ethnic background whatsoever. I have not received any complaints, but any complaint that indicates action that this department should take will be pursued.
He's not complaining about the department. He's talking about the reaction of average Americans.
As I indicated, I have not received any of the complaints, but if and when I do, we will review them, and if there is any action that the department should take, we will certainly do so.
Do you have a home address for McVeigh for purposes of identification?
Again, I would not comment on any of the matters relating to the investigation.
Can you talk for a second about the arrest? If you said a traffic violation, can you tell us some details how that occurred?
I'd let Director Free comment to the extent possible.
What I could say at this point, and there'll certainly be an arraignment before a federal judge or magistrate in the near future. The local arrest was the subject of a traffic incident, and more details with respect to that, I'm sure, will appear at the arraignment. North of Oklahoma City, about 60 miles.
Do you know what law enforcement authorities connect him to the explosion after the traffic stop?
I'd rather not comment on that at this point.
Director Free, knowing what you know now, about how this happened. Are you going to change procedures in any way? Are you going to do anything differently in the future to try to prevent a repeat of this incident?
I wouldn't want to comment on that now. I think what we will do in cases like this is exactly what we did today. We will vigorously pursue the evidence wherever it takes us. The investigation is still early. Many of our findings are preliminary. We have a long way to go to complete the final resolution.
The arrest was Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
The initial arrest?
Yes.
In jail at the time that you issued the description?
Yes, sir.
What can you tell us about the raid in Michigan that's going on, and what other raids are going on?
I can't comment on the nature or location of any ongoing...
Can you say how you were led to any of these locations?
No, can't discuss that at this point.
Most people are wondering why Oklahoma City. Can you shed any light on that at all?
Again, with respect to motivation, there's a lot that has to be done yet in this investigation. It's too preliminary to comment on that.
Can you say who first noticed that this prisoner in jail resembled your suspect sketch?
I can't give those details right now.
There have been a number of reports at the ease with which this bomb is made, and farmers have done this for generations, and there's even a description on the internet on how to make these types of bombs. How can the government protect the public when you're talking about such a facile operation?
It's a large question and a large issue. Our job is to, together with all the enforcement agencies, Treasury, state and local, is to prevent these types of godless acts. We do that vigorously, daily, to the best of our ability, but it is not a perfect situation.
Judge Free, can you tell us whether or not the identification of this suspect was a consequence of this department's publication of the composite drawings yesterday?
I can't really comment on that at this time, but as I said, at the arraignment, many more facts will become known.
When you distributed the composites, were you aware he was in custody?
No, sir.
Is there a group behind
Most likely in the, before the nearest federal magistrate, most likely in Oklahoma City.
Can you tell us a little about the traffic incident?
No, I already commented on that.
Is there a group behind these two individuals, or is it just these two individuals?
I cannot comment on that at this point.
Whether the reward was a factor at all in information that's been developed in the past 24 hours?
We've gotten 2,600 calls, many different leads. I don't think I could determine that for you right now accurately.
The Palestinian-American gentleman, can you confirm that he's off the hook as a suspect as far as you're concerned?
I've reached no conclusions as to motivation or origin. There's a lot of work to be done.
Any clue as to how many people may have been involved?
I'm sorry, sir?
Any clue as to how many people may have been involved?
I can't comment on that at this point.
Can you tell us the background of this first person, whether he has any criminal record or anything already in the public record about him, his occupation, his military history, stuff already out there?
Sorry, can't comment on that.
Interstate?
Yeah, the person brought back from England has never been a suspect. In fact, he's been voluntarily cooperating and assisting the government since his return.
Is it at least interstate?
Within the building, a specific target from this individual, or was it a random act that they just wanted to conduct?
Again, as to motivation, I can't comment at this point.
Mr. Noble, can you tell us, does the ATF have, or did it have, an office and personnel in that building at the time of the explosion?
I'll let Director McGough, the answer is yes, but I'll let Director McGough from ATF answer it more specifically.
Yes, ATF has an office on the 9th floor, kind of catty-cornered across the hall from the Secret Service and the DEA. If you look at the front of the building, it would be to your left and Half Moon around the corner. 15 of our personnel are in that office. 4 or 5 were injured. There's one still in the hospital, but none are critically injured. But if you look at that building, it's a case where we were lucky by office assignment in this case.
Are any of those persons still missing?
None of those persons are still, all been accounted for, and none dead. Were you asking about the Secret Service and the DEA also, just ATF? Yes, they've all been accounted for, and all, I'm happy to say, alive and recovering very well.
Director Noble, can you tell us about the Secret Service? Are they all accounted for?
No, unfortunately, they're not all accounted for. There are 6 Secret Service employees missing. 4 were agents, 2 were support personnel, and we're going through the process now of identifying certain bodies that have been recovered, and we will refrain from making any kind of public statement about that until we've made positive identification of the bodies that have been recovered. And I would also note that there are DEA personnel that are missing as well, or unaccounted for, and the same would hold true for them, and Customs as well.
Has this guy under arrest been interviewed? Is he cooperating?
Again, we would not comment on any
Reno, one of the white supremacists has said that their members have been questioned, and they contend that you yourself are on a witch hunt for the white supremacists. Do you have any reaction to their claims?
I only operate based on the evidence and the law, and I only try to apply the law as vigorously as possible to people who commit violations of the law that deserve to be punished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Carl, you got spelling?
Okay, that briefing at the Justice Department having concluded, let us review for you very quickly what was said there, because in fact quite a bit was said. One person, says the Attorney General Janet Reno, believed to be responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing, has been arrested. She identifies him as 27-year-old Timothy McVeigh. He was arrested by local authorities Wednesday morning, about 1.5 hours following the explosion, Ms. Reno says, and he was in possession of a firearm. He was arrested by local law enforcement authorities. He will be taken into custody by the FBI. We are told that he will be arraigned in short order, that according to the director of the FBI. Janet Reno also said that there are raids underway, she used the present tense, at several locations, her words, around the country. She said John Doe number 2, the other individual represented in those composite pictures yesterday, remains at large. He is considered armed and dangerous. There is a strong likelihood, Reno said, that others are involved as well. She once again gave the 800 number, which we will give to you again now, 800-905-1514, that number given for anyone who may have information. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, who's been following this story all day. Wolf, quite a series of revelations.
Frank, in fact, what both confirmed to us what we had been suggesting throughout most of the day is that all of the indications now point to some sort of domestic terrorism, not any international connections. The earlier speculation of some sort of Middle East terror involvement appears to have gone away. This seems to have been some sort of homegrown movement. Once again, we are standing by here at the White House in the briefing room. Within the next several moments, the president will be coming in here. We are told he will make a statement on the arrest, on the status of the situation from his perspective, and he will also presumably take a question or two before he leaves. He has made it his point throughout this investigation to let the FBI and the Justice Department come up with the news, and then he would respond. And normally in these kinds of situations, usually it's the reverse. The president wants to make the news, especially when there is good news. But in this particular case, the White House has decided that given the enormity of the tragedy that unfolded in Oklahoma City, it would be prudent for the president simply to respond to the law enforcement authorities who are releasing all of these details.
The plans of the president over this weekend regarding this tragedy? Well,
the president will be doing something unusual tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. He will do his weekly radio address from the White House, but in this particular case, he will allow TV cameras in to record that and to broadcast that live, in fact, as he is speaking about the tragedy in Oklahoma City. On Sunday, he and the First Lady will be going to Oklahoma City to attend a memorial service for the victims of this explosion, this truck bombing that occurred on Wednesday.
Okay, Wolf, we're just a couple of minutes away from the president. We'll be coming back to you. Stan Bedlington, you have been looking into, with others, this so-called Michigan militia. You heard Janet Reno and Louis Freeh avoid any reference to any groups, any motivations, but nonetheless, that is information we have had, that there is some connection. Very quickly, what do we know about the Michigan militia?
Well, I think, first of all, it's very appropriate for both General Reno and the FBI director to not to make those allegations before we know more about it. But there can be no doubt in my mind, from my own research and from talking to specialists on the topic, that they are part of the right-wing hate group. Whether the group was involved as a group is another matter, but they are right-wing hate groups with very definite antipathies towards the authorities of this country.
George Terwilliger, former Deputy Attorney General, your thoughts from that briefing we heard?
Well, it sounds to me like there is a very, very in-depth investigation underway that is almost remarkable in terms of the speed with which it has moved. I would think that if the FBI within 2 or 3 days of this incident has identified the principals involved, has arrested one of them, even if it was through the luck of an alert state highway patrolman, and is searching a number of places around the country. This will rank as one of the FBI's most outstanding triumphs.
And what we're seeing now, and you can look at our monitor, we are seeing a video courtesy of WDIV, one of our affiliates, at that farmhouse in Michigan that was surrounded earlier today. This is our information. We don't know the status of this particular raid at this time. Well, Wolf Blitzer, if you're still standing by, President Clinton has been kept briefed at every step of the way through this through a formalized interagency group.
He's been briefed several times a day by Leon Panetta, the White House Chief of Staff, who's in charge of this interagency task force. President, as a former governor, of course, Arkansas's neighbor of Oklahoma, he's very concerned personally about what is unfolding, and he's made a point of going out of his way to stress the lessons to be learned for children, since so many of the victims were children.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, comments from the President of the United States regarding the bombing and now the apprehension of a suspect in Oklahoma City.
Hi, I'm Jim Palmer. Did you think the refinancing opportunity was over? Well, for a limited time, you can still refinance your home at today's rate of 7.95%. This 7.95 adjustable rate is available here at the Money Store, even if...
Spinato Chrysler says, wake up and smell the coffee, New Orleans. Choose a new Plymouth Voyager from Spinato's giant inventory, purchase it at a Sam's Club price, and get 4.9% financing or the largest Voyager rebate ever offered. Not enough? You'll also get a year's supply of Gloria Jean's gourmet coffee absolutely free. In fact, we'll give you free coffee for just a test drive. But you must act now. The delicious Gloria Jean's gourmet coffee won't last long, and at Sam's Club pricing, neither will the inventory at Spinato Chrysler.
SOS, the severely overstock sale has begun on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford. Answer the SOS and save on over 300 fresh trades, all factory line, all price ranges. Some used cars and trucks are just $2,000. Or get like new factory program cars with new car warranty and new car financing. Low credit, no problem. Call the 24-hour credit hotline for instant credit review now. Answer the SOS and save on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford.
Hope you enjoyed reading it. Of course, if you don't have a photographic memory, we'll send you a free copy. Just call 1-800-8888-TEXT.
This is me 5 years ago when I joined Pound Pinchers. And this is me now.
For permanent fat loss, diets don't work. You need to build muscle.
Before? After.
Just say, honey, the grass will cut itself. Because you've got to hurry to Tony Liuz's Causeway Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep Eagle. Right now, $10,990 puts you in a Dakota Sport with AC, airbag, and more. Don't fight it. Hurry in for an incredible $14,990 on a loaded Jeep Cherokee. And for only $14,990 for our new Plymouth Voyager with all the extras. For the best deal, drop on into Tony Liuz's Causeway Chrysler Plymouth Dodge Jeep Eagle. Just 5 minutes from the Causeway on the North Shore.
SOS. Don Bone Ford is severely overstocked. 1,000 vehicles are on site now. Hundreds more in transit. Don Bone must sell 200 units by Saturday night. U-95 Rangers are loaded up and severely reduced. Now just $99.88. U-95 F-150s with maximum equipment go for just $10,788. Low credit, no problem. Call the 24-hour credit hotline. Don Bone Ford must sell 200 units by Saturday night. Answer the SOS and save on the West Bank in the Bone Zone at Don Bone Ford.
Wrong. I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need.
Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. That's 1-800-MATH-192.
Inside Politics with Judy Woodruff and Bernard Shaw. Weekdays 4 Eastern.
I'm Frank Sesno in Washington, where we are following a number of events as they take place here in connection with the Oklahoma City bombing. One arrest, others being pursued, other raids across the country. President Clinton expected to have comments in just a few moments from now. We will bring those to you. But now we want to show you again Attorney General Janet Reno's comments made just a short time ago on the status of this investigation and the pursuit of those believed to have some connection to it.
Director Free and I have just spoken with the President, and I am pleased to announce that one of the individuals believed to be responsible for Wednesday's terrible attack on the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City has been arrested. Timothy McVeigh, age 27, who we previously called John Doe Number 1, the man with the light brown crew cut, was arrested by local authorities on a traffic violation about 60 miles from Oklahoma City on Wednesday morning, about an hour and a half after the explosion occurred. At the time of his arrest, he was in the possession of a firearm. He has been in the local jail since the arrest. He will be taken into custody by the FBI. Searches are being planned and executed at several locations around the country this afternoon. I remind everyone that John Doe Number 2 remains at large. He should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. There is a strong likelihood that other persons are involved in this tragedy as well. People should not attempt to take any action against John Doe Number 2 or anyone else involved in this matter. But we continue to urge anyone with information to call 1-800-905-1514. I have been in constant communication over these last days with the FBI Director, Louis Freeh. The FBI has been leading this investigation through the command center at FBI headquarters, in close consultation with the Department of Justice's attorneys here and in U.S. attorneys' offices across the country. The FBI has also established command centers in Oklahoma and other locations around the country. This investigation has truly been a model of law enforcement cooperation. I commend the Treasury Department and its law enforcement agencies, the ATF, Secret Service. I would also like to commend the Department of Defense, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the Immigration and Naturalization Service for their outstanding efforts. Your work has just been magnificent in this effort. Likewise, the outpouring of support and assistance from state and local authorities has just been tremendous, and we would especially like to thank the local authorities, the state authorities who've worked around the clock on this effort. Foreign authorities' support and assistance has also been of great meaning to us. I am most grateful to all Americans who have provided leads and information about this investigation. I urge people with any information, as I have said, to contact the nearest FBI office or call 1-800-905-1514. So far, we have received over 2,650 calls to this telephone number since we announced it yesterday afternoon. This investigation has been fast-moving. Although the investigation is in the preliminary stage, this announcement shows the substantial progress made by very dedicated law enforcement agents and officers in a very short period of time. But we continue to pursue absolutely every lead. We are determined that we will not rest until the people who perpetrated this terrible act are brought to justice and convicted. Our prayers are with the victims, their families, and their loved ones, for our heart and all America's heart has gone out to them.
Attorney General Janet Reno speaking just moments ago at the Justice Department. Now you see a live picture at the White House, in the White House briefing room, where we're expecting President Clinton momentarily. He will be coming out to offer his comments on the bombing and its aftermath and the efforts to pursue and apprehend those connected or believed to have been connected with it. The President is being preceded now by one of his aides, presumably with a piece of paper. Wolf Blitzer is there. Many details, Wolf, still officially unaddressed.
That's right. For example, Frank, we still don't know the identity of John Doe number 2, who remains at large. So far, this case is only, at least at best, half resolved, if in fact Timothy McVeigh is in fact the person who was responsible for the bombing of the Oklahoma City federal building. As Janet Reno says, that was the case. We're told, by the way, that he was arrested earlier the week on a speeding charge, but he was rearrested today in connection with the explosion at the Oklahoma City federal building. The president is now walking into the briefing room, going to the podium, so let's listen.
Good afternoon. First, let me say how very proud I am of the swift and decisive and determined work of law enforcement officials on this case throughout the country. I know every American is proud of them, too. Their continued vigilance makes me sure that we will solve this crime in its entirety and that justice will prevail. Today, I want to say a special word of thanks to the Justice Department under the able leadership of the Attorney General, to Director Free and all the hundreds of people in the FBI who have worked on this case, to the men and women of the Bureau of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, to all the federal authorities, and to all the state and local law enforcement officials, especially those in Oklahoma who have been working on this case. And of course, I'd like to say a personal thanks, as I know all Americans would, to the Oklahoma lawman whose vigilance led to the initial arrest of the suspect. As I said on Wednesday, justice for these killers will be certain, swift, and severe. We will find them, we will convict them, and we will seek the death penalty for them. Finally, I know I speak for all Americans when once again I extend our deepest thanks to the brave men and women who are still involved in the rescue teams. Let us not forget them. There is a lot of work for them still to do. It is difficult and it is often heartbreaking now. Our thoughts and prayers that continue to be with the people in Oklahoma City, and let me say again, you will overcome this moment of grief and horror. You will rebuild, and we will be there to work with you until the work is done.
President, is there a sense now, sir, that this was not a foreign threat, that this was something from within our own borders?
Let me say that I have never, and the Justice Department has never said that it was a foreign threat. But the most important thing that you understand is that even though this is a positive development, this investigation has a lot of work still to be done in it. And therefore it would be wrong to draw any conclusions. There have been lots of twists and turns in this investigation. But I would say to the American people, we should not assume, as I said yesterday, that we should not assume that any people from beyond our borders are involved in it. We should not assume anything except what we know.
Any idea about motive, Mr. President? Anything in terms of the one suspect who's been arrested? Any feeling about where he was, or who he was, or what he was up to?
I would defer with the same comment that the Attorney General and Director Free had on that. We simply must not speculate on that at this time.
Mr. President, will this prompt the United States or the government to take a new and a tougher look at the white supremacist groups, the hate groups, the militias? Is this going to trigger any kind of crackdown?
Let me say that we need to finish this investigation now. We need to focus on this investigation. We need to finish this investigation. We need to finish the rescue. We then need to obviously examine anew, as we will over the next few days, the sufficiency of our efforts in the whole area of terrorism. Maybe it would be helpful, let me just take a few moments to talk about what we have been doing for the last couple of years before the Oklahoma City incident, because I think it is apparent to any observant person that all civilized societies have to be on their guard against terrorism. We have increased the counterterrorism budgets and resources of the FBI and the CIA. We arrested a major terrorist ring in New York before they could consummate their plans to blow up the UN and tunnels in New York City. We retrieved terrorists who fled abroad, as I said on yesterday, from Pakistan, the Philippines, from Egypt, and elsewhere. We broke up a major terrorist ring before they could consummate their plans to blow up airplanes flying over the Pacific. We brought together all the various agencies of the federal government that would be involved in rescue and in response to a terrorist action, and did a comprehensive practice earlier. And some of that work, I think, was seen in the very efficient way that they carried out their work at Oklahoma City. Finally, let me say there's been a lot of activity that the public does not see, most of which I should not comment on, but let me give you one example. There was one recent incident with which I was intimately familiar, which involved a quick and secret deployment of a major United States effort of FBI and FEMA and Public Health Service and Army personnel, because we had a tip of a possible terrorist incident, which thank goodness did not materialize. But we went to the place and we were ready. We were ready to try to prevent it, and if it occurred, we were ready to respond. So we have been on top of this from the beginning. And finally, let me say, I issued the executive order which gives us the ability to try to control funding more strictly, and I have sent counterterrorism legislation to the Hill, which I hope will be acted upon quickly when they return.
The way this is coming down give Americans any reason to feel a little bit more secure that this particular group is not going to carry out something else, or you're just not?
I think Americans can be secure that our country has able law enforcement officials, that we work together well, that we have prevented terrorist activities from occurring, that obviously every civilized society is at risk of this sort of thing. I must not comment on any of the specific people involved in this investigation at this time. Wolf?
Mr. President, is there anything that has come across your desk so far to suggest that this bombing in Oklahoma City could have been prevented, as other terrorist incidents that you're referring to were prevented? Was there a failure somewhere down the chain of command, someplace that a tip, a clue, a source could have provided information leading to this explosion?
I have no evidence to that effect at this time.
Mr. President, there's been a loud, constant drumbeat in this country in recent years. The government is the enemy, the government is bad. Given the way this case seems to be pointing, do you think that in any way contributes to what happened in Oklahoma City on Wednesday?
I think it's important that we not speculate about the motives, the atmosphere, or anything else until this investigation is complete. It could only, anything I say could only undermine the successful conclusion of this.
Mr. President, you've been cautious about warning us and all Americans not to draw any conclusions over the past several days. Can you rule out a foreign tie to a domestic group, and can you in any way blame this incident on any kind of climate presently in this country?
I cannot rule in or rule out anything. It would be inappropriate. The investigation has not been completed. And again, that's a variation of the question that was just asked. I cannot and I should not characterize this in terms of the climate or anything else at this time. Let us do this investigation. Let the people get the work done. Let us follow every lead, pursue every alley. Let's wrap this up so we can see it whole, and then there'll be time for this kind of analysis. I understand why you want to do it. It's perfectly understandable and appropriate, but it's not ripe yet. We have to solve the heinous crime first. Thank you.
Mr. President, how about the copycat for...
President Clinton then wrapping up his comments and leaving the briefing room, saying that he is sure, his words, that, quote, "we will solve this crime in its entirety and justice will prevail." The president took the opportunity yet again to say that justice will be certain, swift, and severe, and he said they will find those individuals responsible, convict them, and the death penalty will be sought. The president took time out as well to acknowledge the incredible efforts of rescue, saying they've been difficult and often heartbreaking. Our Wolf Blitzer at the White House. Wolf?
Well, if you've watched the president over these past 48 hours since this bombing in Oklahoma City, you've seen today a clearly more relaxed president, someone not as angry, as frustrated as someone who emerged immediately after the explosion to talk about it. He is going out of his way to make sure that everyone understands that this case is not solved by any means. They've had an important break, but there are many more breaks that will be necessary to resolve this case once and for all. That's what other officials have been assuring us, have been telling us, that yes, an important development has occurred. One of the suspects has been arrested, but there's at least one other John Doe at large, and presumably there could be others involved in some sort of conspiracy that resulted in the explosion in Oklahoma City.
Well, if we want to go to a picture that we're getting now from Perry, Oklahoma, the Noble County Courthouse there, where we believe the suspect will be taken into custody. Formally, FBI Director Louis Freeh said a short time ago that this person will be arraigned before a magistrate in short order, did not give any more specific time frame than that. But this picture coming to you from Perry, Oklahoma, at the Noble County Courthouse. The individual who was identified as Timothy McVeigh was taken into custody about an hour and a half after the bombing, some 60 miles north of Oklahoma City, for what is described officially, publicly, as an unrelated incident, but what we have been told was a traffic violation. It was said to have been in possession of a firebomb. I'm sorry, a firearm. Now, we want to share one other thing with you, rather extraordinary, that's come to our attention. Audio tape of what the explosion actually sounded like 2 days ago in Oklahoma. You will hear this tape. You will see pictures as we now have them of the building. Live pictures now where the rescue operation is undergoing. What you will hear is what was heard when this bomb went off.
And go first, the representative. Go first, the representative.
Somewhere in that, we believe, was the sound of the explosion. That's what we were told, and some indication as to what may have taken place and what the sounds were like back then. We want to go to our Ed Garston, who's in Michigan now, where there was a raid around that farmhouse not too terribly long ago. We've been told that there were several raids apparently across the country today. Ed?
Yes, Frank. I'm about 300 yards from the house, across a plowed field in a very rural area of the what they call the thumb of Michigan, the northeastern part. There are many types of police officer cars. There are also unmarked cars, and then some type of refrigerated truck, which I cannot read the markings of. We heard one report that it might have been a van for the Sanilac County Coroner's Office. The back two doors are open. We have also learned from accounts we've heard over local radio from neighbors here that the house is owned by, and you may have reported this already, a James Douglas Nichols. And some of those neighbors have also reported that Nichols was perhaps tipped off that the authorities were on their way, and that he scooted about 30 seconds, is the way one neighbor put it, before authorities actually got on the scene. There appears to be some activity in front, mostly just milling about by a number of officers, ATF and FBI agents, although from this distance it's quite difficult to tell exactly what happened. Also, we've been reporting about possible ties to the paramilitary group called Michigan Militia. About an hour ago, I talked to the head of it. His name is Ken Adams, who said that his group is in no way connected to the bombing in Oklahoma City. Also, he said that he did not know Tim McVeigh, and he did not know James Douglas Nichols, nor his brother, Jerry Lynn Nichols, although he said he was told that they're in some type of anti-government group. But he said that, as far as he knew, that they were not members of the Michigan Militia. So right now, it's mostly from this distance. We're just trying to find out exactly what's happening. No one is being very gregarious with any specific information, and we hope to have that for you shortly.
Ed, I'd like you to go back, if you would, again, and address the issue of what the neighbor told you about one of these individuals scooting out. Is that to suggest that this person is still at large, or what have you been told precisely? Perhaps you can be very clear for us.
Okay. Well, what we heard was over local radio. They spoke to a neighbor while we were on our way up here. We listened to local radio reports. The neighbor said that they saw Jim Nichols leave the house or scoot from the house is the way they put it, 30 seconds before Sanilac County Sheriff's deputies showed up at the location. The neighbor took a guess anyway that Nichols was perhaps tipped off that authorities would be coming. So there was the implication that indeed Jim Nichols is at large right now.
Okay, Ed Garston, thanks very much. Much information still incomplete, but thanks very much. We're going to go back to Perry, Oklahoma, and our Greg Lamont, who's standing by there. Greg?
Stand by. Go.
Well, Frank, quite honestly, I feel like a reporter who has stepped back about 100 years in time, and I'll explain why. We're in Perry, Oklahoma. That's about 50 miles north of Oklahoma City, a small town. This is the kind of town where everybody knows one another. Everyone here says they know the arresting officer in this case. They say that he is a nice gentleman generally, but they also say that he would be the kind of officer who would give his own wife a ticket if she was caught speeding. There are about several hundred people standing outside of the courthouse right now. They are anticipating the removal of Tim McVeigh, the 27-year-old suspect taken into custody. It's like walking back in time because, in essence, you feel like the Old West in which an old gunslinger would be brought into town or taken into custody, and people want to catch a glimpse of him. Here's what we know. 27-year-old Tim McVeigh, apparently arrested on Wednesday on a local highway in Perry, Oklahoma. Again, that's 50 miles north of Oklahoma City. He was arrested by CHP officer Charlie, what's his name? Charlie Hanger. Everybody knows his name. He was apparently arrested for speeding. He was taken into custody, I guess, while they were doing a check on some possible other violations. He was kept into custody. They say that they did not realize who they had in custody, and composite drawings were released. At that time, they realized that this person possibly matched the one that was on those composite drawings. They have a suspect in custody. He is the one, according to the FBI, who is John Doe #1, the person with the crew cut that was taken into custody. McVeigh, we are told, will be led out of this courthouse, the Noble County Courthouse, Noble County, Oklahoma. We're not quite sure when, but then we are told he will be taken to an awaiting helicopter manned by federal officials, and then will be helicoptered to a federal facility in Oklahoma City, where presumably he will be further questioned and possibly arraigned. Back to you.
Thanks very much. Greg Lamont reporting to us from Oklahoma there. This is one half of the story, the pursuit, the search for those responsible. The other half of the story is the search and rescue. That, of course, is taking place in Oklahoma City. Our Bernard Shaw is there. Bernie?
Frank, we all can recall the very declarative statement President Clinton made about this building when he said, quote, "We need to finish the rescue." And that is what is going on. You heard an allusion to which agencies were on certain floors in this building. I want to briefly review for our viewers exactly which agencies were where. First, at the uppermost floor, the 9th floor, the United States Secret Service had offices here, as did the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Also on the 9th floor, the Drug Enforcement Administration. On the 8th floor, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. On the 7th floor, the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Drug Enforcement Administration. We go to the 6th floor. The United States Marine Corps had a recruiting office here. Down to the 5th floor, the U.S. Customs Service, the Department of Agriculture, and the Veterans Administration. On the 4th floor was housed the Federal Highway Administration. Also on the 4th and indeed on the 3rd floors, the U.S. Army had offices. On the 3rd floor, the General Accounting Office, the Defense Investigative Service, the Federal Employees Credit Union. We all know on the 2nd floor, the daycare center was housed. And on the 1st floor, the Social Security Administration and the General Services Administration. And of course, one story that we're aware of here on the ground is that one couple, turning 65 years old, was in the Social Security office filling out forms when the bomb exploded. The death toll, the official death toll right now, 57 dead, more than 400 injured, approximately 150 unaccounted for. Someone was... Now let's go back to Frank.
Bernie, thanks very much. We're going to go to our Gary Tuckman, who is standing by. Gary, with the Assistant Fire Chief, I'm told, in Oklahoma City.
Right, Frank. We have some disappointing, devastating news. We've told you all along that this federal office building wasn't the only building damaged. Certainly there's extensive damage to this building, but other buildings have also been heavily damaged in the 4-block area near the federal building. We have now just learned just minutes ago in the building across the street from the federal building, 2 people have been found dead inside that building. The death toll has gone up. The death toll is now officially 15 58 people have been brought to morgues. These are 2 additional people, so it's actually 60. But 2 people have been found dead in another building from debris falling on them, and it's opened up a whole can of worms because now they have to search other buildings looking for people who may have perished in those other buildings. With us, the Assistant Fire Chief, John Hanson. John, thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Tell us what you found.
Well, I just left the building. Right now, we're about 90% sure that from the 3rd floor to the 9th floor of the federal building is clear of victims. We're working very hard from the 3rd floor down. One refreshing thing is that we've got about 10 or 15 different fire and rescue agencies in the building right now, all working hand in hand together. It's like we're one big fire department working very hard in that building.
Chief, tell me what happened across the street.
As you mentioned, unfortunately, it's moved out. We did find in the debris, it was reported a couple of victims down, about a 4-story building. That building looks about the same as the federal building that you see behind us.
Is it an office building?
An office building, yes, sir. Now we're pulling some of the search and rescue dogs out of the federal building and putting them in adjacent buildings to see if we can make any other hits.
Now, we had asked before, and rescuers said they didn't anticipate any victims in any of the other buildings. Is this a big surprise?
Well, it is. We've got a lot of debris in those buildings that we went through initially, but as we do more debris removal, we're going to have more fatalities. You know, across the street from the federal building, there's bricks in the street from structured collapses that are about waist high. Once we start removing that, if somebody's on the street, there's a chance somebody could be in that.
So, sir, there's a reasonable expectation you may find victims in other places.
Yes, sir, there is.
John Hanson, thank you very much for joining us. So the death toll is officially 58, but for the first time, victims have been found in another building. This is Gary Tuchman, CNN Live. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Gary. Well, of course, throughout the country, we are trying to monitor these series of events as best we can. We've got live pictures from affiliate WJBK now out of Decker, Michigan. This is the farmhouse you saw on some affiliate tape earlier today where agents were out and about and appeared to be surrounding the building and looking for individuals inside. I understand that we've got the tape now. I'm sorry? WJVK, I apologize, is our station that's participating in all of this, and we should have some pictures from them to see the farmhouse where this activity is ongoing. There you see the farmhouse right now. This is where 2 individuals, we believe 2, maybe more, were being sought. We do not have, and we should emphasize this and cannot emphasize it enough, definitive information about who all these people are, about which, if any, groups they are associated with beyond what we have been told by our sources. You heard the President, the Attorney General, and the Director of the FBI say very emphatically that the investigation is ongoing, that much is yet unknown, and that they, in particular, must see many more pieces fall into place before they will be prepared to speak definitively about who or what are involved. Agents are on site at this building, we are told. We will be back in just a few moments with more information as it becomes available to us from Michigan, from Oklahoma City, from here in Washington. We'll be right back.
Bored with just plain nuts? Try Fisher Favorites Tropical Fruit and Nut Mix, a more exciting flavor combination.
Pineapple, papaya, sweet cream almonds, honey roast peanuts, and whole cashews.
Crunchy nuts with juicy real fruit. Fisher Favorites Tropical Fruit and Nut Mix. Just one of the Fisher Favorites.
It's Fisher flavor, or it's just plain nuts.
Get rid of your copier, printer, fax, and scanner. Get the new Mita AF1000. It does it all in 2 square feet.
It's 3 a.m., and you've got to get the year's most important contract to your company's biggest client overseas. And guess what? The fax just won't go through. What are your options? Well, now there's a new option. Call 1-800-THROUGH-FAX, and AT&T's International Fax Service Center will help you solve the problem. Only AT&T guarantees to get your international fax there. Or we'll send it overnight. AT&T, for the life of your business.
Saturdays on CNN. There's a new lineup of business and financial programs waiting for you.
Guidance, analysis, and opinions to help gain a better understanding of the world of business. All from the people who cover your world. CNN.
There's a new direction in touring luxury sedans. One that raises levels of luxury and refinement to new heights. Introducing the new Acura TL series. If you're ready for a change, this is the turning point.
LAPD Chief Willie Williams on tonight's Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, only on CNN.
Bone Ford in New Orleans has factory authorization for an early closeout sale. We must sell 300 new cars, trucks, and vans to increase our allocation of new cars. Early closeout. Ford Escorts will move fast at just $97.95 with many features. Early closeout. The F-150 XL just $11,995 with AM/FM stereo AC and much more. Early closeout. The Taurus only $15,395 with AM/FM stereo AC and dual airbags. It's early closeout time at the original Bone Ford in New Orleans. Your 15-minute dealer just 15 minutes from Metairie, St. Bernard, and the West Bank.
Do you have an idea, invention, or simply an improvement to an existing product and just don't know how to get started? Do you believe your idea or invention has merit and fulfills a need? Do you think a manufacturer would want to produce and market your product and pay you royalties? If the answer to any of these is yes, call the professionals at Universal Invention Service for your free Inventor's Information Kit. They can help. Call now.
Inside Politics Weekend with Wolf Blitzer, Saturday on CNN.
I'm Frank Sesno in Washington to recap a day of rapid and dramatic developments. Attorney General Janet Reno has announced that one person believed to be responsible for the bombing in Oklahoma City has been arrested. She identifies him as 27-year-old Timothy McVeigh. He was John Doe number 1. You see him there in the composite photo sketch that was released yesterday by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It turns out he was arrested by local authorities Wednesday morning, just about an hour and a half after the explosion at that Oklahoma Federal Building. He was said to be in possession of a firearm. He's going to be taken into custody by FBI agents shortly and will be arraigned. Meanwhile, Reno says there are searches being planned or executed at several locations around the country. 2 other suspects being sought, Terry Lynn Nichols and James Douglas Nichols. No specifics as to their whereabouts. John Doe, identified as John Doe, the person shown in the composite sketch yesterday, who may or may not be one of the Nichols there, is also said to be at large, armed and dangerous. A strong likelihood, Janet Reno said, that others are involved. She continues to urge those who may have information to dial the hotline 800 number, 1-800-905-1514. Some kind of raid underway in Michigan, meanwhile, and as Reno said, others around the country. She declined to offer specifics. In Oklahoma City, meanwhile, the search and rescue efforts continue. Our Gary Tuchman is there. We want to go to him now. Gary?
Frank, right now we're with Congressman Frank Lucas. He is the congressman who represents this district. Congressman Lucas, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
Your reaction to the arrest?
Well, both pleased and disappointed. Pleased in that we're making swift action, apparently, and starting the case to find the culprits who did this, and I know that will help console some of the victims and their families. But I have to tell you, by the same token, I'm disappointed because not only should this have never happened in Oklahoma, but there's indications perhaps Oklahomans or a Oklahomans been involved. And that disappoints me greatly.
And that must be a big surprise for you.
I would have not expected it. This shouldn't happen in Oklahoma, and Oklahomans should not be involved in these kind of things.
It's important to stress this man is a suspect right now.
Exactly.
He's just been arrested, and he's not guilty until proven guilty. But the fact is, most people here assumed it was not only from someone out of state who may have been involved in this, but perhaps out of the United States.
Exactly, I agree. And then all of a sudden, the leads turn in the direction of a potentially an Oklahoman, potentially American citizen. I'm just disappointed. But I must say also, by the same token, pleasantly surprised that we're making progress. When I visited with Director Sessions on the phone yesterday, he assured me that the resources were there, and obviously it's paying off. He was correct.
Congressman Lucas, at this point, when do you think downtown Oklahoma City could get back to normal? I'm sure you've had discussions with city officials.
Of course, in a matter of, unfortunately, it'll be days before the building's fully searched out. I'm sure it may be a week or weeks before all of the investigative work's done, but this shell is going to stand here for months, a monument, a reminder, a grim reminder of what happened until we can either remove the building or rebuild it. It's going to be around for a long time, to remind us.
Congressman Lucas, we just reported a few minutes ago that 2 people have been found dead in a building across the street from this federal office building. How does that make you feel?
Well, like most
did you expect that? We have been told that they didn't think any fatalities would have occurred in any of the other buildings.
I had hoped it would not be the case, but looking at the amount of damage down here and the intensity of it, even away from the Murrah building, I suppose it was inevitable. But you hope on top of hopes, just as we're all hoping there'll be more live people come out of it, you hope there won't be any other casualties anywhere else.
Have you got a chance to talk to any of your constituents today about what's been going on?
The ones that I've had a chance to actually talk to on the streets and on the phone, I think they're just kind of shell-shocked like the rest of us. I mean, this is
unbelievable.
Exactly.
Congressman, thanks for joining us. The official death toll is at 58 right now, but it's expected to go much higher. 140 people are still unaccounted for. Frank, back to you.
Thanks very much, Gary. There were more than 2,600 phone calls phoned into that 800 number, many of which led to substantive leads. We're told the FBI and other law enforcement authorities pursued all of the credible ones. Back to the White House now, and Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, it has been a very busy day there. President Clinton having had those comments just a short time ago.
President Clinton was clearly more relaxed than he had been earlier in this week during the aftermath of this explosion in Oklahoma City, but he remains determined. He repeats the same phrase he's been saying now for 48 hours, that justice will be certain, swift, and severe, and he says that the government will seek the death penalty for any of those convicted. The president came into the briefing room and expressed his gratitude to all the law enforcement authorities for this initial arrest.
Good afternoon. First, let me say how very proud I am of the swift and decisive and determined work of law enforcement officials on this case throughout the country. I know every American is proud of them, too. Their continued vigilance makes me sure that we will solve this crime in its entirety and that justice will prevail. Today, I want to say a special word of thanks to the Justice Department under the able leadership of the Attorney General, to Director Free and all the hundreds of people in the FBI who have worked on this case, to the men and women of the Bureau of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, to all the federal authorities, and to all the state and local law enforcement officials, especially those in Oklahoma who have been working on this case. And of course, I'd like to say a personal thanks, as I know all Americans would, to the Oklahoma lawman whose vigilance led to the initial arrest of the suspect. As I said on Wednesday, justice for these killers will be certain, swift, and severe. We will find them, we will convict them, and we will seek the death penalty for them. Finally, I know I speak for all Americans when once again I extend our deepest thanks to the brave men and women who are still involved in the rescue teams. Let us not forget them. There is a lot of work for them still to do. It is difficult and it is often heartbreaking now. Our thoughts and prayers that continue to be with the people in Oklahoma City, and let me say again, you will overcome this moment of grief and horror. You will rebuild, and we will be there to work with you until the work is done.
The president also said that he had no evidence that anything could have been done to prevent this bombing in Oklahoma City on Wednesday. Nothing has come across his desk to suggest that that could have been prevented. Earlier, Louis Freeh, the FBI director, suggested that all of the evidence right now is increasingly pointing to a domestic source for this terrorist incident, not an international source. Earlier, of course, there was widespread speculation that there perhaps was some sort of Middle East link, some sort of Islamic fundamentalist connection. All of that is increasingly going away, as the suspect, this initial suspect, Timothy McVeigh, has been arrested and others are being searched for. Janet Reno, the Attorney General, preceded the president in making the announcement of the initial arrest.
Director Free and I have just spoken with the president, and I am pleased to announce that one of the individuals believed to be responsible for Wednesday's terrible attack on the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City has been arrested. Timothy McVeigh, age 27, who we previously called John Doe Number 1, the man with the light brown crew cut, was arrested by local authorities on a traffic violation about 60 miles from Oklahoma City on Wednesday morning, about an hour and a half after the explosion occurred. At the time of his arrest, he was in the possession of a firearm. He has been in the local jail since the arrest. He will be taken into custody by the FBI. Searches are being planned and executed at several locations around the country this afternoon. I remind everyone that John Doe Number 2 remains at large. He should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. There is a strong likelihood that other persons are involved in this tragedy as well. People should not attempt to take any action against John Doe Number 2 or anyone else involved in this matter. But we continue to urge anyone with information to call 1-800-905-1514.
A lucky break for the Justice Department, for the law enforcement authorities. One suspect under arrest, a second, though, still at large, with Janet Reno, the Attorney General, suggesting others may be at large as well. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Some searches, some raids underway, we are told. One of them in Decker, Michigan. Our Ed Garston joins us by telephone from that location now. Ed, what's going on?
Oh, Frank, we've been able to clarify some information we gave you a few moments ago. Sanilac County Sheriff Virgil Strickler just had a briefing. He tells us that Jim Nichols is indeed inside the house he owns and that federal authorities are searching. He said that we were correct in reporting that Nichols did leave the house shortly before authorities arrived, but then he returned and he was served with a search warrant. He said now federal authorities are inside the house looking for what he called evidentiary material. He wouldn't characterize it. He was quizzed whether it was explosive devices or anything that could be related to a bombing, and he would not comment, also wouldn't comment on any connection with the paramilitary group, the Michigan Militia. He also mentioned that Jim Nichols is not a suspect, and no arrests. An arrest on Jim Nichols was not planned at this time.
What do you see at this moment outside that house?
Honestly, not much of anything. There are, I would say, at least a dozen cars, some marked, some not. There's a police vehicle with the red and blue flashers alternating on top as he might be in pursuit of somebody, but he's just parked on the side, probably 100 yards from the house. There's a van with the door partially open, the side door partially open, and then a refrigerator truck with some markings on it, which I can't read from this vantage point, which is about 300 yards away. There are some folks walking to the side of the house. They seem to be alternating from the house, which is this two-story white farmhouse, back to a kind of a dilapidated garage or farm building or shed of some sort. They go back and forth between there and seem to be searching around. Not in any great hurry, I might add, either. They're sauntering, if anything. There doesn't seem to be any urgency in their actions, but they are looking, said Sheriff Strickler, they're looking for some type of evidence in this house.
Ed, the pictures that we're seeing, the aerial pictures that we're seeing, show this as a farmhouse in wide open, what would appear to be very, very rural country. Can you tell us a little bit about the area of Decker, Michigan?
Yes, this is thumb country, they call it here in Michigan. If you held up your right hand, it would probably be at about the first knuckle of your thumb, just where it bends. It's extremely rural. They grow a lot of celery up here. It's apple country. Very, very agricultural company. Some people think it's the forgotten side of Michigan, but it is all very flat, wide open spaces, about 65 miles north of Detroit.
65 miles north of Detroit. Are you familiar with any kind of, we have heard suggestions of some kind of Michigan military type of connection. You're based in Detroit. Have you heard of any such things in the past?
We have heard certainly of the group known as the Michigan Militia, which is a paramilitary group. Their tenets include getting government out of our lives. They also want the United States to get out of the UN because they think that the UN is simply doing no good. As we reported before, we spoke to the head of the group a couple hours ago, Ken Adams, who said that his group should not be construed as an anti-government group, but more of a pro-government group. They just don't want so much government in citizens' lives. They do have paramilitary activities. They had quite a demonstration at the state capitol a few months ago. They dress up in the military garb, but they say that they are paramilitary, but they are not militant.
Okay, Ed Garstin, thanks very much. We will be back to you monitoring events there, very telling events, perhaps, and as things become clearer, we will, of course, be going back. Now to Perry, Oklahoma, where the suspect is under arrest. Greg Lamont is there outside the courthouse. Greg?
Well, Perry, Oklahoma is about 50 miles north of Oklahoma City. Population here about 6,000. We're told the main industry here is a company called Ditch Witch, which makes digging equipment. As we understand it, 27-year-old Tim McVeigh was arrested for speeding on a local highway here in Perry on Wednesday. He was taken into custody for a check on possible other violations. The authorities here say that they did not know who that they had into custody until the composite drawings were released by the FBI late or early yesterday. And once they saw those, they felt that they possibly had a match on McVeigh. He was described as John Doe number 1 by the FBI. That would be the person with the crew cut. As we understand it, he is inside the Noble County Courthouse, Noble being the Perry being the county seat of Noble County. We've got quite a scene out here. Several hundred people from Perry coming out to get a glimpse of Tim McVeigh. We were attempting to talk with the police chief here, Police Chief Fred LaValle. He came out a minute ago and said he was not in a position to make a comment. As we understand it, McVeigh will be brought out of the courthouse, put into a car, and transported to an awaiting federal helicopter about 6 miles away, and then transported to Oklahoma City, where he will be arraigned by federal authorities. He, again, was arrested on Wednesday, shortly after the bombing, as we were told, again, presumably for speeding, and then a check on possible other violations. A couple of hundred people out here anxious to see what this person looks like and see what's going on. Back to you.
Greg, can you provide any further details? We heard from Janet Reno that he was arrested about an hour and a half after the bombing incident. You mentioned that you're about 60 miles or so north of Oklahoma City, and she said he was in possession of a firearm. Do you have any further details on any of these things?
That is one of the things we were told that brought him into custody initially. Obviously, if he was simply stopped on a speeding charge, he would have been given a citation and let go. As we understand it, there was a possible firearm in his car, and that's why he was brought to Perry to be further investigated. And then when the composite drawings were released by the FBI, the people here decided that they thought they might have a match.
Okay, Greg Lamont, thanks very much. We'll be back to you. And we will continue our coverage of these dramatic developments and these fast-breaking events after this break.
It's a great day for popcorn fish or chicken. It's big fish.
Fire. The crackdown on terrorism. Will the fear in America lead to the loss of civil liberties? Sununu, Kinsley, Crossfire. Tonight, 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
We continue to collect information from around the United States relating to the Oklahoma City bombing. This sad piece of information, not surprising nonetheless, the assistant fire chief in Oklahoma City, John Hanson, has confirmed that the 60th fatality, the 60th victim, has now been found. The official death toll then, as we are able to discern it and we are being told about it, stands at 60, with more surely to come. President Clinton, a short time ago, said that justice will be certain, swift, and severe for those who perpetrated this crime, and he says the United States will seek the death penalty against them. Meanwhile, in Oklahoma City, as we mentioned, the search and rescue efforts continue, the grieving of the families and the uncertainty of so many who still have not identified or located their loved ones. We go there now to Gary Tuckman, who is joined by someone who's been working on this very issue. Gary?
That's right, Frank. Whenever a major disaster occurs in the United States, National Red Cross officials show up to help out victims and help out the community. And with us right now is Dusty Bowenkamp. Dusty is a disaster mental health officer for the Red Cross. And Dusty, you tell us this may be the toughest disaster case you're going to ever have to deal with. How come?
Because this was so unexpected. There's been such a tremendous loss of life that really didn't need to happen, and it's very tragic. And the way it happened, the fact that many people are still unrecovered and unidentified, so this makes it very hard for us dealing with the families.
I would assume part of it also is because of the daycare center that was in the building and the loss of children's lives.
That is just really a major impact on everybody. If they even just try to talk about it, people start crying. And that can be, you know, whether they have family members that were inside or just people on the street, we're noticing that everybody is responding to this.
Now, Dusty, you personally go to most every major disaster in the United States.
Yes.
Have you talked with any family members since you've been here?
Yes, I've talked to a couple of people. In particular, there's a set of grandparents who had one of the very, very young children that was originally identified as being one of the first victims. And they were just tremendously traumatized. They were so overwhelmed, they just couldn't believe something like this could happen to such an innocent life.
So how do you try to help out those people?
Well, you try to give them a little bit of, hope for the future. We say bad things sometimes happen to good people. But, to talk to each other, to share their story, to reach out to others, and, to understand that it's going to take a while to get through the grief process. It can take up to a year or more.
What about people who did not have family members inside there, but who live in the city and are now scared, or who have children who are now scared?
Well, we're seeing a lot of that. A lot of children, whether they were involved in this incident or not, are now kind of afraid to go into daycare. They're afraid to leave their parents' side. They have a tremendous feelings of insecurity right now, fear of separation from their families, that if they leave, something bad will happen to them.
So how do you work with the community of Oklahoma City to help out this community right now?
Well, we're working very, very closely with the community mental health agencies here to set up programs to do community debriefings, and that'll be done through the churches and through civic organizations and wherever we can find, or the community agencies can find space to start holding some of these support sessions so that people can have some ongoing counseling over the next weeks, 2 months, and it may be months that people are going to need to have this kind of outreach service.
Dusty Bowenkamp, thanks for joining us, and good luck in your mission here.
Thank you.
One of the toughest parts about this situation is that they are still looking for people who might be alive in this building. The last time they found a survivor was a day and a half ago. No one's been found since, but they still believe here there is a possibility that somebody is alive in that building, and they plan to continue searching until they know that's not the case. Frank, back to you.
Harry, thanks. We are going to be continuing with this, looking at another element of this story, those who are guilty and those who may not be. Fingers pointed, questions raised after this.
CNN returns to Vietnam in search of answers from those who fought on both sides. Unprecedented live coverage from Ho Chi Minh City, Kent State, and Mawal, Vietnam 20 years later. All next week on CNN.
With word that one person is in detention and 2 others being sought in connection with the Oklahoma City bombing, and that they are Americans or apparently U.S. citizens, some have raised the question as to whether there was an early, premature rush to judgment that tarnished others. Joining us now is Nihad Awad. He's with the Council on American Islamic Relations. You don't like what you heard in the early stages of this. Why?
Well, I don't think anyone in our community, the Arab and Muslim American communities, liked what happened in the past few days, especially the early speculations and irresponsible reports which implicated our community as a whole and individuals in our community as suspects. That generated the hysteria and it backlashed on our community.
What kind of backlash?
Well, our office has been busy receiving calls, reports, on bomb threats, death threats in Islamic centers, mosques. Ladies have been harassed in the street because of their dress. People who have, Middle Eastern looks have been the target of at least harassments. We have not heard about any hate crime against them. But that should not happen in the first place, because it was based on mere speculations and some irresponsible analysis by so-called or self-proclaimed experts on terrorism.
And these incidents have happened since this bombing that you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, ever since the news went out that Middle Easterns or Muslims could be suspects, that thing just took off, and all over the country, especially those mosques or centers or cities that have been shown on TV as safe haven for potential suspects. They have received threats, and that should not, take place because it was not necessary.
Do you have particular words of counsel to members of your community as to how to deal with this or how to respond to it when this happens?
Well, we have been advising our community to take any threat seriously and to contact immediately the law enforcement department, call the police, especially when it involves, bomb threats or death threats. And, always words of caution, self-restraint, be patient. This thing will end, and the perpetrators will be brought to justice.
The Attorney General, Janet Reno, a short time ago was asked about this very issue, this very problem, and she said she had not been made aware of any complaints that were coming directly to her, but if she were made aware of that there would be appropriate investigations. Are there going to be any formal complaints filed through the Civil Rights Division or anyone else within the U.S. federal government?
Well, we are now documenting these threats, and we have been advising the community to be contacting the local, enforcement agencies. But nothing has been, filed so far officially. The law enforcement agencies have been, competent, and they have not made the speculations that news reports have done.
You say that the news reports have made the speculation, but I would like to ask you this. Many law enforcement officials, many very top senior people, well-intentioned people, when asked in the early stages about their investigation, said that what they had to go on, what any investigator has to go on, is history. Modus operandi, motivation, that sort of thing, and that previous sorts of car bombings like this have had origins in the Middle East, whether Beirut, the U.S. Embassy bombing, or the bombing in Buenos Aires against the Jewish center there.
Yeah, and also there have been terrorist attacks, by Irish groups and so on and so forth. We have to treat this incident, like many incidents, as a criminal act, without associating, perpetrators to any religion, to any, ethnicity or national origin. And that was, the assurance by President Clinton when he said this is not about, religion or national origin. It is about evil and crime. And we would like to reinforce this message.
Has this information that is coming today, and more specifically the composite photos identifying these two people who were being sought, John Doe 1 and John Doe 2, as white males, which came yesterday, has that led to a lessening of the threats and harassment that you were talking about?
Well, definitely. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, our phone was just ringing off the hook, and we have been receiving, hundreds of requests and complaints from communities. But today, after, 1 or 2 o'clock, we've been just waiting for calls.
Mr. Awad, President Clinton today reinforced his call for tougher counterterrorism, anti-terrorism legislation that he has proposed. As I understand it, your group is opposed to this legislation. Why? What are the problems with it?
We're not opposed to the legislation itself. We said we support the legislation. What we are against is a violation of the Constitution. And, civil liberties agree with us, minorities and churches and other, religious groups. The question is, are we going to be driven by hysteria or be governed by the United States Constitution? I would vote for the second. Let's be governed by the Constitution. And the founding fathers knew what they were doing. So, and this incident, the horrible crime in Oklahoma, and the hysteria that was generated by some media reports, anti-Muslim, anti-Arab hysteria, it proves 2 things. Number one, that to save and guarantee the minorities' rights, we need to preserve the Constitution. Because if we went with the assumption that Middle Eastern people are involved, or Muslims, and had this legislation been in effect, hundreds of thousands of people would have been rounded up in concentration camps.
Let me stop you and ask you about that. What exactly in this legislation What are you talking about when you say that hundreds of thousands of people would have been rounded up?
Because in this legislation, what we're opposed to is certain provisions in the legislation, such as deporting alien residents based on secret evidence, and these secret evidence will not be made available to the lawyer or to the accused to defend him or herself. And we believe this is a violation of people's civil rights. People can be rounded up based on secret evidence. If your neighbor is not happy with you, or if you have a bad neighbor, and he can just accuse you of anything, that means this is a secret source, and therefore you can be deported based on secret evidence.
Surely you don't believe that based on anything, sort of evidence would be sufficient to deport someone from this country?
Well, you know, the Constitution and the current law guarantees people full due process of the law. And why should we violate that?
Mr. Awad, let me ask you this question. How should the United States, which will be in full search of ways to combat terrorism, in your view, crack down on terrorism in this country in a fair way?
I think we have great confidence in the law enforcement agency and its ability, and this is the best proof today. They got the perpetrators or suspects, and we have strong laws in existence. Criminals are in prison, and they will rot in jail, you know, as long as they are guilty. So we have laws are in place, and they are strong enough to punish the perpetrators. We support new laws even that will be tougher on crime, but ourselves and others will be opposed to any violation of the civil rights of people or violations of the Constitution.
We've been told by very high-ranking law enforcement officials in this country that they're concerned about many things, among them hate groups in the United States, homegrown, and we have no idea directly whether this is involved in this case, but as well terrorist infiltration from various parts of the world, including the Middle East. This is not going to go away as an issue, despite your words here today. Again, how is the United States to handle that, and how are people to distinguish between would-be terrorists and perfectly law-abiding citizens?
Terrorism is a horrible crime, and it is punishable in some states by death. And the first, you know, the minority groups, are no different than the majorities. They have the same feelings, and you know, they enjoy sometimes, you know, equal rights on issues. These rights should not be violated by, violating the civil rights of these people. So the support for the legislation is there. We need tougher laws to fight crime, but we need not to fight the Bill of Rights.
Okay, Nihad Awad, we want to thank you very much. We have a very dramatic new development which apparently has come to our attention. We want to toss for coverage of that to Lou Waters and Natalie Allen in Atlanta.
All right, Frank, there apparently has been a second arrest. Terry Lynn Nichols has turned himself in Harrington, Kansas, and we understand that he is the man that yesterday afternoon, along with a composite sketch, was identified as John Doe 2. John Doe 1 is the man who was arrested 90 minutes after the bombing Wednesday by state police in Oklahoma. He is in custody in Perry. The second man seen here, the composite sketch, was identified as John Doe 2, a white male, medium build, 175 to 180, brown hair, longer brown hair, a tattoo on his left arm. He is Terry Lynn Nichols. Again, he has turned himself in Harrington, Kansas.
And earlier we've been showing you video of officers, FBI officers, surrounding a farmhouse in Decker, Michigan, searching for clues there. No arrests, we're told, were made there. The other man arrested was 27-year-old Timothy McVeigh. He is the John Doe number 1, identified as 27-year-old Timothy McVeigh. He was arrested just an hour and a half after the bombing 2 days ago, was brought in for speeding. And then after the composite sketch was released of Mr. McVeigh, officers in Perry, Oklahoma, where he was found, identified him as possibly the suspect, and now we're waiting for him to be taken out of the courthouse in Noble County, Perry, Oklahoma. He'll be helicoptered to another location. So now we are here to report to you that we have 2 suspects. The 2 John Does just talked about yesterday by Attorney General Janet Reno have been arrested. 27-year-old Timothy McVeigh, identified as the John Doe number 1, and now there is another suspect in custody, Terry Lynn Nichols, he's identified as, he apparently turned himself in Harrington, Kansas. And as we mentioned, there has been a search of a farmhouse going on in Michigan today. Earlier that perhaps one man was in that farmhouse, that man cooperating. Our Ed Garston on the scene told us that he was not a suspect and no arrest was planned. But once again, we do have 2 arrests to report to you right now.
All right, we are waiting for any and all live shots from around the country. In the meantime, we are joined here in our CNN headquarters by William Hinshaw, formerly of the FBI in the bomb unit. As we were talking earlier, the President, Attorney General, the head of the FBI, all reluctant, wanting to assure the public that the investigation was proceeding, but not wanting to answer questions that might inhibit the investigation. From your vantage point, having been on the inside, what are the officials up against, and what is the stage we're at now in this investigation?
Well, this is probably the most sensational stage with the arrest, but actually the hardest work in any investigation is gathering the evidence and linking it all together and sustaining the proof that will support a prosecution and any appeals. It's a very tedious process, and I think that I know the director and the people who are running the FBI now were here in Atlanta when the bombings were going on here in 1989 that killed Judge Vance and Lawyer Robinson down in Savannah. And they understand this both technically and from a legal standpoint.
Now, you've been sitting here for the past few minutes watching us check, double-check, and triple-check the information that we are getting, and there are a lot of rumors, speculations, theories associated with this most spectacular terror incident. It is a terror incident. How can the media, or how does or can the media complicate the investigation of a crime such as this?
Well, if the media, there are 2 aspects. Basically, you can compromise evidence or can create prejudicial pretrial publicity. I think there's another way, and it was addressed by Judge Webster last night on Larry King. The people want to know what's going on, and they want to have some confidence that this thing's going to work out. I know all the agents who are working this are absolutely certain that they're going to do it, but I was really pleased to see in the press this morning that 80-some% of the American public thought that. So the media evidently has helped preclude overreactions, because those are really the more lasting damages that can take place in our society to a terror incident. And as Bill Webster said last night, that hasn't happened, and that's a credit to our form of government and to the media.
Speak to the difficult part of the investigation now, the forensics, the science, the gathering of evidence. How particularly difficult is it in a crime of this magnitude?
Well, it's difficult in all of them. It's based on a couple of principles. There's motive, opportunity, and means. Those are tests that you basically have to meet in virtually any case. And then there's the crime scene scenario, that the person brought something to the crime scene with him and left it, in the case of a bomber, of course, the bomb in the truck, or they took something away. I'm sure the investigator is very pleased about the arrest so close to the scene, because that puts him in the proximity and thus goes toward the nexus of opportunity, meaning that the person was there and had the opportunity to commit this crime.
While we're talking, we're going to put up some live pictures from Decker, Michigan, where there is a joint FBI state and local police operation at a farmhouse. We don't know much about this, except the Attorney General earlier this afternoon alluded to the fact that search warrants were being executed in a number of locations. Would say nothing about that. But as long as we're looking at the pictures and talking about the FBI, perhaps you can address the law enforcement effort here. The FBI has been in charge of this operation, and throughout, how would you rate what has happened?
Well, I mean,
you're a former FBI guy. I know how this is going to go. That's a softball, but
the results so far are very encouraging, and but this is a good process that we have, and it's a process that sometimes is tedious and slow, and sometimes it moves a little faster. I know that they're all pleased that this is over, but it's not really over until all the forensics are in and all the interviews. And And, you know, 2 arrests have been made. There may be more. There may be the people that may have been arrested falsely.
We understand someone that was taken from handcuffs from this building, but we don't know if it's an arrest or...
Because the system says that they're innocent until proven guilty, so we really can't, you know, they've been arrested. There was probable cause for their arrest. But that really doesn't lead to the supposition that they're automatically guilty.
Right. Oh, now back to the evidence for a moment. There was a particularly swift identification of the truck used to carry the 4,000 pounds of explosives to this federal building in Oklahoma City. Were you surprised by that?
Well, it's if you are fortunate and have a little luck with you, and everybody wants a little luck, and you find the right piece that can be identified. The same luck was at New York with the World Trade Center bombing, and of course the blast was all internalized. And also back in the days of 1970, the Weather Underground and the bombing at the Army Mathematics Research Center in Madison, Wisconsin was a similar damage type situation. So you at least knew what the container was and how it got there.
Are you familiar with the Omnibus Counterterrorism Act now moving through the Congress?
No, I haven't. I've seen some news reports on it.
Well, it has been moving on a very slow track until this explosion, and now Senator Biden of Judiciary has come in favor of it after being against it before. I'm sorry, we can't continue on this. We're moving on to something else. Natalie?
All right, Lou, we want to recap what the new information that we have, that there are 2 suspects now in custody in relation to the bombing in Oklahoma City. Federal agents arrested 1 man in Oklahoma. Another man turned himself into police in Harrington, Kansas in the bombing. Terry Lynn Nichols is identified as John Doe number 2. He turned himself to federal authorities, and federal authorities have arrived to pick him up. The first suspect, Timothy McVeigh, who was 27 years old, was arrested on traffic charges the day of the bombing in Perry, Oklahoma, about 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. Attorney General Janet Reno has said McVeigh was the man in the crew cut shown in sketches of the suspects. They say the second John Doe, once again, has now been arrested. Also in Oklahoma City, the official death count has risen. And with more on that now, we turn to CNN's Bernard Shaw. Bernie.
Thank you, Natalie. The Deputy Fire Chief John Hanson has relayed to us the latest information. In the federal office building behind me, the explosion now has claimed the lives of 61. 61 citizens are dead. A short while ago, Gary Tuckman reported that 2 people were found dead across the street from the Murrah office building. 61 dead, more than 400 injured, and unaccounted for, we have a total of 154 people. At his news conference earlier today,